Guys, I want to listen to a song really quick. What's the name of the song where it goes like, I am, I am, I am, I am. Like it's mostly like that. You know what I'm talking about? I've already Googled I am, and it's not giving me the satisfying. Any answer? Really? Stone Temple Pilots? No? You're gonna have to sing more, but that's all I remember. It goes like, I am, I am. It gets like, it's very intense singing. Wait, does Vermin have the answer? Yes? Wait, I turned off the AC. Can you repeat that? I didn't fix your. Is the glue dry? It's dry? Okay, do you know the song? What? Did you hear what I said? Okay, do you know the song where a part of it is like the guy goes, I am, I am, I am, I am, like that? You do know. See, this is the shit. This is it religious? No, it's a man singing. It's not from Nacho Libre. Dead and bloated? Is it dead and bloated? I'm banning you if it's not. From Stone Temple Pilots? No, it's not. No, it's not like this. It's not like this. Come fix your AC. Fix my memory, vermin. It's not the from Nacho Libre, and it's not from Stone Temple Pilots. No, it's not grunge. You're thinking this right? You're all gonna catch bands. If it doesn't have somebody saying I am, is it wait, fuck, is it this? Calvin Harris Rag and Bone Man Giant? No, no, no. Okay, he does say I am 4 times in a row, but it doesn't sound like that. It sounds like I am, like that. Like it doesn't sound soulful the way this does. It sounds somebody has to know. Fuck, I have so many links open right now. God damn it. I have to go fix the AC thing. 1 second, guys. Find the song. It's this? Oh my god, that's right. It's from AJJ. That's why it's in my head. I was at their concert 2 weeks ago. That's why. From Small Red Boy. That's why. I was just there. That's why it was in my head. It's a good song. Okay, hold on. I have to fix the AC. It'll just take a sec, then I'll start. Remember? It was the song with the little red. dried. God damn it. Ugh. Fucking now I've got fucking Gorilla Glue all over me. So it wasn't dry. All over my hands. Why dating apps are bad for guys using math? Yeah, dating apps are bad for guys. That's true. That's not an incel theory. Wait, hold on. I have to listen to the song now that I know what it is. I didn't listen to the song. Okay, guys, it's only 5 minutes. 1 second. Or I mean 5 minutes. I just skipped the part of the song where he said Hitler. This is pretty funny. Okay, this is what it sounds like. I can play this for like 1 nanosecond without getting copyrighted. There, that's what was in my head. But later in the song, he says it more aggressively, which is like what I sang. Super Mega responded to the allegations. If you're interested, yeah, link it. Link it. Is my camera on? Okay, there we go. Why the dude sing Hitler? I don't remember. Good song. Yeah, link the thing. What's up, guys? Guys, I wish I could say I got a good night's sleep, but I fucked up in the wrong direction. I went to sleep early and I woke up at 6 a.m. Why? I don't know. But I was up like early just sitting in the chair because what else you got? You don't lay in bed the whole day. And then Vermin passed by and Vermin was like, "Wow, you look like shit." First thing out of their mouth. Thanks. Early isn't midnight. Going to bed at midnight that's totally fine. I mean, I start streams at 11. Going to bed at midnight is fine. That's early. I woke up at 6. My response: 48 minutes. 48 minutes response. 48 minutes. Ah, man. Thanks, Vermin. I can't stop thinking about this video. I cannot get this video out of my head, man. This is a fucking earworm right here, man. Holy shit. I mean, if you've heard it, you've heard it. I can't play it. I assume they've already content ID'd it. Oh my god. I love that video. Yeah, it's unironically actually like really good. It's like a perfect satirization of what it's doing, but it also sounds good. Women are my favorite guy. Sorry. What's it called? I just look up Euro song. I don't fucking know. You'll find it. You'll find what you need to. Yeah, it was filmed at the 9/11 station, which is really based. Here's part 2 of the response. What?
I wanted to start off.
My response, right? They have 2 my responses? What the fuck? Okay. I'm calling it now. Okay. Super Mega are Mega Hitler. All right. Fucking 55 minutes of responses combined. Jesus Christ. Ultra Mega Hitler. All right. Good Lord. Super Hitler. They need that grift. It's not grifting. I don't know. It really just seems like a he said, she said, and I don't care about he said, she said because I can't responsibly comment on them unless I have some information to weigh anything. You know what I mean? 4th time NPC Porky. They apologize for their handling of the Lex situation. Okay, yeah, it's 55 minutes. I don't want to watch all that. Maybe I will on 2x speed on my own time, but who said? Who said? Yeah, well, sorry. This is like that believe women thing, right? You know, where there's always that bad faith back and forth discourse where it's like, oh, you believe all women, even if they're obviously lying. It's like, okay, well, the the real lesson that people should take is like, I think that you should always give a fair bit of credence to people who say that they've been victimized in some fashion, because it can be really difficult to come out and talk about that, especially when we're talking about people with like careers on the line. But you know, take allegations seriously, but at the same time, understand that, you know, often we don't know anything, you know, and I think it's okay sometimes to kind of put your hands back and go like, okay, well, this sounds awful, but you know, I can't know. But you should always take it seriously, unless there's some reason you might believe people are being flagrantly dishonest. In which case, you know, reserve judgment, or you know, whatever works for you. I mean, sometimes people do act in extremely bad faith. I remember there was that one. Is she a Destiny Orbiter? I don't even know. There was that one crazy chick, Turf Lady, who accused Hassan of raping her friend, but then her friend came forward and said, "What the fuck, no," and then the lady said that Hassan fucked her underage friend, and then her friend was like, one, that didn't happen, and two, I'm not underage, or something like that. It's just Lav. Okay, yeah, I think I remember that. Destiny despises Lav, to be fair. Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember the. I remember, did she talk with Destiny? I don't know. Whatever. Anyway, just, you know, sometimes obviously people act with like no credibility, and that's something to keep in mind. An insanely hateful turf. She's batty by two. No, I know. The memories are coming back to me. I know who she is because she like used to be friendly with me. No, was she friendly with me? I think before she became full on turf, I said something friendly to her, and at one point she DM'd me after the turf thing, and I said like I don't act friendly with turfs, and she was like, oh, lovely, and then we didn't talk again. I don't remember. I don't. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't remember exactly. I remember her being a stupid bitch, but there are a lot of those. What is this? That's a different one, Neptune 32. That's a different one. That was a pick me trans girl, Rose Mullet, I think. Ah, fuck. There's so many people. Why do so many people exist, man? Fuck. Um. God damn it. Something is happening in Senegal. What? Ousmane Sonko, Senegalese opposition leader, charged again. What? I'm so sorry. I don't know shit about Senegal. I don't know. Is this good? Is this bad? Are they evil? It's yeah. I don't know. It's probably bad. Everything that happens in this part of the world, like it's bad news. You know. So Ukraine debate today? I think so. Yeah, maybe something in that ballpark. Okay, what do we have going on here? What's on the news? Oh, we have another D-trans grifter. Uh, who posted something that I found extremely funny because it kind of like made satirizing them extremely easy. So this was a trans guy, D-trans person. My quote-unquote informed consent was my doctor that I had just met handing me papers telling me my voice would drop soon, I could freeze my eggs, I might get acne, whatever else. I probably didn't even hear everything she said. I just told her I wanted the shot. So I got it. I had just turned 18. So, you know, like dramatic Hollywood narrator voice, you know, like exterior shot, close in. I was an adult. The doctor informed me of the consequences of the medical decision that I sought out her looking for. I signed papers after listening to her explain. That is informed consent. What do you mean? Well, you're an adult. I swear to God, dude. It's crazy how like you like a 14-year-old black guy gets gunned down, and it's like, oh well, he was basically a man, you know. So when the cops saw him like twist his body in a strange fashion while turning around, that was justification for shooting him. And then like a detrans person will be like, I was only 27. I was only 27, and the doctor only spent 40 minutes explaining the consequences to me. And still, I got the shot. You know, it's like, okay, it's like, what's it? I was minor coded. I was minor adjacent. I was short, okay? I was 27, but I was short, and lots of kids are short, and they just gave me the shot. I am only 5'1". I was but a 27-year-old teenager. I'm sorry. It's just funny. It's not much to say here, right? Every detransitioner, well, not every. I shouldn't say every. There are lots of nice detransitioners who are fine, who aren't lunatics, but there are a lot of detransitioners who know there's a lot of money to be made in being like the next right-wing poster child, you know? And it's just funny seeing all of them like throw their dart at the board, you know? Like, here's my pitch. And it's like, there was like that one detransitioner who was like, oh yeah, actually, I still take testosterone, and my voice was like this before I took the testosterone, and also I'm happy being a guy, but I'm a detransitioner because I tell other people to not take testosterone to be a trans guy, even though I did, and I'm happy with it, you know? And I was balding as like a cis girl teenager. It's just, and yeah, losing their hair before taking it's like they're all throwing their dart at the board. Like, what's your pitch? What's your Ollie London? Was like, okay, so I'm a lunatic and I wanted to transition to being Korean, and I'm very racist. And I'm definitely mentally ill. Whoop, throw it at the board, you know. And this person's pitch is gonna take on the concept of informed consent. All right, it's very good. It's very good. Also, he's religious now. No, he's not. It's just the next grift. It's just the next like desperate attempt to hold on to that money. But Ollie London was never going to be relevant for long. What else did I find on Twitter before we get to the actual politics? Oh, I saw this. I thought this was funny.
You ever realize that you're somebody's type? Like, not saying that like you have a type, but that like there's a type of person who no matter what you will attract over and over, like the same like archetype of person. What do you do about that? Do you have to like change up your aesthetics entirely? Cause I can't, if another white woman with dyed hair and bangs and she, they pronouns and tattoos hits on me, I'm going to jump out of a window.
It's so fucking funny, dude. It's so fucking funny. Imagine looking like this and choosing to wear those glasses and complaining about she, they, dyed hair girls with bangs giving you attention.
Now I'm not literally going, there's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with y'all. I just, what am I doing?
The tortilla bucket hat.
What am I doing?
Look, it's a tortilla, see? With like the dots. This has to be a bit. Nah, okay, I attract lots of the same demographic. I mean, it's like a beard and glasses thing, I guess. It's like the soy boy energy. But like, holy shit, somebody who looks like this is gonna be a fucking magnet for she, they. Because only progressives wear glasses that are funny shaped, you know? Like, look at those octagon glasses, all right? That's a progressive magnet right there. The tortilla bucket hat. No, also, I'm not too PC to avoid saying. I'll say it, okay? Also, being a black man but talking like that, all right? Because you know a lot of those white she, they, bisexual colored hair girls like black guys, but probably couldn't relate or have much in common with black guys who talk in AAVE. So a black guy, the quirky tortilla bucket hat and quirky glasses, who talks in what I guess what a lot of people would consider to be how white people talk. Oh, that's a fucking that's a goddamn MRI super magnet. That's the goddamn super. It's just the orbit, the gravitational pull, like a black hole. Sorry. I don't think there's anything wrong with how this person looks, or in fact, with she, they, colored hair girls. Just saying. Yeah, he needs a septum piercing. That's true. Why don't you have crazy glasses? I actually plan on getting new glasses soon. No, a nostril ring? Oh, I don't know what that is, Vermin. I thought that's just a septum piercing. Yeah, I plan on getting a new pair of glasses soon. They will not be octo glasses. I'm very sorry. He thinks he's her. Wait, hold on. Didn't Doc Ock from Spider-Verse have octagonal glasses? She did! Because everything about her is 8. Everything about her is 8. From, like, the glasses to the fit. I think the scarf has, like, 8 distinct patterns that get folded in. Or, it was, like, everything. It was, like, they were having a lot of fun. Face shape. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. There are 8 sides to her face. Clearly. Like, not even ambiguous. Those are hexagons. Her glasses are 6. No, they're not. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. They're 8. 6 sides, 8 corners. No. What? No. No, they're 8. They're octagonal. See? There's 3 up top and 3 on the bottom, and then the 2 sides. And then for her face, it's the top, and then these 2 sides, and then these 2, that's 5, and then these 2 on her jaw, that's 7, and then the chin is 8. There's 6? I'm not arguing on this. I'm not arguing about this. It's 8. Okay. Yeah, even her hair is blocked kind of like a stop sign. That's true. Though obviously they weren't just gonna, like, draw a stop sign for hair, right? You know, but it's... Chat, don't do this to me. You can't do this to me, chat. Chat, please. Please, chat, don't do this to me. Yeesh. $31,000 in China forced to flee homes in Beijing as Typhoon Doksuri brings heavy rains. The strongest storm hit country in years also caused widespread flooding.
此时，洪流进一步加大，车辆随着汹涌的水流再次发生翻滚，被湍急的河水冲向下游河街，连续发生翻滚，向下游河道位移近20米。洪流一度没过车顶，被困人员艰难地将上百级呼喊引导男子爬上车顶。同时，吊车吊着消防人员来到被困男子。
I assumed he'd be fucking dead.
那个车亮了灯，是不是车上有人呀？就是有人。
One of China's strongest storms in years hit the country.
有人可危险了。有人可完了。
God damn.
哎呦我的天呀！
This looks like the effect of a tsunami. Like, you know what's fucked? China doesn't talk about climate change. I'll explain to you when we talk. I don't know if China, like, internally talks about climate change, but China does a lot about climate change. Obviously, investment in high-speed rail, limiting people's car usage, and they're the world's largest producers of solar panels, stuff like that. But they don't talk about it, I think, because authoritarian countries really don't want to instill alarmism that isn't tied into their, like, interpersonal narrative of conquest and ethnic supremacy, or of, like, national triumph, you know? Like, fascists don't do well with conflicts that aren't that can't be, like, boiled down to the Jews, or I guess in China's case, the West. There's a lot of stuff with China. It's not just the West. It's, I don't know, the Tibetans, whatever. If China can find a way to blame climate change on the Tibetans, like they've gone to worshiping, like, an ancient sun god that's bringing the wrath down upon the world, then I think they'll start being louder about the climate change. Last stream order, right? Thank you. I know Russia's fascist, but is China fascist? Well, it is, yes. It's fascist in a different way, but yeah, it is for sure. It's also like very varied. Like there are parts of China that are basically like they don't even experience the effect of the CCP. The country's so big, you know. It's a big, it's a wide, yeah. It's just like billions and billions of dollars of damage, man. Jesus. I thought it was just authoritarian. Well, it is authoritarian, but it's authoritarian with other, you know, associated modifiers that align with fascist ideology. What, can't we just take the water from China and move it over to Italy to put out the fires?
On the island of Rhodes,
no. Why not?
15,000 people have been evacuated from villages and several hotels in what authorities have called the largest ever fire evacuation in the country's history.
We can ship oil on boats, why not water? Giant tankers carrying floodwater from China all the way across the... all the way across the... through the Suez. Over to Italy, the Mediterranean.
Much of Algeria's northern provinces have been torched. Homes, trees and land left in ashes.
La chaleur, c'est horrible. Il y a toute la fumée noire et toute la chaleur qui vient sur nous. Et les cendres là qui nous chauffent. J'ai essayé de couvrir les enfants là pour les protéger.
Remember that a little over a century ago, there was a proposed idea to drain the Mediterranean for more land for European expansion. Can you imagine how bad this would be if the Mediterranean had been drained and there wasn't even any water nearby? Oh my God. Thank God that didn't happen. Whose idea was that? I think there were a couple of groups that proposed it. The basic idea was, what if we just made more Europe? It didn't really happen. It wasn't really going to happen. Can't drain the Mediterranean. How can you drain a sea? They wanted to put it in Africa. The idea was you would create more Europe by emptying the Mediterranean, and you would direct the water towards Central Africa, thereby irrigating the land and making it better for colonial agriculture. Sounds like a white person idea. That is correct. Did you guys see that video of the Greek firefighting plane that crashed? The pilot was killed. They did a low dive to dump a bunch of water on a fire near a mountaintop. It was so low, and its wing, or I think an aileron, got clipped by the top of a tree. And because it's just a little firefighting plane, it just destroyed that part of it, and it spiraled out, and they crashed into the mountain. Are we all gonna die? Eventually, yeah. Two people died. Okay, there were two people in the plane. Can't we just use military airplanes for that? No. Firefighting airplanes, you have to fly really low because if you drop the water from too far up, it gets dispersed too far. You need the water to get dropped on like one spot so there's enough of it to put the fire out, and it's not just like you're raining on it, you know? So you need small, light planes that have a big, like, cargo bay that can just all dump open at once. And normally you need, like, special planes for it, you know? You need a lot of water, you need to be able to move... Oh, you need to be able to move slowly, too. You know, you're not going to accurately drop water on a target that you're 20 meters above. If you're flying at like, you know, 400 miles an hour. You want to be able to slowly coast in, drop the water. Yeah, it's a whole thing. It's a very specialized kind of plane. Firefighting planes are generally decommissioned military cargo planes. They modify them though, right? Well, I guess a military cargo plane would also be used to flying low and slow, but we just need it to be lower and slower with the fire. Can't military chop the trees to dig a trench? You mean create a fire break? Yeah, that's been happening. That happens everywhere. But it's really, 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 really difficult to do fire breaks when the fires are happening everywhere, you know? Fire breaks are good if you're trying to contain, like, the spread of one fire. But if fires are erupting all over the Mediterranean, you know, it's like you have to fire break everything in every direction, you know? It's like, well, how? How? Just drop water bombs from bombers. You know, I've always wondered if there's some other way to do, like, mass firefighting on a plane. Because you know how fire extinguishers don't shoot water? They shoot like that, I forget what exactly they shoot, but they basically deprive it of oxygen, and that's how they put out the fire. Yeah, it can be a foam, and sometimes it's like that spraying, like, carbon, like, white gas stuff. I think it depends on, yeah, it depends on the extinguisher. I've always wondered, would there be a way to drop, like, a highly compressed bomb of retardant gas that you could drop, and then it would just blanket an entire, like, mountainside and make it impossible for the fire to get oxygen? Yeah, retard gas, basically, like whatever TYT have been huffing. Yeah, that. We take up, we connect the TYT office to an air compressor, and we just sort of harvest it. Okay, but, like, jokes aside, I want to know, there's got to be some way to do that, right? But they don't do that, so I'm wrong. You know, I'm not smarter than them, than the firefighting crews. I just wonder if there's a better way. I don't know. Yeah, it might just be an expensive thing. Like, it's just better to dump a fuck ton of water, which is basically free, than working on, like, super advanced fucking ultra bombs or whatever. It'd kill all the animals on that side of the mountain. Well, the fire's probably doing that anyway, right? With the smoke. I think that if you're close enough to a fire that you would be hit by the bomb, you're already dead from the smoke. I'm guessing, at least. Fuck! Look how close the fires are to the buildings. Holy shit. This is Athens! This isn't some podunk village. This is Athens. It's right there. That doesn't look that effective. I think they're, like, scrambling. It's not. Look at the name top right. It just said Athens. Is it another place? Oh, sorry. This is Lagonisi, Greece. So they just said Athens here, but on the top right they're referring. Okay. Sorry. This is Lagonisi. But they're saying that it damaged houses in Athens. So that would be west of Athens. Well, I don't know if west of Athens means in Athens. If somebody says east of LA, they usually mean in LA, but on the east side. Gotta go to Europe before it all burns down. Yeah, I want to visit Paris. I want to go be a homosexual. I want to go to a coffee shop. I want to look at skinny girls smoke cigarettes. I want to go to Paris. What about London? I'd visit London, but I don't have as much enthusiasm for London. You live in Seattle, there are so many coffee shops there. Yeah, but it's not just the coffee shops, it's the environment, you know? It's a whole thing. Swedish fighter jets drop bombs at forest fire. Hell yeah, brother. Okay, that's loud. Let's do it without the audio, thank you. Fighter jets? All right, I trust him. Sure. This is from 5 years ago, so this isn't relevant to the current fires, but... Oh, so they're just doing bombing runs? Yeah, man, whatever. We need fire break ICBMs, okay? We need to launch from our nuclear silos. Okay, I'm getting a lot of YouTube links right now. Let's dial it down a little bit. What is all this? Okay, so many of these are tangentially relevant at best. Oh, this is the same video, but better. Way better.
Ja, idag har vi genomfört ett prov och test efter begäran från räddningsledaren.
I don't even
Där har
see
vi
a
släppt
fire.
en bomb från en rotor JAS 39 i syfte att med hjälp av tryckpåverkan släcka eventuellt en brand.
I don't even know. Okay, that's enough of this. That's enough of this. What is this? In what context was this linked? Somebody gonna die in this video? Oh, leftist audio. My ears are gonna die in this video. Environmentalists fighting with the military, it looks like. Though this doesn't help me that much. We're working towards the point where militaries are going to have to be deployed to fight climate. I mean, yeah, I get, yeah. That'd be a better use for them than most of the other stuff we use them for, right? Vosh, is every country in existence right now either neolib/neocon or fascist? No, but those are the main ones. The better question would be, like, what's the range, right? Most countries, like most of them, are either liberal or fascist. Those are like the two ideologies on the planet right now. There are many different ways to be liberal and many different ways to be fascist, but from a Marxist perspective, it relates fundamentally to the mode and nature of government power and of economic rule. And it's usually one of those two. In an economic mode sense, liberal and fascist governments aren't necessarily that different. In social modes, they are, very much so. Same with political modes. So there's variance there. There are also countries that I would argue are too, I don't know if primitive is the right word. I mean it kind of like primitive governance, but they're not in a position to really be either. For example, if a country is so poor that their country is just like authoritarian, you know? Like a good example would be Burkina Faso, right? Burkina Faso might have authoritarian military leaders, but they don't really have a civil society capable of supporting fascism the way that I would understand it. It's basically just you have desperately poor people in an area, and then one guy and his like cabinet, and they're wealthy and they're powerful, and that's it. And that's more just authoritarian, but that's closer to feudalism than it is fascism, in my opinion. Fascism has much more to do with the social modality than it does just like the existence of authoritarianism. Yeah, it's warlordism, basically. It's just warlords, right? Warlords aren't fascist. They can't be. In fact, I would argue that being a warlord is just as far from being a fascist as being a liberal is, because fascism requires an ideology of subservience to the state, an a theory of ethnic unification, narratives about internal and external enemies. Warlords, almost by definition, don't engage with that level of civil society because they're warlords, right? They just happen to be the guy with the guns. Like, a warlord doesn't necessarily have these underlying ideological systems of self-justification. A warlord is in charge because they're a warlord. It's like the economic and social equivalent of a rock. Where would you classify North Korea in this? North Korea is fascist and totalitarian. totalitarianism mostly describing the degree of there being a surveillance state more so than anything else, I think. Yeah. Could you quickly talk about Not Just Bike's bad takes? Yeah, I saw that. Some people got mad at Not Just Bikes for comments that he made on Blue Sky that were a bit doomery, you know. But I think people are way overreacting to them. Show them? Yeah, I have them up. Not Just Bikes said, while replying to Transit something something, I think I'm oomfies with them. People should give up on North America, though. You should not have to spend your life groveling for basic things like safe streets. Your advocacy and energy would go much farther in a better city, too. That's not doomerism, that's reality. I'm really sorry. And then 8 hours afterwards, he continues, because he got a negative response to this. I'm really sorry, but if you're trying to fix the U.S., you're watching the wrong channel. That's why I've been sending Americans to Strong Towns or other U.S. creators like City Nerd or Alan Fisher. Excuse me. I know full well that most people can't move, but my channel is to those who can. It always has been. America today is nothing like the Netherlands of the 1970s. It's nowhere close. That was fixable within a generation. The U.S. isn't. It can get better, but it cannot be fixed within your children's lifetimes. Canada might be. Americans are going to have to come to terms with that reality. So I think he's mostly correct. He just comes off as a little bit pessimistic here, but I think that overall he's correct. So basically what he's saying is that Not Just Bikes left Canada to live in the Netherlands because he wanted a better life for his family. What he's arguing is essentially his channel is about how much better their systems are over ours, which it is for the most part. It's not about the process of improving American towns. Like, the American towns are used as an example to pit its negatives against the positives in the Netherlands. And that's why he's saying he sends Americans to other channels that talk more about, like, American-centric urban renewal. I think that his argument here comes across as a little bit pessimistic, but he is correct when he says that this is not fixable within our children's lifetimes. America is deeply fucked. Like, there are some cities that can be fixed. For example, Chicago, Philadelphia, Seattle. There are cities that I could imagine with, like, some decent investment could move towards a pretty amazing level of urban renewal in, like, no time. Well, in relative terms, in no time. But a lot of America is not, right? Yeah, Miami, Houston, Austin, Los Angeles, San Diego. Like, there are cities that are like incomprehensibly fucked, you know. When it comes to like we're talking hundreds of billions across the country for renewal. So yeah, I think he's being a bit pessimistic here. I don't think he's saying anything like horrible. People are interpreting this as him saying that those in America shouldn't make any changes, which he doesn't say that. He says the opposite even. Just that's not his focus. Yes, New York City is very walkable. It's very walkable, but that's mostly because the idea of using cars in New York City is so laughably, like, impossible that the city kind of has to be built around walkability. Boston is walkable too. Okay, my understanding, hold on, America map. My understanding is that in America, this if you want here, if you're in America and you want to go to an area that has cities that weren't, like, made by fucking monkeys or bugs or bug people or whatever, if you want that, then your best place to go is the Northeast and the Rust Belt. Because these are the parts of the country that were developed relatively early before cars were a thing. These are the areas where the streets tend to be narrow, where you see a lot of brickwork, where you see a lot of row houses. That's not to say every city in the area is good for that. It's not. But, like, if you go to places like Chicago, if you go to places like Philadelphia, if you go to places like New York, Boston, I think you have a decent shot at seeing, you know, good urban development. And then the further west you go, it gets way worse, and the further south you go, it gets a little worse, but not as much worse as going west is. Because, like, down here in, like, Phoenix, or, like, in the proper Southwest, every road is 5 miles wide, and you need, if you live in Phoenix, Arizona, no matter what time of year it is, and you need to cross the street, you need a Sherpa to guide you, and you need a backpack full of rations, okay? because you're going to have to get one of those little neon flags to convince cars to not run over you, and you're going to have to make a trek across the 19-lane residential road that separates you from your neighbor so you can go over to his house to play like video games or something. Seriously, like, here. Phoenix, Arizona street. I'm just going to Google street. What'll I get? I don't know. I've never Googled this before. Maybe I'll get something that doesn't... Sorry. I like how you can tell just from looking at this that this street probably gets like 5 cars a minute, but it's still like... I'm sorry. Okay, wait, hold on. This is the header image for an article entitled 10 Most Popular Streets in Phoenix. I'm not kidding. This is the header image. So they were like, how do we showcase the top 10 most popular streets in Phoenix, Arizona? Here we go. So what's the point of his channel? To talk about what can be better. But don't think of it from an American perspective, you know? It's not about, from his perspective, it's not about making America better. It's about what is better. The process of making things better is something he'd rather leave to others. I love looking at, oh man. Oh, look at the walking experience here. This is great, man. Oh, look. Oh, there's a hotel. You can tell it's a hotel because of how it's built. You exit your hotel, you walk through the parking lot, then you get to walk next to this featureless prison wall of a building right here. You get to learn that Phoenix is wildcat country. And then you get, for the journey of a lifetime, you get to cross this street, which appears to be 6 lanes. 6 or 5. It's hard to tell. Over on this side, it looks like it's 7. I'm sorry. Dangerous Phoenix crossings. 12 places for pedestrians. This man is braver than every troop, okay? This guy is braver than the fucking Mujahideen, all right? Look at this guy. Holy shit. Sorry, I'm doomering right now. I'm looking at these fucking... My personal grudge will always be the fact that this was the street that I walked up when going to school. When I was in high school. Hold on. Can I just find it on maps and like walk up it directly? Hold on. Wait. Wait. Oh, we're gonna do that. We're gonna do that. Okay, wait. Drop the little guy in. Right there. There we go. Okay. This is in Beverly Hills, by the way, so whatever preconceptions you have about the enormous wealth of the neighborhood that I grew up in, you can dispel them momentarily for the grand experience of traveling up Wilshire while walking to a high school for 40 minutes. It's basically like you're in LA, so the sun is directly overhead, and palm trees provide literally no shade, and the whole thing is like this gigantic barren strip of like 5 to 6. Wait, that looks nice. Oh, America is so fucked, bro. America is so fucked. This is like a center commercial strip. Look at this. Just crossing the street to go to school, guys. Just look at this bus. Look how small this bus is. Compared to like, look at this intersection. Oh, wait, dude. Wait. If I go far enough in this direction, we hit my favorite intersection in all of Los Angeles. Hold on. Wait. I think it's La Brea and Wilshire. Real LA heads will know. We might have to click for a bit, but that's okay. It's not like you guys have anything better to do. Real LA heads will know. Literally Richmond, VA. Well, that's the point that Not Just Bikes is always making. It's that this like it's like this all over America, right? Like there's not very much uniqueness. Okay, I don't remember where I'm going right now. Let's go. Let's back up. Wilshire. San Vicente. Wait, is this it? Wait, is it San Vicente actually? Oh my God, look at this intersection on the map. Wait, look at it. Look at it from above. Is this it? This might be it. Dun. Yes! There we go. This is where we go to die. All right? I remember crossing this all the time while walking around with my buds going to LACMA. It's like a 6-lane pile? I don't know. There's like 20 roads that pile here. The combined lanes in total. I don't even know. Yeah, all roads lead to this intersection. This is Rome, actually. Where's the crosswalk? Well, here's one of them. And then there's one there that goes at like an angle. And there's two of it. See, it's like 4 miles wide right here. I loved watching homeless people hobble across this at 1 mile per hour because you knew that like there was no way they'd cross it all the way on time, and you'd hear all the horns from when the light turned green and the cars got really angry. And then it continues over there, like out in the distance, around the horizon line. You see that, like a million miles away. And then there's another one right over there, and then there's two more. Okay, so you can see here the impossible distances, the real IRL roguelite. Yeah, look at this. I remember this. Look, there's more than you thought, right? Because look, this is actually one road split with a median, so that's like 8 lanes, and then that's like 6 more, and then there's this, and then that's a side road that you can turn right into this, and then like, I remember this intersection fondly because I was with my mom and she was driving me to get a haircut, and my mom went through this intersection, and I was 15, so I was just about to start driving myself, and I was waiting at this intersection thinking, I am never going to get confident enough driving to drive this intersection. There will never be a point in time where I'm comfortable enough with driving to be able to do this intersection. And of course, now I do. Now I love this intersection because it's like a fun and exciting video game. The address saves this intersection. Oh, yes, 6969 Wilshire Boulevard. You're welcome. Also, notice the excellent shade cover if you're walking. I mean, LA during the summer reliably gets around 100 degrees with very, very sunny skies. So you get to walk across this blighted urban hellscape with basically no shade unless you're in this strip right here. Yeah, you'll get a tan just waiting to cross. Exactly. Isn't it also humid? Nah, LA is a desert. It's not humid there. What's your top score at that intersection? 3 pedestrians hit. God, it just doesn't end. Jesus Christ. Oh, look, now it's sunset. Now there's shit. Oh! Ah! What are you doing? Fucking LA street construction jump scare. My God. There you go, guys. Do you feel closer to me? Am I have I made you guys feel a greater attachment now that you know my favorite intersection all of LA? It's intersections like that that make Not Just Bikes doomer, by the way, and I cannot blame him. If you go far enough this way, you hit LACMA eventually. Wait, how far do you have to go before you hit LACMA? Any LA heads remember? I've walked there before. Okay, hold on. There's the car museum. Oh, this thing's based, by the way. This was after a big redesign they did. The car museum, this place is fucking based. If you go in there, you'll find, like, the Knight Rider car and, like, the original Batmobile and stuff, and they made this on the outside. I think this looks dope. This is cool as fuck. The inside's great. The outside's great. I love that. That's great. It reminds me of cars. It's good. It's a car. Do they still have the Bernie Sanders mural here? This coffee shop was like dedicated themselves to Bernie Sanders back in 2016. They might not have updated it, or maybe they removed it. They had like a big thing. Yeah, the mural. We're almost at LACMA now. Wait, was that LACMA? Am I forgetting? No. No, that's not LACMA. Do you think this is better or worse than Suburbia generally? This is better than Suburbia. Like, this is uglier than Suburbia in a lot of ways, but, like, I think that at least this is, like, stuff, you know? What's LACMA? LA County Museum of Art, and it's right here. You've seen influencers take photos right here. You've seen this before. Yeah, LACMA's got a lot of cool stuff. Though I'm still more of a Getty Museum kind of guy, in my opinion. Can you show us non-Americans what Suburbia looks like? Oh, yeah, just like America suburbs. There's like, it's a kind of suburb style that was built out after the war. The government subsidized the creation of these gigantic, like, single-family homes that were all like mass-produced and mass-constructed, and they let soldiers get them easy, like veterans, white veterans. Black veterans were not allowed. Oh, if you've ever wondered why black people tend to live more in the inner city, they literally were not given the GI benefits the white veterans were when it came to these communities. So, like, before World War II, there were tons of white and black people in the cities living in tenements or whatever, like bad environments. And then they went to fight in the war. The white people came back and got their suburbs. The black people didn't. So, like, very, very direct, obvious consequence of that, you know? Yeah, the main thing about living in the suburbs is that you don't know your neighbors and it takes 45 minutes to get anywhere. Ah, yes. There we go. I like how I can tell this is being built in a desert, too, because there's no grass growing on any of these lots. Then Lincoln malt vinegar. Trigger warning for fuck's sake. Yeah, sorry. Oh, we could see something super cool. Okay, how about we see something cool so that we can feel good before we move on? Because there's, like, actual stuff to talk about. Then we have 2 debates later. Where is the Getty Center? There's the Getty Museum store. So, presumably, Getty View Park. Okay, this is where the parking lot is. So where's, like, the museum itself? Are there photos from within it? It's south of the store? So it's... Ah, the Getty. There we go, the Getty. Oh, yeah, there we go. Guys, it's my favorite museum in the world. Take me to an outdoor view. An outdoor view. It's a gigantic private museum built on top of the mountain that overlooks, like, all of LA. And the whole thing is free. You can go here for free. And it's got a ton of art and cool stuff. And it's really, really pretty. Oh, it's stunning. It's like a remarkable place. Yeah. Well, parking is $20. Yes, parking costs money, but if you can get there, you know, it's free. There's no museum ticket. It's really pretty. Where's the garden? Is this the garden area? Pretty. Well, I think it's nice. All right. Is the Tar Pits Museum expensive? That's right next to LACMA, and I don't think it's especially expensive. I don't really remember, though. Okay, close that, nice. Can't you ride with public transport to the museum to save the parking money? Yeah, I think so, though it is LA, so I wouldn't bet too hard on the public transport being reliable. Look at the Riverwalk at San Antonio. Ah, that looks nice. I like that a lot. See, that's another good indicator of how fucked America is, that, like, on the west coast of America, we built a highway, the Pacific Highway, along the beachfront property. Like all that area, you know, Portland, Seattle, next to the water, and they were like, you know what? I think cars should go here, when humans just like being near bodies of water because they're pretty. That's very nice looking. I fucking hate GTA 5, man. Holy shit. Every single time I talk about LA, one of the largest cities on earth now, it's like, bro, it's like GTA 5. Yeah? What? Why don't you guys say that about GTA 4 when we go over New York? I suppose that GTA 4 probably wasn't as true to life as GTA 5 because it's a newer... Or Miami for Vice City, yeah. GTA 5 has been around longer. GTA 5 has been around longer than GTA 4. Yes. Okay. Thoughts on wall apartments like in Hong Kong? What does wall apartment mean? What distinguishes a wall apartment from like an apartment? I mean, this is like really dense, of course, but isn't this just an external facade to the... It has walls? Yeah, don't all houses have walls? No? What? Like the four walls around you? What? They're memeing? I don't know. I don't understand. So what's different about this walled apartment structure? It looks like they just have a window and an AC unit that goes out. Isn't that normal? It's just, I mean, it's not like a wealthy area, I'm guessing. It's very tall and very wide. So we're just talking about a large apartment building, basically. We're just talking about large apartment complexes. Yeah, there you go. Apartment complex that itself. Okay, hold on. I'm just going to Google wall apartments. China. Here, China. Give me the... Yeah. Okay, not the Kowloon walled city. That's a different thing. I see this. Towering wall apartments. This just looks like a really dense... that looks kind of nice, actually. The ones that have like this tiny little balcony, like the non-windowed one, or it looks like you can take the windows in or out because they have bars and they have hanging plants and they have one. Looks like it's customizable, kind of. That looks kind of nice. Like you step out and you've got a little... I mean, I admit, overall, this is obviously like kind of gloomy and depressing to look at. I'm not one of those people who will bullshit you and say like, you think commie blocks are ugly? You know what's uglier? Homelessness. Because I think that's a false binary. I think that we can solve homelessness without having gigantic, ugly concrete towers in our cities. I don't accept that false dichotomy. You know, we can use money to make pretty apartments to house people, in my opinion. I also don't like it when people pretend the homeless issue can be solved just by providing housing. If you interacted with homeless people, let's be fair, a lot of them are fucking crazy. You know, it's not just a matter of providing housing. We're talking about like a long-term support network that would take a lot of money. I think it'd be worth it. I fully support it, but let's be realistic about what we're asking for here, you know? I don't want for people to do like a housing first thing where it's like, oh, we provide them all housing. And then like there's a bunch of news articles because 3 months later, a bunch of the people who were given housing then like wandered out of it at 3 a.m. to go mug somebody or fucking shit themselves in an alley because they're crazy. And then it's like, I guess they really were just genetically fucked. It's like, well, no, they needed more than just a house. A lot of them just need a house, to be fair, but some of them need more than just a house. They also need brain pills. Brain juice. They need brain juice to drink. It's super easy to revamp commie blocks, though. Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. Look, here, in Romania. That looks pretty nice. I like that a lot. You know, it just takes a bit of care. I've always felt like there is no excuse for having a boring facade in the modern day. It is so easy to make the outside of a building look good with modern painting materials. Because we've gotten a lot better at developing paints that last a long time in varying environments. You know, it doesn't wear down quite as much. So it's cheaper than ever to have a nice... This is really nice. I like that a lot. I like that a lot. Have you seen the cage apartments? Okay, I do not endorse the cage apartments. To be fair, this is in Hong Kong. We're basically doing this in New York as well. If you want to live in Manhattan and you aren't wealthy, then you can look on like Craigslist or whatever, and it's like, here, 8 square foot cage apartment or whatever, because like people are like breaking down and subletting apartments with like and turning them into like dorms with bunk beds and shit. So this is happening in multiple places. Yes, a lot of them do, Alec Gunter. I think a majority of homeless people would be fine if they were just given a house, but maybe it's like a 60-40 thing. Like, let's say 60% would be fine, but 40% would need some level of greater involvement psychologically, and then maybe like 10% would be like a real recurring issue. Yeah, but it's worth it. It's worth the effort, you know? We all deserve dignity. You mean these apartments? Yeah. Ugh. You know, sometimes people will look at stuff like this and think, oh, well, that's not so bad. And I agree. It's not so bad if you're staying there for like a bit. But if you're living here and you're like trying to prepare food on a hot plate with your kitchen / bathroom sink, and you can never bring anyone back, basically, and you can't do anything, like that eats away at you, you know? What do you think of the whole tiny home thing? I think it's bullshit. The cost of housing right now isn't the houses, it's the land. You can build a good functioning house for like 50 grand, which is basically nothing for a house in modern money. The land is what's expensive. If you have a tiny house, that doesn't address the land issue. I think the tiny home thing is like this weird aesthetic. It's like people who are trying to show how they're like hacking the housing crisis by living in their car. You know what I mean? You're not hacking the housing crisis. You're just homeless. Yeah, you're just suffering. Don't doubt human ingenuity when finding a home. Timestamped? Is it timestamped though? It's timestamped to 5 seconds in.
Out by a neighbor, and I take them out. Not one customer bearing lines. Some
Okay, can I be real with you guys? This like fad of somebody asking, hey, can I see in your home? And then every person they talk to has this like ultra quirky, super strange, interesting house. Like, these are all fake. You guys know that, right? These houses are owned by wealthy trust fund kids whose parents left them millions, and they have no interest in doing anything productive to society, so they want to live a bohemian lifestyle where they do like partying and drugs in New York nonstop, and they want to like show off their crib, so they like work out contact deals with these YouTubers or TikTokers. Aren't you late for a call? No, it's a 12:30. What about these houses? They're tiny, but they seem pretty nice. Okay, so this thing at the top is bullshit, this 3D render. If these houses were this spaced out apart, then they'd be worse than like regular development. If we're talking about the internal design right here, like this, I think it's kind of cute. You would need some serious blinds for the giant fucking windows looking in, but I think it's cute. But this isn't for like a urban or even suburban area. This would be good for like rural shit, you know? Like if you want some getaway cabins, this would be good for a vacation home. But the problem is like it's not really practical for low-cost rural development, and it's definitely not practical for urban development. So it would have to be in this weird niche of being on its own for people with more money, but in a, yeah, like kind of out there, like a vacation home, basically. Yeah, like a sub-rural resort kind of deal, you know? Can Americans not fathom a smaller house without going insane? It's a bit icky, IMO. Small apartment. Man, if you Google, man, Google Images is full of such cope. Yeah, dude, small apartment. And then you show me this. Why are we never realistic about how most humans live? Well, because it's all taken over by like fucking IKEA and like design magazines where it's like, oh, a small apartment? You mean a canvas for you to share your creativity with the world? No, like fuck off. Show me a small apartment. You're like, here's some really quirky shit you can do to make your living space bearable. You know what they never take into account? Dust. Or children or pets or anything, because they're showroom models. They look good in a showroom. But they very rarely, yeah, or food or stains. if you're designing a house or an apartment, like, you're going to spill food at some point somewhere. Certainly, everyone will. Some more than others, you know, but then it's like, here, how to make the most of a tiny apartment. And it like looks like this. Like, really? Another thing that gets me, another thing that gets me is I hate it when they're doing like a showcase of how to make a room look and they fill up the shelves with bullshit. What is this bullshit? Why the fuck do you have a mirror up here 8 feet off the ground? Who's going to look at this? Andre the Giant? Why do you have this clock right here? This perfect faceless little clock. What are these? What is this bullshit? What is this cube? What is this cube? Rectangle. What are these things? Lamp down there, but you got a lamp here. Why would you use that lamp? They just fill up the shelves with whatever. They're color matching. There's no... Oh, it bugs me. It bugs me. You know, at least when you look at, like, male fashion advice on Reddit or something, you know, it's like, okay, they're wearing a shirt, they're wearing pants. That is what a shirt and pants look like together. You can wear a shirt and pants. At most, the model is maybe skinnier than you are. But okay, there's something to work off of here. What can you learn from this, apart from the fact that, like, hey, if you're willing to color match all beige, all white, and all off-white, then congratulations, you'll have a similar colored space. I hope you don't get a single item anywhere that has, like, a pastel or a highly saturated color, because if you do, you should just die. 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 Small studio, clever design ideas. Or do you have a little bit of money so you can't afford much more than a studio apartment, but also for some reason have thousands to spend on custom interior design? Learn more. Like, yeah, man, I don't have enough money for a one-bedroom apartment, only a studio, but I do have enough money to turn my studio apartment to look like the inside of, like, a Japanese aesthetic styled, like, living catalog. What are we doing? What are we doing? It bothers. It's everything that pops up. This is like every result is like this. I know it sounds like I'm saying something obvious right now. Like, oh, wow, there's unrealistic interior design idea. Like, yeah, I get that to an extent. But it goes beyond being unrealistic and goes into, like, the aestheticization of a living space beyond the human. It's inhuman. No human lives in a space like this. A human can't live in a space like this. It's not possible. No human would do this, but this image exists because designers move this all around. It's a reduction of a living space to something other than a living space. And it's so corporate in a way that just irks me. Oh, here we go. That's nice. This is an actual living space. This looks like a place a human might live in. God, that's tiny. What is this? Trapezoid bed corner? Okay, I don't know what's going on with the space or angle here, but at least this doesn't look like some impossible IKEA showroom bullshit. Like a student home? Yeah, well, you can't really customize student homes, really. I guess I just get the feeling that if a person is poor enough that they're living in a tiny apartment, um, they would probably want advice on interior design that isn't, are you willing to spend 12,000 on a total remodel, you know? This looks nice, I agree, but unless you're entering the apartment with this is a lot of work. I mean, you don't have to spend that much money if you're willing to buy and personally install all of this, and you could do that. It's possible, but that is a lot of work, and it would still cost a lot. But it's doable. I feel like I woke up grumpy today. I don't know. I woke up at 6. That's really early for me. That furniture is all custom. Yeah. You can get custom furniture for cheap sometimes, you know? I actually have an Italian designer bench right next to me that I picked up for like 300 from a consignment store because it fit the space in my studio perfectly. And consignment stores are a really good place to find like weird and wacky furniture, I think. Show us? I can't. It's all dicks and balls over there. I can't move the camera. Bosch, why do Americans talk about how they want better mixed-use housing, but then when they learn the apartments would be like 600 square feet, they scream about how small it is? Hold on. They don't have to be 600 square feet, okay? You can absolutely do mixed-use zoning and have like an average apartment square foot size of like between 800 and 1200, depending on the exact build. Like that's doable. And by the way, a 1,000 square foot house is totally fine. That's fine. That's an okay amount of space, even for a family, potentially, if you make good use of that space, you know. You just, you want to make the most of it. You don't want superfluous shit. Like, who uses a dining room? Maybe I'm telling on myself. I haven't used a dining room. I mean, my house doesn't have one. I don't have a dining room. Why would I add a dining room? I eat at my computer or in front of the TV with my friends. I don't, yeah. Sorry, Saisha. But where do you dine? Yeah. Oh, I'd use a dining room if I had like a ton of people over, but I don't have a ton of people over. This is the average flat in my UK city, around $500. What? 500? Oh god, the idea of $500 a month rent is like insane. However, this is a tiny apartment. So, this is a studio apartment, I take it. What's the square footage? What's the square footage? 350 no, that's the internet. Where's, you can see right here, it's just a tiny little studio. Man, that's pretty good for 500. Well, I get, yeah, $500 because it's 425 pounds. That's pretty good. This is nowhere near the center of London. That's not bad at all, actually. Whoa, hold on. That's a nice kitchen. These drawers are new. The counter doesn't look that scuffed up. These blinds suck, but they could be replaced pretty cheap. Tile looks okay. Hey, that's nice for 500. Just a plain bathroom, not special in any way, but you know, it's not. Blinds are not cheap. You can get blinds decently cheap. It's literally the poorest city in the UK. Is it? I don't know anything about this city. I'm just, you know. This could be done up pretty well. Something is wrong internally. That's probably true. What city is it? Nottingham, NG. This is a British city. Nottingham, NG15. Hucknall. I don't know how. I don't know how address notation works in Britain. Can rent a house for 350 quid in Scotland. Well, in some parts of Scotland. No wonder it's so cheap. All right. Here. We can do the opposite, okay? Here, really quickly. Zillow, Seattle. We can, well, let's compare it. Seattle has one of the worst housing markets in America. I'm gonna look at rent and not purchase because you know, I want to do like comparisons here. So what are we looking for? We're looking for a studio to compare, right? So we're looking for a studio. First one that popped up, $1,800 studio. That is an amount of money in excess of $500. What is this? Is this like a reclaimed lot? Wait, this isn't oh, hold on. This is like a whole building. This doesn't show just one place, so I can't see the photos from just the studio. Let me see if I can find. Oh, these are all like corporate owned. Come on. Sort default. Sort I just a single studio. Home type. Apartments, condos, co-ops. Thank you. It shows like a list of available things. 5 units available now. Just show me like photos of what the thing looks like on the inside, please. So annoying. I'm gonna get this, guys. I'm gonna get this. $2,300 for a studio. Jesus Christ. A lot of open places, though, because they can't sell them. Yeah, this is less than 500 square feet. Oh, these pretentious cunts. Oh my god, I'm gonna fucking vomit. Hey guys, how do you know it's a cool, hip, fucking Pacific Northwest apartment floor plan? Huh? It's not a living room. It's the unwind space. Looking to make some food? Better do it over here in the saute section. Hibernate over here. But don't forget to cleanse yourself and that fuck off. Fuck off. You piece of shit. You thick frame glasses, beard-wearing motherfucker. Okay, I think it's this. Well, can't deny they put money into the inside. Do you think Seattle's walkable? By American standards, yes. That's nice. Yeah, it is nice. You better be ready to pay $2,100 for it, for your studio apartment. All right, we're closing all this. What are we doing? What are we doing today, folks? What do you do? What are we doing? What are we doing today? What are we doing? What are we doing today? My God. My God, what are we doing? How much was your rent in Humboldt? I think we had a studio apartment for 900 that I split with Vermin. Something like that. Though the price has probably gone up since then. Rate this interior space? Fuck, I hate this so much. Again, no human lives in a space that looks like this. Nobody. No human lives like this. Are you kidding? This would be a nightmare to live in. This is like an anxiety attack, just looking at it. It looks cute and aesthetic in a photo from a distance, but that's the thing. It looks nice. But there's a huge difference between something looking nice and living in place and having to deal with spills and obstacles and all that crap, you know? What is even the purpose of this room? We have a bookshelf, a ladder that goes up from the bookshelf to nowhere, couch this, and what's this empty void in the what? Yeah, it's just designer shit. Why is there a bird? I don't know why there's a bird. Look, all I'm going to say to cap all this off is that there was this one girl who I met up with once from Tinder. She was, I know you guys are wondering, she was really hot. I just, like, way hotter than me. It was insane. Yeah, but also in addition to being really attractive, just yeah, just my eyes water at the thought. She was also really good at interior design. She was poor too, like poor. But she would you know, every little bit she could get, she would cobble together in the house, and it was gorgeous. The house was gorgeous too, in addition to her. Great talent she had for that. I don't have that talent at all. But you can make a house beautiful and livable, but it's not through this like over-designed, cluttered Instagram, you know, like vibe bulletin board, mood board, whatever the fuck bullshit people do. Bosch actually being classist? I'm being the opposite of classist. I'm saying that poverty, in her case, was not an impediment to her building a really beautiful living space. You have to be rich to even LARP at having an internal space like this. You know, I know it looks like it's all cobbled together and bohemian and it's like quirky poor people, but it's not. Like, these pieces were selected and assembled in this room probably costs an insane amount of money to put together. It's staged. It's not. What about similar style but clutterless? Oh, like this? Well, you have to be rich to live in a place that looks like this, but this actually looks quite nice. Yeah, sure. If you're asking how I feel about like rustic wood, almost like open concept barn aesthetic designs, then I think they look great. I'm not dissing the overall architectural style, even though again you would have to be wealthy to live in a place that looks like this. But if you have wealth, then go for it. But this is a space that's livable. There's actually room to move around. It's not like this fake cobbled together space. I could easily imagine living here and moving around here. without feeling like I'm trying to step delicately through a, you know, an antique shop or a, you know, like a diorama. Some people like maximalist spaces. Yes, but there's a difference between IRL maximalism and cobbled together fake bullshit maximalism. And I would know that because Vermin likes maximalism, and I have to tiptoe my way through their studio when they do work. And it looks very, very different. There's a difference there. Those windows, though? Well, the windows are fine. Okay, okay. Shout out Reddit r/maximalism. We're not getting off this topic, are we? What's the top post on maximalism? God damn. Fucking Versailles shit. This is not my aesthetic, but I respect it. Notice how this maximalist aesthetic is kept to a wall rather than entire, like, room diorama. That's fine. Oh, this is nice. See, no, I'm not going to mind this because the posts to this Reddit are going to be like real spaces. Look, these bits of like maximalist aesthetic are kept in spaces where they can be appreciated, but they don't interfere with the overall flow of the room, thus leaving this place accessible for movement and for use. It's still too much for me personally. Like, I wouldn't want to live in a space this cluttered. It would make me very anxious. But this is an aesthetic style that I can respect. Even if I don't like it personally. Ooh. Wow. Okay, see? Not mine, but I'm obsessed. And you know what the difference is? You know what the difference is? This looks expensive. I can imagine a quirky guy assembling these pieces over time to make their room look like this without being wealthy. And this person isn't wealthy. Look at that couch. This was made by an artist who is creating a setting for a photo shoot. This is not lived in. No one has ever sat here. Yeah. Present the OG maximalist house grandmas. Well, grandmas do as grandmas will. I don't know. Oh, that looks quite nice. I like that. I like that a lot. There we go. Do you see what you guys understand what I mean when I talk about the difference between a space that is cluttered but livable and human versus a space that is purely aestheticized, right? The separation between a house as a canvas for a painting and a house as a messy, ordinary place that you then beautify yourself. Okay. That's a lot to look at, you know. I would stumble and knock over like all of this in one. That looks very nice. Accent wall freehand in my entryway. I think that looks good. Oh, huge improvement. Look at that. Huge improvement. That's nice. I like that. I don't know if I would have gone with this specifically. I would have like used painter's tape to like do rectangles with gray paint or whatever. But I prefer the existence of the accent wall to its absence. Wow, freehand painted this? God damn. This is some like Eastern European Orthodox like puppet shit, you know? Ooh. What an odd oven. Does anyone have it's a double oven. Does anyone have an oven like this? I don't have an oven like this. I've never seen one like this. Is this common in other countries? Or is it like old-fashioned? Very expensive oven. Oh, okay. Well, probably a worthwhile thing to spend a lot of money on. Isn't a regular oven like $500? It's not that expensive considering how much you use it. Cost of gas oven. Gas range. Yeah, oven range. The combo unit. Everyone gets a combo unit. Yeah, $600. Like nicer ones are like $1,200. I think mine was just like $500. I don't have a fancy. Yeah. That oven's about 9,000. Whew. Yeah. Well, yeah. That's really nice. Though, aren't we stretching the definition of maximalist a little bit here? Like, I don't think this is maximalist. I just think it looks nice. I wonder if I'll ever own my own home. That looks nice. Simply save up money. Homes are expensive, man. Shit, we have a debate in 5 minutes. Well, I don't regret how we've spent our time thus far this stream. I think we've all had a wonderful time reflecting on the consumerism, something, leftism, something, Marx. I assume I have an email from the Vanguard boys, or if not, a Twitter DM. No email. I do have an email from somebody called Person coming on to talk about determinism. I don't want to talk about determinism. I'll respond to them later. And Twitter, let's see. Do I have any DMs? I have 2. Are either of them from... Oh, I have 8. Okay. But one of them is from Vanguard. The Vanguard. Okay, I'll join in 4 minutes. Nice. Personally, I tend to like minimalist aesthetics, but yeah, I don't really know. Well, you can actually see. Here, I'll turn off the colored lights. I know, spooky, right? I like this quite a lot. I think this is nice because well, I like the furniture on its own, but you know, it's sort of kept to the side, and then there's like a lot of space to walk in. No, it's not minimalist at all, but this whole wall is completely barren. I don't know. I don't know if I necessarily like minimalism. I think I like spatial simplicity, you know? I think that the space within a room should be blocked in a way that makes it very clear where like the walkable accessible areas are without like threat of knocking into something and toppling it all over. I believe. Can you put it in focus? Hard to see. Sometime later. Do you have sound dampening panels in the room? No, I don't. It's weird seeing your room look only like a room. Yeah, I'm just in a room in a house, you know. I try not to maintain like the artifice of a studio that much because I'm just in my house. I'm chilling. What do you think of the interior design space? Nice, man. Oh wait, it's not Zoom we're talking on. It's StreamYard. Oh, that's fine. That doesn't make a difference. Would you have colored lights in there if you weren't a streamer? Probably not. No. Though I have been with e-girls who have colored lights in their bedrooms, and I will say that it does make their assholes look nice when they bend over. With the purple lighting, you know what I'm talking about. You all know what I'm talking about. Stop bragging. You can see photos of it online. Ugh. Ugh. New York apartment, $600, 3 minutes in. Sorry. All right, I'm going to be real with you. In New York for $600, I actually expected this to be a lot worse. I expected this to be like a tiny box. This is better than I expected. Are you ready to fight for Dark Brandon? Oh shit, I forgot what we're talking about. Yeah, okay, I'll join. All right, okay. Oh, I'm so fucking tired. Oh, okay. Yes, Code Monster. Remember to pee first? You're right, I should pee first. I'm gonna hit the add button, fuck you. Then we do the debate. I forget what we're debating. Whoa. Guys, why didn't you tell me I look like shit today? What the fuck? You didn't tell me anything about the sunken eyes, or the fact that I need to shave, or the fact that my hair isn't doing much of anything. Well, you didn't warn me. What if the Vanguard boys look better than me? I do need a haircut. All right, it's time. I still have that fucking Europop song stuck in my fucking head, man. Women are my favorite guy. Sex. I've wanted more. Just stop the... Fuck. God, that earworm, man. Holy shit. Okay. It's just gonna, like, distract me.
Yeah, absolutely. Shout out to you, Haley. And it does look like our guest of the hour is arriving. Yeah, so I guess without further ado, we'll go ahead and just say, what's up, Vosh? How are you?
Oh, what's up? I'm sleepy today. How are you doing?
No, I don't know if this is just me, but I cannot hear what Vosh is saying.
Uh-oh. Why is that? Settings.
Yeah, I'm also not getting any audio. That's weird.
Audio.
Yeah, fuck. Oh, well. Let me see what I can do on our end, Gavin.
Yo.
Oh, there we go. You're good.
There we go. I reset which mic I use. Yeah, hello. Howdy. How you doing?
Doing good.
Well.
Doing good.
Yeah, sorry to cut you off, Zach. Doing great, man. Really excited to have this chat. Definitely, this is a conversation that I think needs to be had about the Green Party, about third party movements in general, and specifically about the candidate in question, Dr. Cornel West, who I know we have some disagreements on, Vosh. So welcome back to the Vanguard. Thank you so much for taking the time to come hash this out with us. What have you been up to, man?
Having a bad sleep schedule, mostly. I got a new kitten recently. What else? I'm trying to make a video game. That's been pretty fun. Just a wide range of, this is my word of the day, bohemian interests. Being Joe Biden's strongest soldier, obviously, that's a day job. No, fun stuff like that. And I am happy to talk with you both. Whatever our disagreements, I find something interesting about the both of you, which distinguishes you from who I would consider to be your contemporaries, is that you're both actually human beings, which is not how I feel about a lot of other people I have this disagreement on.
Yeah, well, we try and be, look, I mean, everybody considers themselves to be a reasonable person. I guess it's not much of an entry point to be like, well, I consider myself to be a pretty reasonable human, a pretty personable guy. But I mean, I guess I could just see multiple angles on the third party strategy thing. And that's why I wanted to, broach this with you, Vosh. Back in 2020, I think I was sympathetic to a lot of the arguments that you're about to present to our audience, given the, tremendous threat of, Donald Trump returning to office, obviously in the wake of COVID-19, that was all, on the forefront of everybody's minds. He had basically not handled one of the most, destructive viruses of all, our entire lifetime, going back over 100 years. He was, careless in every fucking international conflict that we got into. We could go into the litany of problems of Donald Trump. And as a result of that, I was like, look, guys, I don't have any very kind words to say about Joe Biden, but I'm going to go ahead and pull the lever for the guy, given the fact that I think that he might do a couple of key issues that there's do things I agree with on, certain key issues, that Donald Trump was just absolutely unwilling to kind of consider, to unwilling to go down the road of. Obviously, one of the chief things that I was interested in with Joe Biden, grasping at threads. He's not a perfect candidate, obviously, but I thought that he would do a better job at things like getting back into the Iran deal. Donald Trump practically nuked our relationship with Iran. Obviously, there was the extrajudicial assassination of Qasem Soleimani. There was the appointment of John Bolton, who has wanted nothing throughout his entire career than conflict with Iran, etc. So I thought that Joe Biden would be able to come in and shore that up, potentially rejoin the Iran nuclear deal, which was a accomplishment of the Obama and Biden administration that I actually thought was good. He abandoned that. He abandoned the $15 minimum wage, was unwilling to literally do the most pen stroke work of firing a Senate parliamentarian to raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour. He opened up offshore drilling in natural areas more than even Donald Trump had. He didn't end Title 42 until, gosh, what, 6-7 weeks ago. It feels like, that was longer than Donald Trump had the brutal immigration policy enforced, even though it was at the height of the pandemic at that time. These list of things lead me to feel like the minutia between Joe Biden and, again, we said it on a clip that I think you've reacted to. I'm not here to make the case that, Joe Biden is as bad or worse than Donald Trump. I do not believe that. I believe that he is clearly the lesser evil candidate. But I also don't believe that with the timeline that we have, continuously supporting the lesser evil candidate is going to yield the results that I think all three of us would like. I may be giving birth to grandchildren that get to see a post-climate society in the year 2080. You know what I mean? Maybe not having to pay $6,000 a month for rent if you live in an urban epicenter, right? Because at the rate that things are going, so much displacement is going to occur both internationally as a result of the aforementioned climate change, but also domestically as the cost of living goes up in a way that Joe Biden is absolutely unwilling to intervene on. So just to kind of start the discourse, that's kind of where I'm coming at all of this on, Vosh. Like, how would you try and present to me that I should still vote for Joe Biden anyway in the face of all of those lack of accomplishments, and not a candidate like Cornel West, who I think is much more on the same page as me politically?
Well, leaving aside any criticisms I have for Cornel West, of which there are at least a few, the broader argument to me is just that it's not really a choice we have in the matter. Ultimately, any positive outcomes we're going to get for this country and its political future will be dictated by the interests of the working class, and at the moment, we have to meet the working class where they are. The vast majority of people in this country consider political engagement in this country to be limited to a discussion between Joe Biden and Donald Trump, or the Democrats and the Republicans. I don't think that we can skip a step and jump right on over to Cornel West, especially when the system is electorally rigged against third parties. And our best bet is to continue to use the potential viability of the Democrats to hold back the tide of fascist power taking. And in so doing, hopefully we can, as an additional step, try to warm them up to better ideas. I think Bernie Sanders did a great job of this, simultaneously bolstering the Democratic Party while also introducing people to more radical ideas within it. But we don't really have the luxury of handing anything over to Trump or the GOP. They're openly anti-democracy. Trump just said he'd suspend the Constitution. Every candidate but Trump is worse than Trump. DeSantis is worse than Trump. Vivek is worse than Trump. He's the best case scenario in the GOP, and he's also not acceptable. It's not a luxury we have to say, well, we can leave this up on a shot. We can leave it to a lark while we play around with our better options. I think we have to work on what reaches the most people most effectively, which is why I'd be more positively inclined to Cornel West if he'd ran as a Democrat. I know the Dems are not keen on a primary this time around, but I think he could have reached a lot more people than if he'd, gone the road that he did.
Yeah, well, first of all, I wanted to say that I'm actually not opposed to the idea of Dr. Cornel West running as a Democrat. There have been a couple people that have posited the idea. I think there was a Jacobin article written saying that Cornel should run as a Democrat, take advantage of the primary. And some people were like dunking on that article and its author. I thought that that article was perfectly reasonable. I understand why Cornel West doesn't want to run in the Democratic Party primary, but ultimately it's not something that I think would necessarily make his campaign any less viable. For sure, if anything, it would only make it more viable and would only give him more attention in the media, more access to mainstream media spaces in which he can, deliver his message and kind of have a megaphone to speak to the American people. But that being said, he decided to run as a Green Party candidate, not in the Democratic primary. So I think that's kind of where we have to analyze the situation from. And as far as the Democratic primary goes, there actually is a candidate that Zach and I are supporting in that primary as well. We're both huge fans of Marianne Williamson and what she's bringing to the conversation. I think in many ways her candidacy comes close to embodying the essence of the progressive movement that Bernie Sanders started and the progressive socialist message that he kind of became so successful because of, right? And honestly, one of the most depressing things for me to watch happen as a progressive political commentator has been the dissipation of energy around policies like Medicare for All in the wake of the Bernie Sanders campaign ending in 2020. Bernie Sanders proved to us that via electoralism, I think even in the form of a long shot campaign, you really can move the ball forward. You can normalize progressive policies like socialized healthcare and massively increase public support and enthusiasm for said proposals, just like Bernie Sanders did before he even really had a chance of winning, right? I think it's hard to get people really excited about progressive activism, specifically when it relates to kind of depressing subject matters like climate change, for example. But I think it's a lot easier to get people excited about and paying attention to a presidential campaign. I've always said that progressive presidential campaign is like a rising tide that lifts the boats of progressive activism, just like we saw with Bernie. All these activist movements, like for healthcare, et cetera, they got a big, huge help, like a big lift, thanks to the enthusiasm that Bernie generated for those causes and those movements. And that's why I think it's really important that the left continues to engage in electoralism in presidential elections, and that our ideas have a marked presence in the debate surrounding the presidential election, which again is when most people kind of start tuning in and actually start paying attention to politics. That's why Zach and I have been so enthusiastic and supportive of Marianne Williamson, who I do think comes close to embodying that essence that Bernie Sanders represented. Like I said, that progressive message. Her platform is very similar to his, and in some ways even better. But despite the fact that Marianne, as well as RFK Jr., who I'm not a fan of, despite the fact that they're polling at 10% and 20% respectively, the DNC is completely refusing to sanction debates, in essence, refusing to sanction a primary at all. And meanwhile, they're talking about what a threat to democracy the Republicans represent. They're not even entertaining the idea of democracy when it comes to their own party electorate. I think that's pretty crazy. And I think that it leaves us no choice but to engage in the presidential electoral process via the only other means that's left to us, which is to enter the general election as a third-party candidate to try to get on the debate stage that way, because the issues that we're fighting for as progressives are simply too pressing for us to take 4 years off and stand idly by as they coronate Joe Biden again, who's a feeble personification of establishment politics, who, despite being slightly better than some of his more neoliberal counterparts in the Democratic Party, still completely fails to meet the moment on the front of climate change, income inequality, ballooning police budgets, the military budget, and more. Tens of thousands of Americans continue to die every year under Joe Biden's watch due to lack of health insurance. And despite the fact that Biden promised to deliver a public option for the people while he was campaigning, he hasn't mentioned it since getting elected. Without Cornel West as a left flank candidate representing a thorn in the side of Joe Biden, who will call him out and hold him accountable for his failures, Vosh? Who will make the moral case against the neoliberalism that he represents? Because if it's not Cornel West, the only other candidate is potentially going to be Joe Manchin, who's not Donald Trump. If he decides to get in the race as an independent candidate or a no labels candidate, then that will represent the Overton window shrinking even more, and less debate, less attention for actual leftist causes that all three of us care about. Who will keep the momentum for policies like a Green New Deal, reparations, Medicare for all, and others alive while Joe Biden and Donald Trump continue to shrink the Overton window? And that's just the question that I most wanted to ask you, Vosh.
Well, there's a lot to get at there, but unfortunately, the answer is, if it's not within the Democratic primary, the answer is you don't get to. That's it. Nothing we do can come at the potential risk of empowering the fascists. Anti-fascism is the #1 ideological priority of everyone who isn't a fascist. It's as simple as that. It's not fair. I'm publicly critical of the Democrats for being so opposed to internal democracy. I've mocked them for being worse about it than the Republicans. But that doesn't change the underlying math. If anything that is done to, as you say, hold the neoliberal accountable, and it won't meaningfully, of course. The Democrats don't care if they lose, and they certainly don't care if an edge case candidate like Cornel West, who almost certainly, based on historical records, won't get 5%, but even if he did, wouldn't make a dent in Joe Biden's viability as a candidate. Unless it's to lose against Trump, which is the thing that we cannot allow to happen. If it's not done in the Democrat primary, then that's just the end of it. We can't risk this. I don't think that progressives are going to sleep for 4 years if Joe Biden wins again. There's plenty that we can do within that space. There's plenty progressives have done. Midterms showed that progressives won big, more than we expected, certainly, both in the sense that Republicans lost and the better Democrats won. We've seen wins in places like Chicago on local levels. I think that there's room for a lot of work that can be done. We just have to do it in ways that don't potentially give ammunition or power to our adversaries. I don't think we get another election if the GOP wins again. We don't really have room to mess up on that front.
I guess my follow-up to that, Vosh, would be, you know, what is your end? You know, and maybe you don't have one, but I think that that's kind of the gap here, right? Is I think that, per my mind, let's just, you know, engage in a counterfactual. We, you know, show up, everybody votes for Joe Biden, you know, kind of per your argument that you laid out, Vosh, as a denouncement of fascism from the Republican Party in whatever form it takes, Vivek, DeSantis, Donald Trump, who cares, right? And then at that point, you have Joe Biden in his second term, you know, continuing his policy directions as he was engaged with today. And then he passes away and we get Kamala Harris as the VP who takes over and is now the president. And then the next election cycle comes around and they say there's not going to be a primary. It will be Kamala Harris in a similar way as it is right now, where they just decide not to engage in debates. They say, we have our president. You know, this is the first black woman president. You know, this is the person that we're going to go with. And
Can
then
I
again,
answer you preemptively? Because I know what
Sure.
you're getting at.
You're going to just say you'd vote for her, right?
It never ends. We suffer and then we die. If all you can do in an election is push the fascists back for 4 more years, and then you do so, that's a victory. If you have the opportunity in an election to do something more, or a primary candidate to put forward who might be able to do something more, then you do that. And I think we should do that. But ultimately, the fight doesn't end at the ballot box. There are plenty of extra legislative and extra electoral ways to get your political message across. But we have to understand what we are capable of doing within the purview of any given election. Right now, with Joe Biden at the helm, the only thing we can do in 2024 is give ourselves a little bit more time. And maybe that'll be the case in 2028 and 2032 and so on and so forth. Maybe that'll be the case for as long as I'm alive. But if the math pans out that way, that's all there is to do with it. Socialism has been a known concept for well over a century. There is no socialist country on earth today. We have to understand we're dealing with timetables that extend well beyond our lives. We can't get indignant and frustrated when we don't get what we want, because the truth is we'll never get what we want, and then we'll die. No socialist has ever gotten what they wanted. It's the ability to rationally assess the range of what is possible and to act within it. Something political radicals tend to be really bad at. Fascists are always getting themselves killed because they can't understand the nature of the threats they face. And socialists have a similar problem. An inability to understand the meaningful distinctions between fascism and liberalism being a key one. If we don't understand that, then we will also be killed. We need to understand that the venue for our engagement with the masses has to be done under a liberal democracy. You can't do it under fascism. We're not allowed to speak under fascism.
But apparently we're not able to do it under a liberal democracy, as you just laid out. You said that we're always
doing it.
You know,
right now.
But this hasn't been working, Vosh. We've been spiraling towards climate change. Even if you look at people who would agree with you, Vosh, and you know, allege that, you know, we need to vote for Joe Biden and stave off the threat of fascism at the expense of everything else, our climate change future, our the state of the planet, all of those kinds of things. Which, you know, I'm not a single issue voter. I don't mean to come off that way. Although I do think that the climate change conundrum, if you want to put it mildly, you know, is something that needs to be addressed. You know, immediately. And so to have this kind of line of thinking where it's like, no, all we can do is prioritize staving off the Republican Party, that just leads me to believe that we're all going to die from climate change. And I can't accept that outcome.
Well, we are, for one. But for two, the Republicans would be worse on the climate change issue, too. Trump doesn't believe climate change exists. At least he pretends not to believe it exists. Vivek has openly stated that climate change is happening and it's anthropogenic, but it's good. And Ron DeSantis has laughed as insurance agencies pull their plans and coverage from Florida due to increasing damage from extreme weather events. Oh, no. I'm not saying Biden's good on climate change. I'm just saying they're worse. Yet another reason to keep them at bay.
Vosh, Biden has done more drilling, though, than Donald Trump. Under Biden's administration, gas drilling approvals outpaced Donald Trump's. According to the Washington Post, Biden is approving more oil and gas drilling permits on public lands than Donald Trump.
Okay.
I don't think it's fair to say that if climate change is your number one issue, then that's a reason why you have to just keep voting for the Democrats, when I think this is one of the...
Are you earnestly suggesting that on all the issues altogether, if we were to surmise the positions and policies associated with climate, that Biden has been worse than Donald Trump? He was more of a coal guy. I think you're focusing on one specific element of his presidential term. I think if you look at the whole picture, though, it's pretty clear the Republican Party is far, far worse on climate issues than the Democrats.
I think that is fair.
Perfect.
I think that is fair to point out. However, I think the degree to which they are better is at times just appallingly unacceptable.
Right.
I mean, he's given a bunch of funding for green energy and subsidies to green energy. He believes climate change exists, which is a pretty important step in any kind of meaningful improvement, I'd say.
Yeah, but if you look at the actual trajectory of the rate that we've been destroying the planet, all of those steps are going to be inconsequential, right? So that's all kind of irrelevant. Like, he's taking menial steps. He's not actually willing to do the hard work that it would take in order to,
Yeah, so we have two
solutions.
options, and one of them's worse, so we should go for the not worse one.
Well, I want to push back on that whole logic, Vosh, because I don't think that we necessarily just have to accept the status quo when it comes to the duopoly and their control over our options. You talk a lot about fascism and enabling fascism, but I think we would both agree that one of the big red flags of a fascist political party is a party that tries at all costs to stop any sort of democracy from happening, to stop people from engaging or choosing candidates that align with their values. And I don't think that describes any political institution. Okay, well, I think that element of the Democratic Party is absolutely fascist, the way that they refuse to sanction democracy, not when Joe Biden has a candidate with 1% in the polling. I understand why Biden wouldn't want to debate a candidate who was maybe polling at 1%, similar to how Bill Weld challenged Donald Trump. He never got above like 2% in the polling. So Donald Trump never debated Bill Weld. I don't think that was like some sort of anti-democratic fascist thing. I understand why Trump, the incumbent of his party, didn't want to debate Bill Weld. But the fact of the matter is that Marianne Williamson is at 10%, RFK is at 20%. Biden is refusing to even basically acknowledge the fact that his challengers exist. They're not sanctioning a primary. They're in no way sanctioning democracy. And even if you want to say, okay, well, this is an incumbent presidency, usually the incumbent president doesn't have to go through a primary. Okay, this one's an exception. Well, let's go back to 2016. You want to talk about enabling fascism? The Democratic Party enabled the fascism of Donald Trump. Hillary Clinton did the Pied Piper strategy, elevated Donald Trump among the Republican candidates. Meanwhile, they fucked over and cheated Bernie Sanders, who was the actual people's candidate that could have defeated Donald Trump. Bernie Sanders could have staved off Donald Trump, and the DNC enabled the fascism of the Republican Party.
We're laying on a lot here, and we're doing some misnomers. All right, I'm a Bernie supporter. I don't take that back. They enabled the fascism unintentionally, but the Democratic Party did not deliberately get Donald Trump to win by fronting Hillary Clinton. The Democrats are incompetent and in some points collaborationist, but not insofar as they're willing to cede elections to the right. And they don't have to be internally democratic. They're a political party, not a government agency. They don't have to run a primary. I would prefer they did.
Isn't that deeply problematic?
Oh, I agree, but it's not fascism. I don't want these terms. I don't want these terms conflated, because to be clear, if the Republican Party got what they wanted, they would kill you both.
Vosh, I'm not saying
no. I want to be really clear, because we're clear on the wait, please. I didn't finish. We're clear on the threat of climate change, right? I understand the stakes involved. I just want it to be known that when I say, well, the Republican Party is fascist or whatever, I'm not just talking about like a temporary secession of rights. What I'm saying is, by my estimation, I feel I've made arguments that are fair and reasonable in this account, they would shoot you. So we're dealing with a threat level that we don't get to play with. There's no gradient here. We don't get to put a toe in and decide, okay, well, we'll cede a bit of power, but if it means that Cornel West gets to throw a rock at Biden, God, I wish, on the debate stage, there are concessions that we can't make. And as long as we can agree that Biden is better than Trump, which I think is a easy argument to make, the question then is, okay, insofar as we accept Biden must win, what can we do for the progressive agenda? And I think that's a valid question. And there's plenty we can do there, even stuff that upsets the Democratic Party. I mean, there's lots of work to be done there.
I agree, Vosh, but I think you're like slightly missing my point. I just want to make it clear what I'm saying here. I think that, and I agree about the threat, the fascism that the Republicans represent. I also, and this might be a slightly an area of disagreement that we don't have to go down an entire road. I also think the Democrats represent a more milquetoast variety of fascism. That is fascism nonetheless, but I will grant you that the Republican Party represents a more real more scary form of fascism. And my problem with the duopoly is that every single election cycle, as you said, it leads to there being a 50% chance of a fascist being elected. You said that earlier in the conversation. We just have to deal with the system and keep trying to stave off the fascists every time. Well, in 2016, more people voted for Hillary Clinton than Donald Trump, and the fascist still became president. In 2020, more people voted for Joe Biden than Donald Trump, and Biden did become president, but now the fascist is back. Biden didn't, charge him with sedition or take care of the problem or anything. He's back. Now we have to come out and do it all over again.
Yeah,
this is
we're gonna until we die. Yes.
And I reject that, and I think that
you
that
can't
dynamic,
reject it.
that
It's
duopoly
reality.
is worth protesting. I think it is worth protesting, just like many other elements of our society, which seem to be just set in stone and unchangeable. I think it's worth protesting. Every other developed country,
unchangeable. I don't think it's unchangeable. It cannot be. We cannot make attempts to change it in ways which allow for the fascists to win. I want it to change, but we can't attempt to change it in ways that cede ground to the fascists. That's my only condition.
Well, don't you think that it's ceding ground to the fascists more not to vote at all than it is to vote green? There's 40% of the country that doesn't vote at all. There's like 1% of the electorate that actually does decide to participate in democracy, that shows up to the polls and they cast their vote not for a fascist, but for someone to the left of even the Democrat. How is that person enabling fascism when 40% of the country doesn't even get out of the bed to go vote at all? How is that? How are these
Because
people enabling fascism?
A person who doesn't vote is unknowingly enabling fascism. A person who votes green is knowingly enabling fascism. You're right, though. But mathematically, they're the same thing. And I've got plenty of issues with people who don't vote, too.
I think that if I could maybe expand this a little bit, Vosh, because I am curious. I think that if we went down a litany of issues, political positions, right, Medicare for, let's just call it the Bernie Sanders slate, of modern policy prescriptions to make America a better place, right? I think down the line, you and I would probably agree with a lot of those issues. Am I correct in that?
I'm sure prescriptively we agree on almost every political issue.
Yeah. Okay. So my question for you is, if you're unwilling to engage in a electoral pursuit, you say, I'm not saying we can never have any of these things. I'm just saying that I'm not willing to risk it, i.e. in opposition to Donald Trump, right? Or, whatever the Republican Party is offering, which will undoubtedly be a fascist. How do we get there, right? Because I personally believe that a lot, right? I believe that, hey, we have to, I actually voted for Hillary Clinton, right? I was not fucking around with Donald Trump. You know what I mean? I've never been one of those people that was and neither has Gavin, one of those people that was January 6th wasn't that bad, or this guy is not actually a problem. I think that, that's absolutely absurd and just wrong by every metric, right? Donald Trump was fucking horrible as a president, but after seeing the amount of discourse around pushing Biden to the left, after seeing the amount of, these are the things that we have to do in order to accomplish things outside of the electoral process. This is what we have to do. And that was what was lectured to everybody in 2020, right? We actually had Noam Chomsky on our show, and he fucking lectured us about it. You know what I mean?
Oh, don't worry. I'd call him a fascist too.
Well, there you go. You know what? He's certainly terse. I'll put it that way. But, what I'm saying is that I am sympathetic to a lot of what you're sympathetic to. But how do we get there? Because I'm not willing to accept the outcome of we're just going to all die from climate change. Nobody's ever going to have health care. Rent is going to be continuously more and more unaffordable, as will things like food that's nutritious and, grown organically. Which our chat always calls me a yuppie for, but I do think everyone is entitled to. Things like that. How do we accomplish that in your estimation, still voting for Joe Biden?
Well, I think that, we need people on our side, obviously. Right now, it's about meeting people where they are. The average American right now, what do they care about? You say healthcare, they don't care. They don't care about healthcare. Inflation, they don't care about inflation. They say they do. People talk about it when they're polled. But what actually motivates people to get up, to go outside, to get angry online? Overwhelmingly, it's not meaningful stuff that actually affects the quality of their lives. It's culture war stuff. I mean, it's unfortunate. I'm not saying inflation and healthcare aren't important. They're critically important. But we can see this with climate change, right? Climate change, the greatest existential threat man has ever seen. And right now in England, if you go to, you're one of those just stop oil protesters, you go in front of a car for 2 seconds, every British person, they'll jump out of their car, they'll beat you to death right there. The cops will put their thumbs up. They want you dead, you know? People are bad at estimating the positions that actually matter to them. And I think what most people, I shouldn't say most, but many liberals in America are most concerned with right now is the encroach of fascism. It's something I'm obviously pretty concerned with as well. I think the best way to affect change is to work on wedge issues and pivot points, assuage people when possible, and get them increasingly concerned with the issues we care about when given the opportunity. So this is why Biden got so many more votes than Hillary Clinton, in addition to the fact that Biden is much more likable than Hillary. It's because after one term of Donald Trump's presidency, people realize, oh, this isn't like Bush anymore. You know, we can't just sit grumpy on the sidelines. There's like a threat, you know. Towards the end of Trump's presidency, Attorney General Barr was threatening sedition charges to Black Lives Matter protesters. Could have rounded up millions of Americans, though realistically he probably would have captured far fewer than that. It still would have been a threat to essentially everyone. This is a real problem. And now people are all worked up over it. And a lot of people will take anyone, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, anyone, over the alternative. So I say, work with it. Be God's strongest soldier for Joe Biden. Assuage those fears. Work
but that doesn't.
line.
Hold on. I don't want to cut you off.
But we're doing it for a good reason, because we're biding our time, and we're introducing our perspective on wedge issues when given the chance. See, that's why I think the progressives did so well back in 2020. This is the era of populism, right? It's not just
well. Hold on, though, Vosh. Hold on. You said introducing the ideas over time, but I mean, I'm not that old. I remember going from 2015, Barack Obama's president. I'm a junior in high school. Then AP Gov starts August, 2015. And all anybody's talking about is Bernie Sanders. And now the entire political discourse has changed to include like whether or not it's crazy to give everybody free healthcare, whether or not it's crazy to give everybody college tuition for free, at a public level. Everybody's talking about how is this crazy or not? And then the entire public settled on the fact that no, it wasn't crazy. And you can still look, as I'm sure you have done, Fox News polling, which will show that if you ask people if, healthcare is a human right, if everybody should be afforded, healthcare, or even if you ask them specifically about Medicare for all, it'll be above water. 51%, right?
Yeah,
that happened. Immaculate. That was a seismic shift in, people's understanding, people's, the Overton window is like the popular way of phrasing it, I think, right? Is that it was shifted massively to the left, right? And so now people started to believe, oh, hey, maybe we can have these things that everyone else in the developed world has, that we ensured they had if it was a country that we destroyed after World War II. We made sure they had a nationalized health service, right? And you can document all over the world, France, Italy, South Korea, Japan, they all have a fucking far superior healthcare system than us.
Happen? When was this big shift in people's perspectives and what can and can't be done by the government?
I believe it. I mean, don't you believe when were people talking about any of those things? When was there rhetoric and groundswell? I mean, if you look at the membership of the DSA, it went through the fucking roof when that happened. I mean, and now you have things popping up across the country like tenants unions. You have, organizers, moving around. It was a seismic shift in the public consciousness. I feel like,
I feel like it's that back in 2016, right?
Right. And so what do we do to take that shift, right? Which I feel like happened overnight. You keep calling them like fringe wedge issues, but actually they have a lot of popular support, broad public support, even amongst people who would not be Democratic primary voters. So it's not a wedge issue. It's not a fringe issue. It's actually the popular issue. As you mentioned, we're in an era of populism, but yet we've denied, because of our corporate duopoly, anybody the opportunity to actually support a candidate that's going to institute those policies, which just, of course, encourages disenfranchisement.
That's exactly the thing, though. Bernie Sanders only did well back in 2016 because it was preceded with 8 years of Obama. Obama crushed McCain and did really well against Mitt Romney as well. Obama's era was one of complacency, but complacency has a positive side, which is when people get comfortable. When people get, did I say Mitt Romney? Mitt Romney, whatever. All white people the same. When people get complacent, when people get familiar with Obama type status quo smug liberal politics, right? People want more. The problem we're dealing with right now is that the Republican Party is such an existential threat that it's introduced an environment where any Democrat is so much better than the Republicans that we've kind of cut down on the internal differences. The difference between Bernie Sanders and Joe Biden is nothing compared to the difference between Joe Biden and Donald Trump. They're massive. The gulf is huge. And so the apparent difference between candidates on the left shrinks. What we need to do is crush the Republicans. We need to assist in the Democrats' victory over them. The Republicans must have no chance of winning. They have to be irrelevant. They need to be made non-existent as a party. And in that environment, which is the environment we were in back in 2008, 2012, where Obama was crushing it, was doing well on basically every level up until the very end, in that environment, people become discontented because now that they're no longer placated with the threat of Republican intervention, they can be sold a better narrative. And that's why Bernie Sanders hit the way he did. If Bernie Sanders had showed up in 2020 for the first time, I think it would have been like Marianne right now. I think he would have just shown up, little voice, gone down, not really mattered. You know, I think he just would have been another person up on that stage.
Wait, Vosh, just to understand, I feel like you kind of contradicted yourself because earlier you said we're always going to have to deal with the Republicans in every election cycle, and it's always going to be something that until we die, we're going to have to resist and fight back against. But now you just said we have to basically defeat them once and for all or something?
We need to, well, I don't think fascism is literally an eternal threat, but I think that we need to always ward off against the right wing, however it may represent itself. And I think that insofar as fascism exists in this country through the GOP, it can be pushed down, not done away with entirely, of course, but if it seems like less of a threat, then yeah, I think there's more room for discourse on the left, right? Because then the average voter, the average liberal, doesn't see every election as an existential war for the safety of this country and its democracy, but rather as, you know, there's a little bit more wiggle room. The main reason people voted for Biden in 2020 was because he was the most electable candidate, not because they liked him or his policies or any other reason actually associated with him, but because he was the most electable, which indicates to me that they were concerned first and foremost with beating a Republican, not with finding a Democrat candidate they liked. I think we need to focus on the first priority, beating fascists first, and then we get the luxury of bantying about our ideas in an environment where they're taken over any victory against fascists.
I understand what you're saying, but I think the problem I have with that is I feel like that's what we've been doing for all of modern American history, right? And as long as we have a duopoly, that means that the pendulum's going to keep swinging back and forth. Even if we defeat fascism for now, in 4 years, we're going to be in a whole different political climate. And the nature of a duopoly election is that the pendulum swings back. Even after 8 years of Democratic dominance under Obama, like you mentioned, pendulum still swung back to Donald Trump. Sometimes people just get bored of who's in power and you know, think maybe this other team will help me out more. We saw the same thing happen in Brazil when Lula, who was president for like 14 years or something and did such a great job as president, but people that had grown up under Lula and didn't really know anything else, they were like, hell, we'll vote for this other guy, Bolsonaro, just because he's different. We don't know what it's like to not live under Lula, so let's, you know, try out Bolsonaro.
Have changed. I mean, we got the Civil Rights Act. The country's clearly shifted leftward over time, even if things swing between the two parties, an inevitable consequence of a first past the post voting system.
That's what I'm saying is worth protesting, Vosh. This idea that we have to have only two choices, which aren't even real choices, by the way, because as I said, the DNC massively put their fingers on the scale and you know, basically cheated Bernie Sanders out of the 2016 election when he actually could have beat Donald Trump. I don't think Donald Trump would have really been successful under against any other candidate, you know, other than Hillary, who was so uniquely easy for him to defeat. And who gave us Hillary? The DNC gave us Hillary, and Trump, for that matter. Like I said, they did the Pied Piper strategy with whether or not it was intentionally a way to make Trump president. Obviously not, but it still kind of enabled him to a very large degree. And I
do away with first past the post voting. I agree. We're not going to do that under fascism, though.
Well, let's talk a little bit about that then, Vosh, because I'm sympathetic to the argument. We had this conversation with Kyle Kalinske. I think you reacted to it, and I think that he made a version of this argument that I'm definitely I understand, right? And I appreciate the fact that Kyle You know, he says, I would love to vote for Cornel West. I would love to vote for the Green Party as I have in the past. I just don't think it's realistic because of the fact that we have first past the post voting. We don't have ranked choice voting yet. So until we have something like ranked choice voting, I don't really think it's like viable to support third party candidates. I understand that logic and I get that argument. But that being said, I think that the third party movement is all about resisting the duopoly aggressively, not asking for their permission to vote for a candidate who's not just one of two evils, right? So just waiting around until we have ranked choice voting, I don't think that's a good idea either, because we can't just wait for permission, right? We can't just wait until
we can, and we have to. It's not mathematically possible for a third party to outperform one of the two major parties in a first.
It has happened
system.
though, in elections.
You have to go back like a long time.
I mean, in the late '90s, Jesse Ventura won the governorship of Minnesota,
or local elections, to be sure. But states don't always have the same systems for allocating votes. We obviously have the Electoral College for the federal government. The amount of money that's spent between the two parties on advertising themselves and legitimizing themselves, it's not something that a third party can compete with. And even if they did so far as to oust their ideologically, adjacent party, all they would do is throw the election to the other side. We do need something other than first past the post voting, or there's no viability for third party candidates. It's just mathematically not possible. We know how these models trend. It's just not viable. It's essentially a waste of a vote.
Well, Vosh, if that's the case, and I kind of agree to some extent, and people actually become worried enough about the spoiler effect that they institute ranked choice voting, which, if anyone's not familiar, takes care of the spoiler effect. Under ranked choice voting, you could vote number 1, Cornel West, number 2, Joe Biden, and then if Cornel West doesn't get enough votes, then your vote carries over and it goes to Joe Biden, right? That's the system we'd all like to live in, because then you can vote your conscience without having to worry about the spoiler effect. But I think that there's not going to be much of a public appetite for ranked choice voting. No one's even really going to care about it unless there is a bold and viable third party movement in the first place, right? It's kind of like the chicken and the egg. No one's going to care about ranked choice voting until they actually have third party candidates that they're excited about and want to see elected. And if we can get Cornel West to 5%, mostly through a strategy of people who live in safe states like Alabama, which is definitely going to go red, or California, which is definitely going to go blue. If we can get to a strategy where those people, at least enough of them, vote for Dr. West and get him to 5%, well, that will be a real game changer, in my opinion. It would qualify the Green Party for recognition as an official national party and for federal funding in the next presidential race. That would increase the public awareness of the Green Party and of the concept of non-duopoly options, in my opinion, to such an extent that it would increase the movement for ranked choice voting. It would make more people interested in making ranked choice voting a reality, because without that, people are just going to forever believe that third-party candidates are a waste of their vote, that it's just a protest vote, that it's unserious, unviable. Right, and that's why we need ranked choice voting. And until people actually have an appetite and want third-party candidates as options and to be able to succeed, no one's going to be doing activism on behalf of ranked choice voting.
If we're going to chicken and the egg this argument, I think we should start at the point that doesn't cede votes over to the fascists. Beginning with ranked choice voting and then building up legitimate third-party movements is the best shot that we have for making that work. But tossing 5% of the vote to Cornel West, making it harder for Joe Biden to win against Donald Trump. And for what?
How does people showing up to vote in Alabama for Green Party candidate hurt the chances of Joe Biden? Do you think Joe Biden has a feasible chance of winning a state like Alabama with all of its gerrymandering and fucking crazy people?
Well, first of all, voting doesn't actually work that way. When public figures such as yourself and I say, hey, vote for this third-party candidate, but only in this slim case in these states, what you're actually saying is vote for the candidate. I've just seen this before in 2016 and 2020, and I don't, there's never, no matter how disciplined you are when you say it, people vote for who they think they should vote for, and they're not going to let pragmatism come in the way of that. It's just a consistent problem. Also, I want Alabama to go blue, Cali's not solid blue, right? Like, there's a lot of red in Cali, and, Georgia went blue. People didn't expect that. Maybe some people would have written Georgia off as red. I certainly think I might have, Florida used to be a swing state. Now it's red. Maybe it could go blue again. The problem is, if you give up as soon as a state turns red, then you preclude the possibility of moving it back into being a swing state. And if you give up when the state's already blue, then you give the Republicans the opportunity to pull it into a swing state. You know?
I don't think it's giving up though to say, hey, because of the fact that my vote is essentially meaningless if I live in New York or Alabama.
That's giving you. That's the giving up. You just said the giving up.
Giving up perhaps on the Democrats, but not in general. I think it's saying, okay, because of the fact that in my assessment, it's a waste of my vote, no matter who I vote for in Alabama, might as well take that opportunity to try to build something new on this ripe, fertile ground, right? I don't think that's really giving up. And also another related,
you're ceding ground to the Reds.
I mean, I think that in a state like Alabama, as Zach said, there's not really a feasible chance that Joe Biden has of winning the state, which is another reason to raise awareness about how pointless the Electoral College is. I think it's ridiculous.
Texas.
Well, Texas, I think, is close enough to being a swing state at this point that you could make the calculus that you want. I'm not in the business personally of telling people necessarily who to vote for or
do it. Wait, why not? It's a moral judgment. We should make prescriptive statements.
Because Vosh, I think it depends on which state you live in. I think that for everyone in my audience, they probably have slightly different experiences and slightly different priorities that might lead them to wanting to vote for Joe Biden over Donald Trump, but also people that would want to vote for Cornel West and have no interest in voting for Joe Biden. Maybe them or people they know have been affected by the crime bill that Joe Biden wrote. Maybe people they know have been affected.
No. Fuck their experiences. Fuck my audience's experiences. Fuck all of them. If there's a moral argument to be made, then their opinions don't matter. You say what you think is right. In Texas, is it Joe Biden or Cornel West? I don't get into this. So my interest in electoralism isn't get out there and vitalize the system. As far as I'm concerned, there are right and wrong answers, and I want people to make the right ones. And I'll be as forceful about that with my audience or others as I feel is necessary. A lot's on the line here. I just worry that while we're all starry-eyed looking up at the sky, hoping that maybe with this esoteric strategy we can get Cornel West to somehow get more votes than the prior third-party candidates have, and that would get him the $15 million or so in federal funding that he could then use to get, let's be real, not that much more of a percent of the vote. Debate against Joe Biden, which would be a senile old man throwing rocks fest, accomplish nothing. Joe Biden maybe wins, maybe loses, but it's harder for him now against Donald Trump. And all of this is the risk. I mean, we're flirting with the worst possible outcome. That's what I'm worried about. It would be a lot easier to make these decisions and take these risks in an environment where loss does not come at mortal expense. We have to be careful.
But then it's a zero-sum game, Vosh, which is what I've been trying to, and I don't want to steer the conversation backwards.
Votes are votes.
What I wanted to, kind of get your perspective on here is that you made the point that, you would prioritize ranked choice voting as a potential solution, and calling your Congress people, whatever, getting them, people motivated on board with passing ranked choice voting before you would ever consider, supporting a third-party operation, which is fine. I just think that makes it impossible, because not only are you going to come up against absolute crazy opposition from basically every corporate source ever, the Republicans, but also you're going to have to start battling the Democrats, right? And if you always fold and you always come back and give the Democrats what they want, that they will never institute ranked choice voting, because they know it will be their death certificate, right? The Democrats want a rigged game between, they want to be the only game in town, right? They want to, it's like Vegas. It's all divvied up between the same couple of fucking casino owners, right? Even though they open up a bunch of different fucking, casinos on the strip, hotels on the strip, it's all the same fucking five guys that run the show, right? And that's exactly how they like it. And if anybody else comes onto the block, they will fucking collectively, like piranhas, run that guy out of town. That's how the Democrats like it, because as you mentioned, I believe on this exact stream.
Has the game changed at all in the past
century? Well, I know you brought up the civil rights movement, and obviously that's a tremendous accomplishment that was brought after fucking decades of horrendous struggle by some of the greatest Americans that we've ever seen. And no, I would never try and downplay that, but I would also introduce to you the fact that a lot of fucked up shit happened after the civil rights movement, right? We've been on a downward slide where not a lot of great things have happened. One, we lost Roe versus Wade comes to mind pretty quickly. It doesn't look like Obergefell is going to be fucking protected. In the future, if the Supreme Court keeps going the way that it's going, they'll tear every fucking protection
but
apart.
That's because the Republicans won.
Loving,
they got to win. They got one, but that's it. That's what I'm saying, right? They got one term. Trump appointed 3 judges, and that's all it took for them to tear apart a whole bunch of civil rights oriented you know.
But in addition, I just took that in one direction. We could talk about the other things that have happened far before Donald Trump did that. We could talk about NAFTA and how, as a result of Bill Clinton and the Democrats in the 80s trying to appease whatever fucking craziness of the right wingers at the time, the like new Democrat, oh, it's the economy, stupid kind of fucking bullshit that was going on at the time. It led us to fucking offshoring all kinds of jobs, right? What was Obama up to? He was offshoring all kinds of fucking jobs, and he was also bailing out the bankers. Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, I'm not saying everything's perfect, but things have gotten, on the whole, better over the past 100 years, in spite of the fact that we've been juggled in a corporate duopoly. I don't think that the existence of a corporate duopoly means that we're incapable of making positive changes. I think lots of positive change can be made from within it. And I also think that, let's be realistic here, your shot at changing all this has a 0% chance at working. The overwhelming might of global capitalism stopped by people in Alabama voting for Cornel West rather than... No. See, that's the thing here. What you're talking about fundamentally is a corporate superstructure that can only be overthrown through great violence, or at the very least civic uphaul. We're not talking about something that Cornel West can do. Bernie Sanders couldn't do it. None of us can, not individually and not as a group. We're talking about revolutionary stuff. So as long as we're talking about a problem that can't be solved with non-revolutionary engagement, as long as we're talking on the electoral level, I think we should solve with electoralism what electoralism can solve, and that is holding back fascism for a bit. If you want to challenge the corporate duopoly, I don't endorse you doing so in this fashion on this level, not only because it cedes ground to fascists, I think, but also because it's not the level at which you'd have to engage. Let's be real. The corporate duopoly is not going to be overthrown by third parties without significant changes to our civil structure. You're talking about larger things, which I hope could also be engaged in without ceding ground to fascists. But this environment, I just feel like people make electoralism out to be more than it is. As far as I'm concerned, I wake up 1 year out of every 2 and I go to the poll and I do my best to sort of ward off the legal encroach of fascism. But that's it. You know, that's a small step in a broader plan.
Right. And I think that's where the disagreement between us kind of really is found, Vosh, because what we're saying is that we have to seize upon the opportunity that is afforded to us by electoralism, specifically the once every 4 years horse race and media spectacle that is the presidential election. I'm saying we have to seize on that, and we have to think like activists, not just people that are going into a voting booth to practically make a decision. The media, like I said, affords us once every 4 years this gigantic horse race spectacle that everyone decides to pay attention to. And as I mentioned at the beginning of this debate, Bernie Sanders proved to us that even via a long shot campaign that at first wasn't at all taken seriously, you can use that circus to seriously elevate real positions and progressive priorities that previously were unthinkable and not even part of the political discourse in this country. You can elevate these positions and actually start a literal mass political movement. In the case of Bernie Sanders, the likes of which has not existed in my entire lifetime. And that was accomplished via electoralism. Now, as I said,
he ran as a Dem.
Right. And as I said at the beginning of this debate, that's why Zach and I are supportive of Marianne Williamson. I think that she is continuing the project that Bernie Sanders started, and in some ways trying to go even further by talking about issues like reparations that Bernie Sanders didn't even touch. And I really appreciate the work that she's doing. But the fact of the matter is that the Democratic Party is refusing to acknowledge it. They're refusing to sanction a debate. They're refusing to let the American people hear her ideas. They're refusing to let her ideas be contrasted with the current administration's whatsoever. So while under a theoretical, situation, I would agree with you. Yes, the Democratic Party is the ideal vessel for this sort of, cultural revolution or whatever you want to call it to take place. Unfortunately, the DNC is not letting that happen right now, which is why I think we have to we have to go. I disagree. I think it's not.
It's not disagreeing. It's math. The third party ain't going to win. It's one or the other in the duopoly.
But Vosh, I just said it's not about winning. I don't think that Cornel West is going to vote. I don't think that any third party
about winning. That's the only thing that matters.
Do you think that? Okay, before you cut me off and go on a spiel or something, I want to ask you a question. Do you think that protesting is something that is worth engaging in, even if it doesn't result in what you want to accomplish getting accomplished?
Yeah, but if it ends up ceding ground to the right, then no.
Okay, well, I think that the the nature of the duopoly ends up ceding ground to the right 50% of the time, predictably, like a fucking clockwork.
No, you
and
can't.
then it's worth protesting.
You can't say that you're going to withhold voting for Joe Biden to protest the duopoly because the existence of the duopoly cedes power to the right. That's not. You can't say that you're giving power to the right because you're protesting a system that is giving power to the right. You're the one doing that. I think the big issue with the duopoly, personally, is that it instills complacency, which keeps those loser 40% Americans who don't get out and vote from coming out and voting Democrat like they should.
Vosh, I actually think that the threat of the 5% spoiler, I actually think that makes Joe Biden a better candidate. Because what does it make him at least have to consider doing? Well, shit, I might lose these 5% of the Democratic electorate to this far left candidate, Cornel West. Maybe I'll actually have to, do some executive orders. Maybe I'll have to legalize cannabis, and then I'll win over some of those voters. It could actually make him a better president. It could force him. Yes, if he thinks, oh fuck, I'm going to lose 5% of my Democratic electorate to some fringe radical leftists, maybe the only way to win them back is to, legalize cannabis, free the nonviolent drug offenders, start talking about a public option more, actually start introducing legislation to make it possible.
If they win. And also, that only works if you don't actually vote green. Like, it would have to be a disingenuous threat. Like that, it's like the Bernie or bust strategy where people say, well, if Bernie doesn't win the primary, I'm not voting. But they're lying, and they're actually going to continue to vote for Biden in the general. I mean, if you're comfortable with doing that disingenuously, then I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with that, as long as everybody knows that it's a disingenuous threat and you're going to vote blue when the time comes. But the actual threat of, not voting for Biden gets more votes for Biden, that doesn't sell, right?
Vosh,
we need Biden to win. That's always first priority. And he's the only one who can beat Trump. I wish it weren't the case. I do. But that is the environment we're in right now.
If Joe Biden loses to Donald Trump, I promise you there will be more of a percentage of the trusty Democratic electorate that didn't show up to vote for him than the infinitesimal percentage of the electorate that did show up to vote for fucking Cornel West. If he loses, it's his fault because he didn't do a good job as president, because he did nothing to materially change the lives of people in order to convince them to come out and reelect him in the first place. I simply do not buy into the argument that it's the fault of 0.7% of the fucking Democratic electorate who decided, hey, maybe I'll vote for this guy who's actually talking about the things that need to be talked about and is actually promising to do the things that need to be done.
It'd be all your faults. But I agree. Yeah, no, by far the greatest threat is the group of people who don't vote at all, for sure. My concern is more the spread of that idea. And I talk to them too. There are lots of people who I see online who say, I'm not going to vote at all anymore. Nihilism, doomer. And I say lots of very mean words to them, of course. I'm not partial here. It's not a specific hatred of Cornel West. Right. Everyone must vote for Biden. We will all bend the knee. There's just no room to banter about. I don't want to be shot, personally. I don't think either of you want to be shot. I assume you live in America. I don't actually know that for sure, but I believe you do.
We do.
We live in a red state, so it's extra scary here.
Yes,
everybody has a fucking gun.
I don't doubt it. I think that there's a very good reason to be concerned. I don't normally do this, but I've seen a lot of people in your chat who, fine people, no contention there, but they don't think I'm using the word fascism properly. And I would beg them to engage with some media that draws a comparative analysis between the rhetoric and political interests of the modern day GOP and of the Nazi Party prior to their taking over Germany. It's a trite argument online. Oh, look, he's bringing up Hitler. Right, I know. But sometimes it's a valid one.
I don't think anyone here is arguing, though, that the Democrats aren't Nazi-esque or fat. We're in no way trying to downplay
No, not you two. Just the chat. I worry. I worry.
Yeah, our chat is crazy sometimes. I think everybody's is. But the one question I did want to have while you brought that up, while you brought up the threat of like, literal Nazism in America, and I couldn't let the opportunity while we're talking about potential alternatives to Joe Biden and Donald Trump. I think probably, one of the most outspoken anti-Semitic candidates, unfortunately, is also running against Joe Biden. Have you been paying attention at all to Robert Kennedy Jr.?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's a right-wing plant that's been put with the Dems to disrupt things, but I don't think he's done a good job of it. But yeah, he's I don't even know if he's a Nazi. He's definitely an anti-Semite. He might. He
posted the 1488 thing on Twitter the other day. Did you see that? I don't know if it was intentional, but it's kind of hard to not be suspicious.
I definitely think it was.
Nazi Jews were immune to COVID. I was like, bro, this seems like it's only one thing.
Yeah, he said it was like a bioweapon, and hey, isn't it weird that that bioweapon doesn't target the Chinese or Jews? Yeah, I know.
Isn't that crazy?
I think didn't DeSantis say that he would consider him for a running mate or something? I think,
yes.
Yeah,
Or not a running mate, but I think he said that he was like
something.
hella celebrating him in regards to his like vaccine, knowledge or whatever.
Yeah, he's a plant. He's being funded. I'm not being conspiratorial. It's literally been shown. He's being funded through the same channels that a bunch of far right candidates are.
Like
He's
Marjorie
just put
Taylor
here
Greene.
to disrupt things. I don't know how effective he'll be. This is the issue with like a lot of these. I'm here to criticize the left, but actually I'm a fucking Nazi, like Greenwald or Russell Brand types. They can't keep it in their pants. Like on one year it's I have criticisms of the Democrat Party and I'm seriously concerned with, and then 2 years after that it's them all like Sieg Heiling. They can't draw out the movement that far. Tim Pool did the same thing.
But not to be roundabout, but I was just asking, do you think that will end up ultimately having a impact on the outcome, right? We talk about like, Cornel West being the alternative spoiler candidate. I wonder if RFKJ will end up running as an independent and then kind of poaching votes. Honestly, primarily, I think if he ran as an independent, he would poach far more votes from the Republican candidate than Joe Biden. So I'm just wondering how somebody like that entering a potential general election third party run, would impact your analysis.
No, I agree. Well, hold on. I am completely pro voting for third party as long as the right's doing it. I think it's great when they do it. I fully support their ability to express their discontent with the corporate duopoly. If Trump or RFK or even the libertarians, which are just Nazi posting these days because the Mises caucus completely took over the party. If people want to go to any of those directions, that's fine by me. Purely because it makes the Reds weaker. I don't want
Actually,
to win.
I had a question about that, Vosh, because the other day on your stream when you were reacting to our video, you basically said that, oh, this is only something that people on the left do. The right wing always falls in line. They're the most obedient behind the Republican candidate. And even if they think he's a rhino, they'll fall in line because they understand it's what's best for the movement. But actually, that's just not true. The libertarians do better than the Greens almost every single election cycle. Joe Jorgensen got more votes than Howie Hawkins. Gary Johnson got more votes than Jill Stein. But weirdly, you never really see the Republicans crying about the spoiler effect. You never see them blaming libertarian candidates when the GOP candidate loses. So I was just wondering what you make of that and why you think the Democrats, because I think it's a real sign of weakness, right? For the Democrats, whenever they lose, to immediately blame a powerless faction of radicals that make up an infinitesimal fraction of the voting electorate, immediately to blame those people. And you never see the Republicans do that, which is odd to me. Do you know why that is?
No, well, I think they do bitch about the Libertarian Party quite a bit. I saw it in 2020 quite a lot because there were some like elections they lost because of them, which I thought was really funny. Also, it's worth noting that the Libertarian Party has changed a lot. JoJo was a progressive libertarian. She got a lot of flack from her compatriots when she defended BLM back in the general. Now I think the Libertarian Party is much more concretely right wing, so it's possible there's going to be more of a shift. Though my guess would be that the Libertarian Party gets less support and more of them move over to the right. I think that the right, like, there aren't really arguments online with far right people with like not voting for the Republicans, because the most extreme hardcore far right people, whether they be like Fox News boomers or neo-Nazis or whatever else, they tend to be very militantly active when it comes to promoting the power of the Republican Party, because a lot of them are aware of the fact that even if Republican senators and legislators will say that, they condemn racism or anti-Semitism, a lot of them are just Nazis, right? So they know that and they work towards that. The DeSantis campaign is full of Nazis. They keep falling out of them like a dog scratching at a flea-infested spot of their fur. So I there might be a shift there. I'm not entirely sure. It's just the left radicals. There's always these arguments about electoralism, and it bothers me because I don't really care. For me, it's just about victory. I don't think much can be done within the duopoly. I don't have much faith in the Democratic Party or in Joe Biden. I think sometimes we get these culture shifts forward with people like Bernie, and I love that. I love that when that happens. But for the most part, I think that electoralism is just the system by which we legislatively barricade ourselves from the worst possible outcome for another couple of years. And then there are other systems that we have to use to advance real power. Though I think we're kind of out of time on that. I think right now it's probably just a holding pattern until the country collapses due to climate change.
Well, I understand that, and I think that that's really where the disagreement here lies. I guess if I just wanted to throw some final words in there, I get what you're saying, and I think that to a large extent you're correct, and to an extent I agree, which is why I keep stressing how meaningless, in my opinion, electoralism often is, which is why I think you can vote for a Green Party candidate in like 42 out of the 50 states without having to even fear spoiling the election due to the fact that we live in an electoral college. The popular vote is not what elects the president. And therefore, I do think that we can seize upon the electoralism and the media circus that comes along with it to advance our agenda, right? In the same way that Bernie was. And like I said, Vosh, if Cornel West had decided to run as a Democrat, then I would be supporting him, just like I'm supporting Marianne Williamson. But we have to, at some point, move the ball forward. And that's not going to happen if we continue to elect milquetoast neoliberals like Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton. And if we keep letting the DNC cheat progressives out of the nomination like they did to Bernie Sanders, would you agree with that characterization, by the way, that Bernie Sanders was cheated out of the nomination?
Back in 2016 or 2020?
2016 specifically.
They skewed things heavily against him. I mean, I think that it's possible that even without the skew, he still would have lost in the primary to Hillary, but I think he probably wouldn't have. They heavily weighed that scale.
And even in 2020, which I think there was a little bit less explicit rigging going on. Even then, if you remember, in the very final debate, they were basically saying that they were going to toss the nomination to someone else at the convention because Bernie would only have a plurality and not a majority of the delegates. Everyone on the debate stage, including Elizabeth Warren, raised her hand saying, "Yep, if it's only a plurality of delegates, we're basically going to give it to someone else at the convention." And due to that reality, I just think it's a lot harder to tell progressives that, well, you just have to suck it up and hope that, you get a Bernie Sanders 2.0 that doesn't get fucked over by the DNC.
No, that's a mistake. Don't hope anything. Don't give them that hope. Don't say, oh, it might get better. It won't. The corporate duopoly is the corporate duopoly. You get nothing. Turn out, vote, prevent the fascists from winning. If you have any big designs for improving society, you'll have to act like an anarchist and do it outside of electoral systems. Non-electoral activism has been the headmark of leftist engagement for over a century. The idea that like all this has to be folded in, I feel like a lot of people got the wrong message from Bernie. Bernie wasn't a sign that we have a chance to overturn the corporate duopoly with a good candidate. Bernie was a flash in the pan moment. Maybe we get more in the future, sure, and it's great. We should try for those and push for those. Run Democratic primary candidates. Hell, run Republican primary candidates. Why not? Run a progressive as a Republican in the primaries. Have fun. Make them argue. Get some clips for YouTube. But that's all. And the rest of the stuff you have to do, unfortunately, is hard work in the sense that it's ambiguous. It can't be empirically ground out the way that electoral numbers can. But that's where we have to be focused. The electoral stuff, that's just to keep the fascists at bay, because we saw what happened, right? Trump won one election. We get 3 Supreme Court justices who are now tearing away everything. We can't let it happen again.
You don't think that Bernie Sanders' campaign in 2016 represented a new model for leftist engagement and activism in that broad, like a presidential campaign, a nationwide presidential campaign can provide the infrastructure to make those activist movements more viable? Like, I don't think Bernie was just a flash in the pan. I think he was kind of like showing us the way forward and showing us how we can use electoralism to spark the sort of nationwide political movement that we're going to need behind us in order to actually, try to keep the climate catastrophe at bay, in order to try to cut the Pentagon budget, in order to try to change our policy as it relates to Palestine. I mean, all of these issues that Bernie was able to elevate, obviously Medicare for all and free college being the main ones, like we had a whole generation of people wake up to those issues and believe in those issues and believe that we can fight for those issues in a country where the Overton window had previously precluded those discussions from even happening in the first place.
But you know what would have happened if he had won? Not that much.
I disagree with that.
No, I mean, there's not that much. He would have been stonewalled at every level. The corporate duopoly might have abided his victory, but certainly not his success. He would have been maybe a better Carter. I mean, I think he would have been a better Carter, but there's a lot he said he wanted to do that he wouldn't have been able to get done. So, but hey, Bernie's going to be dead soon. But all the tens of millions of people that he got invested won't. They're still around. That groundwork is the real thing that we have to focus on.
But isn't But didn't you just make my point, which is that who cares if Bernie Sanders won or lost? The point is that he was able to start that movement by running in the first place, and he was able to bring these issues to the table by running in the first place, regardless of if he ever had a chance of even winning. Yeah. Right. So in the same way, whether or not Cornel West is able to get to 5%.
No, that's not. No. That's not. That gives ground to the Republicans. They have to run as Democrats. The Democrats always have to win. Bernie understood that. That's why he That's why he endorsed Hillary and Biden after losing both times. People got really mad at him over that. They thought that he was cucked for doing that. But he understands the most important thing is that a Democrat wins. A progressive Democrat is preferable, but you can never take away from the real victory, which is one against fascism.
Right. But assuming you don't buy into the spoiler effect, which, as I outlined, I do not for the reasons that I outlined, what is the problem with using a presidential campaign season and election in order to bring issues that we can't let die, the momentum behind them? We can't let this momentum behind these issues die. These are crises that are affecting tens of thousands of people. I mean, like I said, tens of thousands of people are dying without health insurance. How do we make sure that Biden is held accountable in some way for these crimes? I just don't accept that.
It doesn't matter whether you accept it. You think he's going to be held accountable before he dies? The man's old. He's going to die powerful.
Not held accountable in like a criminal sense, but like in the sense that someone's part of the conversation calling that out and making the case for the position that is universal health care.
Do it in the Dem primary. Has it occurred to you that if a Green Party opponent started meaningfully challenging the Democratic establishment, they would pivot to being more conservative to distinguish themselves from their opposition? Like, think about it. Hillary Clinton shifted leftwards to appeal to people who are sympathetic to Bernie's message, but historically, when Democrats do poorly against Republicans, they have a tendency to shift rightward to try to capture votes they consider to be in the center. What if running Cornel West not only strips votes from Joe Biden, but gives him the impression that he's gone too far left if he has to fight for voters with somebody like him?
No, I don't think so, because
they've done it before.
The Democratic Party is already they want to shift as right as possible anyway, without our presence in the electoral equation, without any sort of a progressive. How?
On basically every level, the Democratic Party has moved left in the past decade, since 2016.
Okay, but I still don't think that with like. Where did you want to jump to?
Oh, I was just going to add, that might be, with that being said, the Democratic Party, if you look at the actual party principles or whatever the fuck it is that they list as their priorities every year, that might be true, that you can document that it has gone dramatically to the left. But Joe Biden himself has actually opposed a lot of those, even innocuous, moves to the left that the Democratic Party has conceded on, right? Like, he has not taken marijuana off the Schedule 1 drug classification, which a lot of people undermine, but it would be a step in the right direction for the ending of the drug war, right? And it would be something that he could do with a pen stroke. He did not. The Democratic Party says they believe in a $15 minimum wage. The Democratic Party says that they believe that we should have infrastructure that fucking works in this country. And instead, because Joe Biden let himself be played so goddamn badly on purpose by the Republican Party, that they separated the United States, whatever the fuck, the Build Back Better and whatever the fuck.
So they moved left. The parties moved left, and Joe Biden is more progressive on a lot of issues than Obama. He's not progressive enough by the measure of the party. And what that means is that outside the actual electoral process, there's been a shift in what the American people want. And that's the work that really needs to get done. The Democrats aren't good about winning, but there is a relationship between the interests of the electorate and the behavior of the party and the people they run and the people that get voted for.
Vosh, do you concede that you have Stockholm Syndrome?
No, not even remotely. I think that the argument
you don't think that the Democratic Party is holding you hostage?
No, because you think that so this is the critical difference in thinking here. You think that I have a limited perspective on this because I have accepted the nature of the duopoly.
I don't think you have a limited perspective. I would wager you're smarter than I am, Vosh.
Well, that's not a competition. But you think that my perspective in this is in some way tainted by my preconceptions here. I disagree strongly. I think that as a socialist should, I am aware of what electoralism can and can't get us. See, the trap of electoralism, this is what led to the death of all of the European social democratic parties. The idea that electoralism on its own is a viable mechanism for these giant lurches in social priority, the death of the corporate duopoly. This is huge stuff we're talking about. But as is the case with capitalism, which makes commodities of all which criticizes it, so too do all challenges to the corporate duopoly eventually get folded into it. The populists folded into it. The third-party candidates pushed out of it. Everything that can make a change doesn't unless they're talking about something other than the duopoly. This is the nature of institution, right? Institutions seek first to protect themselves. You're not going to uplift this with anything other than revolutionary violence, man. And if you want to talk that, that's fine. I don't think that's immoral. But insofar as we're talking about voting and electoral results, I just want to focus on stuff I think that actually can be changed. I don't think the duopoly is going to be ousted in any meaningful sense by voting for Cornel West. I think that there's a real risk of Joe losing with people voting for Cornel West over him. And if you want to make challenges within the electoral bubble, then do it as a Democrat and endorse Joe after you inevitably lose. That's what Bernie did, and Bernie's great.
Sure. Yeah. Once again, I think that what it comes down to is that I view the electoral, the presidential election is a great time to do activism as it relates to all of these issues. I view presidential campaigns as a good vessel to get those issues out there. And ultimately, I think that the duopoly has to be protested because it will keep enabling fascism. A lack of democracy is always what's going to lead to fascism. And when we continually have to choose between two fake choices, one that's pre-selected by a corporate neoliberal party and one that's just a literal fascist, that's always going to yield a fascist, like 50% of the time. And if you have do you have a better way or idea to protest against the duopoly or protest to get ranked choice voting that doesn't involve actually participating in third-party electoralism? Because again, I don't understand how we're going to even get a call out there for election reform as it relates to first past the post and ranked choice voting without some presence of third-party candidates.
If you want to sell to the American people the importance of third parties, you're going to have to do it in an environment where the Democrats aren't our literal only hope against fascists controlling the country. You're doing this in the worst possible environment. The only time voters are going to really care about third parties and about ranked choice voting is in an environment where they feel like they want to have choices across a wider band. But right now, in an institution where there are only two choices, two meaningful ones at least, the Democrats represent the pushback of fascism, or at least the delay of fascism. In this environment, people don't care. People don't want to talk about it. So let the Republicans lose. Let them lose ground. And when they're less relevant than they are now, maybe we'll see more change. That's what happened in 2016. Obama carried the country for 8 years, mostly calm, and the Republicans hadn't gone as far.
What are you talking about? Obama carried the country for 8 years, then we got Donald Trump.
Yeah, exactly. That's my point precisely. They didn't know. We got Bernie Sanders back in 2016 because Democrats didn't feel as though they were warring off against an existential threat. They felt they had room to choose, to hope for more. But Donald Trump won because, well, Hillary Clinton was a shit candidate.
Because they cheated the progressive. See, this is where I think
wait, stop. Don't fold everything into the same narrative. It doesn't matter why Donald Trump won. What I'm talking about is what gets people on the left to vote for more, to vote better, you know? They voted more, they voted better because they had 8 years of comfort that made them think, what if we could get more than Obama? What if we could get more than milquetoast neoliberalism? And Bernie Sanders was that hope. But now, people don't have room to care about that anymore, because the party line is so huge and the threat of loss is so great. That's why more and more people are voting for who they think is the most electorally viable. That's why Joe Biden won more in 2020 than he did in 2016, even though the average American sided more with Bernie Sanders' points in 2020 than they did in 2016. The perspective shifted to Bernie, but the votes didn't, because people are scared.
I would argue that, though, is because of the mainstream media, specifically MSNBC, basically just working as a propaganda arm of the Democratic Party, turning voters against Bernie Sanders and doing propaganda nonstop.
They did that in 2016.
Joe Biden. Right. And I'm just saying they had 4 more years to do it and to brainwash people against Bernie.
No. People agreed more with Bernie up to 2020. Like
that's what I'm
the
saying.
Average
they
American
agreed more with him, and because of the media, they were brainwashed against voting for him because they were so scared of Trump.
You're missing it. People were scared. They were scared. That's why they said they voted for Joe Biden.
I'm saying they were scared because the mainstream media made them scared and told them that if they wanted to defeat if they wanted to defeat Donald Trump, who they were afraid of, then they had to vote for Joe Biden because Joe Biden was more electable than Bernie Sanders, which wasn't even true. Bernie Sanders would have beat Donald Trump the first time around. He would have beat him in 2020 as well. We wouldn't have had Donald Trump in the first place if the mainstream media hadn't fear-mongered about Bernie Sanders and done the Bernie blackout, refused to cover him in the first place.
Why do you think people were more susceptible to fear-mongering about Donald Trump in 2020 after having experienced his presidency for 4 years?
Well, I also think that COVID-19 and how he absolutely completely fucked that up by every conceivable metric had a lot to do with it as well.
Yeah, I agree. I think that Trump was a shock to the Democrat. Trump was a reminder that Republicans don't just represent neoconservatism. They represent something far worse. And now that that threat is laid bare, they can't do this faffing about this, oh, well, what if we had something nicer? What if the world could be better? No, they just need to win. So they're very susceptible to arguments of electability, you know? So we need to pull them out of that. Make sure the Republicans aren't so much of a threat that electability is the first and foremost concern for Democrats in a primary season. If Republicans are largely irrelevant, that it's mostly a fight between Democrats in a primary, then electability isn't the main concern people will have when voting for candidates. They'll be more concerned with who they actually like. And in that environment...
Kevin's mic fucked up because this is a broke boy podcast. Vosh will be right back with you in 1 second to continue making his point.
Of course.
I think I'm good.
Proletarian.
So, yeah, like I said, Bernie Sanders had a higher approval rating than Joe Biden. His positions were more in line with that of the American electorate, not just Democrats, but across the table politically, the positions that he was running on, a majority of Americans support. He was by far the more electable candidate over Biden. And if we didn't have basically half of American media acting as a propaganda arm of the Democratic Party, then people would have been educated as to that fact. And if the Democratic Party actually cared about democracy and winning and beating the fascists that we all care so much about defeating, then Bernie Sanders most likely would have been the nominee. We never would have had we never would have had Donald Trump in the first place, and we wouldn't even be having this conversation.
You do realize that if that's the argument you're going to go for, then voting third party is the worst thing you could do for third parties, right? Imagine a news day that'll play in MSNBC studios, you know? We face an existential threat from Donald Trump, and these leftist voters are throwing their votes away on a third-party candidate who's mathematically incapable of winning. We need third parties now less than ever. Look at what third parties did. Now here's a second Trump term, and here he is doing fascism, and oh, look at that. Look at all these people who voted for Cornel West. Wouldn't it have been nice if they had voted for Joe Biden? You're setting yourself up to be the fall guy for the worst presidency America's ever seen since, I don't know, Andrew Jackson. It could be so much worse. If you really think that if it's all like, well, the media says this, the media says that, then you're fucked anyway. You're not outdoing the media. I think you're outdoing CNN.
That leads me to
MSNBC.
that leads me to another point we had, Vosh, which is that we have to build our own independent media ecosystem outside of the mainstream media. And that's no, listen to me, Vosh. That's another thing that I think that the Bernie Sanders campaign represented, that's underrated, that's not talked about enough, but that as someone who works in the sphere of progressive online media has seen the effects of more so than probably anyone watching. Obviously, you understand this as well, being in the same space. But one of the most depressing things to me about the end of the Bernie Sanders campaign was watching not only the dissipation of the momentum behind the policies he supported, but also kind of the dissipation of the energy in the online space, the online media space that popped up as a result of his candidacy, the flourishing online ecosystem of independent left-wing content creators and newscasters that basically, like I said, only exists as a result of Bernie's campaign. In the absence of Bernie, a lot of that enthusiasm has dried up. And that's another reason why I think it's important to have some aggressive progressive voice on the national electoral stage, someone like Cornel West making the case for these policies, so that maybe we can see some more interest and enthusiasm, at least in the online space, around politics and around our progressive vision.
You want a media structure to pull more votes away from Joe Biden, and you think this will endear people?
I want an independent media structure so that we have at least some way to push back on the mainstream media, which is completely captured and controlled by the duopoly and by corporate America in general. We need independent media.
My experience
you don't think we need independent media?
My experience with independent leftist media is that on average they're wrong more often than CNN or MSNBC. So I don't know how much stock I would put in independent media as an advocate. I mean, people in America have more left-leaning positions than we did in 2016, and there are more left-leaning candidates in both local and federal offices. So I think that there is still work being done to advance these on a local level, certainly. I just don't think...
I think that's crazy, Vosh, because like we both do this for a living. You don't think that what you do is valuable? You don't think that like having an ability to reach people that otherwise would just have to read mainstream media is valuable and preach the fucking progressive priorities that we care about and try to make people's lives better? Like what we're doing is a response and a necessary pushback to the monopoly that the mainstream media has on discourse and Americans' understanding of our political landscape and conversation. I think that an independent progressive movement absolutely buoys the ability for there to be an independent progressive online space. And yeah, obviously there are crazy people online doing independent content.
Crazy people.
I to an extent, sure, but I would still much rather people be watching like Vosh, Kyle Kalinske, and David Pakman, or I don't
sure,
fucking know.
Those are the ones I like. But say 2 people that have been praised recently by Cornel West are Glenn Greenwald and Russell Brand, 2 fascists. So like I don't know. First of all, I don't think he's a good advocate or a judge of who a positive representative for independent online leftist media is. And for 2, like I agree we should have media power for sure. That's a non-electoral way of getting our message across, and I think there is value in that. But I just don't like this, like, okay, well, the corporate duopoly controls literally everything, and our only way of defeating it is creating somehow this like grassroots institution that is more powerful than it. But like separately, but then we fold it in, right? Like, you'll never match the money or media coverage of the GOP or the DNC. The most success that people on the online left have been in influencing Democrat politics, in promoting progressive candidates, Justice Dems, that kind of stuff, in advocating for policies that are on the left edge of what Democrats can get done. Obviously, if it was just up to any element of left-wing political engagement, then you'd say that, like, well, the communists have done this and that, but there's no communist representation in U.S. government, of course. We have to work within what can be done. We have to meet the voters where they are.
Well, you mentioned the Cornel West talking to Glenn Greenwald and Russell Brand, and I think that's actually interesting because it kind of is evidence contrary to your notion that he's only going after Biden voters. The fact that Cornel West is speaking to the audience of Glenn Greenwald and to the people that watch the Russell Brand show, I think proves the fact that he's trying to build a coalition of disaffected independent Democrat and Republican voters, people that might otherwise have voted for Trump. So if he's going on Russell Brand's show and Glenn Greenwald's show, making the case to a majority right-wing audience for leftist policies like Medicare for all, and maybe convincing some of them to vote for him instead of Donald Trump, then I think that's objectively a great thing.
Oh, that's a bad thing. Because when he goes on those shows, and I know because I watch them, he does his spiel, corporate politics bad, both parties bad. You know who thinks corporate politics are bad? Nazis. They think the Jews run them.
Come on. You can't say that Cornel
not
West
come on.
is a Nazi.
I mean it fully. I think Glenn Greenwald and Russell Brand especially have plenty of Nazis who watch them for sure, or at least people just as conspiracy-minded with biases towards anti-Semitism. Yeah. And I think that when you go on essentially a far-right platform and you go, oh, well, both sides are bad, I think that that's incredibly irresponsible. No, that's what he does.
No, Vosh, what he does is say irresponsible. If there are, and I'm not necessarily denying it, but if there are Nazis watching Russell Brand and they hear Cornel West and they hear Cornel West say, hey, I also hate the banks, for example, or the corporations, right? And the Nazi hates the corporations because they think Jewish people control them. But here's a really intelligent leftist academic explaining why the actual reason why you should hate the banks is because of capitalism and corporate exploitation.
Nazis
and
hate capitalism and corporate exploitation. They hate the guys.
So you don't think it's important to explain to people legitimate reasons to be angry at the system and push back on.
They have legitimate reasons. The Nazis
no, they
don't.
They
think
There's not any
do.
legitimate reason to be a Nazi. There's no legitimate need to be a Nazi. What fascists do is they exploit legitimate grievances that people have with a society that's unequal or unfair, and then they scapegoat it onto Jews or Mexicans or whoever the marginalized community in question is. But I think it's actually very valuable for someone who's good at communicating and someone who's
they already have the narrative. Trust me, I've argued with a lot of Nazis. You have to be careful with how you engage with this, because if you go up to them and you're like, I'm here to engage in good faith, now let me know I have concerns with the corporate duopoly and this and that, and explaining the problems with capitalism, this doesn't work. See, the problem is when you're talking to a fascist or a Nazi, the only acceptable ideological position is one of complete opposition to everything they are and everything they say. If they say they agree with you on something, no, they don't. They're lying. You don't trust them. After all, if they agreed with you on something, they wouldn't watch Glenn Greenwald, a fascist. This is the tweet that Cornel West put out for that. I was blessed to be in dialogue with my brother Glenn Greenwald. We discussed a variety of important issues from Ukraine to the hypocrisy of both the Democratic and Republican parties. What hypocrisy? Well, I know because I watched it. The hypocrisy associated with corporate politics and a rejection of populist ideology in spite of people's interest in it. You'll never guess which far-right group thinks the Republican Party has rejected populist influence and is instead up and cozy with capitalist oligarchs. See, that's the thing.
Yeah, but I
you
think
got to be careful.
I think that just because Cornel West engages in conversation with Glenn, we've engaged with conversations with Glenn.
I have too. He's called me a pedophile. I've called him a child groomer. Yeah, I've had good dialogue.
Yeah,
with Glenn.
You know what I'm saying? And that doesn't make any of us fascists, right? That and look, I massively disagreed with Glenn with a lot of the support he seemingly showed for Bolsonaro at different times.
Yeah, that was interesting.
We've had massive disagreements for over a number of things, but I don't think that Cornel West went on there and agreed with him over any of the things that I would take major issue with. I think that what he did was he went out there and he said, basically his campaign platform, right? And I think that as a candidate, you should want to get your platform out to as many people as possible. And I know that you're, more competent than the average person at debating Nazis, right? But I think that Cornel West also has a lifelong of being a Black liberation theologist. He has been a civil rights leader his entire life. This is a guy who has faced the actual onslaught of standing up for his beliefs. He was denied tenure over his solidarity with Palestinians. I mean, this is a guy that's stuck his neck out there time and time again. I think to just lump him in because you disagree with the host of a show that he was on with some of the most vile people that walk the earth is a little bit egregious, don't you?
Well, that's why I called him a crank and not a fascist. I don't think Cornel West is a fascist. I think that people on the left are really bad at dealing with fascists, though. In fact, the more time passes, the more I begin to think that liberals are the true bulwark against fascism. Because every time I go online, no, I know it's sickening. Every time I go online and I see engagement with anti-fascist dialogue, I see leftists downplaying.
Well, here's what I will agree with
downplaying the Republicans.
Jump in really quickly because this is an absolute problem, and this is actually funny enough. We're going to find some harmonious agreement here. I think that there is a massive, massive amount of people on the left that we've experienced and dealt with that have been manipulated into believing that they are still leftists whilst supporting like literally nothing that an authentic leftist would support. Right?
And that's why I actually like you two. I actually mean that. I mean, we disagree on a ton, sure, but
sure
on something. But no, I like that because like the Jimmy Dore types or whatever, where there's this like I'm sure a lot of people who watch Jimmy Dore think they're left leaning, but like holy shit, right? That term that belief has a lot of leeway. I guess in my experiences, typically I notice that if you're on the left and you're talking with a fascist in like with some camaraderie trying to find solutions, it's really easy to agree on problems and really hard to agree on solutions. Because if you talk about I did this with Charlie Kirk. I was talking with Charlie Kirk on Tim's Pool show. I mean, Tim Pool, you can do this with him as well, where Tim Pool loves to play this bullshit, right? The corporate oligarchy is terrible. Politicians buy our or corporations buy our politicians. All this phony, like populist, shit. And then you talk with them. Like, well, okay, so what are your solutions, right? So you think that corporations control this country. Great. Higher taxes, maybe higher capital gains tax, corporate taxes, personal taxes. That's one. What if we nationalize big pharma, huh? They all clam up. They dry up like in an instant.
Sure.
Because in reality, right, when you see anti-big pharma Republicans, they're not anti-big pharma. They're not anti-corporate profits or oligarchy. They're anti-vaccine, right? So then you ask, okay, so what do you want to do with that? And it just turns out they only care about the vaccine. This is the issue I have. It's solutions over problems. Cornel West, I don't think he's a fascist. I think he's got a lot of great political positions. But man, I mean, Russell Brand just had DeSantis on as like a run piece for his campaign.
We're not defending Russell.
Also, Vosh, when Bernie Sanders was running for president, something that myself and a lot of other people in progressive media gave him a lot of credit for was going on Fox News and speaking directly to the legions of right-wing voters who were watching Fox News and making his case
and
to those voters.
What did he say? The Democrats and the Republicans are both terrible.
No, but he made a lot of cases against corporations and Wall Street and a lot of the other things that you would chalk up to just being Nazi dog whistles when the right wing has an issue with.
But he never shit on the Democrats. He never
did it. He's an independent. He's not even a Democrat.
When he was running.
Right, but he was still an independent. He was making the case against the corporate Democratic Party constantly, especially in 2016.
But when he was running as a Democrat, and I saw these interviews, when he talked on Fox News, the way he expressed himself was that he would talk mostly about solutions, what the American people want and needed. He ran as a Democrat, and he didn't do this like the corporate duopoly, the hypocrisy of the Democrat Party, because as a Democrat, he's running for the Dems against the Republicans. Why do this back and forth thing? Why do this equivocation if you're trying to support one side over the other? Well, in truth, there's no reason to. And Cornel West is running as an independent, so he wouldn't have to. But that's what I take issue with. It can't come at the cost of Democrat viability. Bernie knew that, and he was careful with his language. He would criticize institutions, for sure, but it was always very structured. It was very purposeful. He never gave anything away or ceded to the enemy.
Right. And I actually think that that was one of his biggest missteps. I think that he should have ran against the Democratic Party way harder. In the same way, Vosh, that Donald Trump ran unapologetically against the Republican Party. He said, I refuse. I'm not going to endorse the nominee if it's not me. And they're rigging it against me. Of course, they weren't rigging it against him. They were rigging it against Bernie. Bernie actually had a legitimate claim to having it rigged against him. And he basically just went, he went along. I think he should have absolutely made the Democratic Party one of the bigger villains of his campaign. I think he should have tried to, get more non-Democrat voters as part of his coalition, because clearly the ones that he were after were too fucking drunk on MSNBC propaganda to think outside of the fucking box.
If you really believe that center and right-leaning voters would have been easier gets for Bernie Sanders than MSNBC liberals.
Joe Rogan said he was going to vote for Bernie Sanders.
Joe Rogan is an idiot. Joe Rogan has 85 IQ.
Exactly.
No, he'll say anything. He'll say Joe Rogan is an anti-vaxxer who gives credence to far-right conspiracy theories, who said he'd vote for Bernie because Bernie was the one who showed up to talk to him. Okay.
No, Vosh. He said he was going to vote for Bernie, and a lot of people in his audience would have done the exact same thing because they just had the knee-jerk reaction that he was the most anti-establishment candidate, which is actually what a lot of people do vote on. That's why Trump was so successful. And Bernie absolutely would have got a bunch of Trump voters and a bunch of libertarian voters and independent voters because they actually felt like he was anti-establishment, because they actually felt like he was being honest with his critiques.
He did well in the Joe Rogan interview, but he didn't shit on the Democratic Party the way that you wanted him to. So he did well in spite of doing that. I think he was able to come across as authentic and engaged without having to lose ground in that fashion.
But here's where I think that the maybe there's a little bit more of an explicit line that you would agree with. The fact that he continuously talked about how Joe Biden was oh, my good friend Joe, he refused to call out Joe Biden explicitly on the debate stage for, his comments on wanting to cut Social Security, right? Like he was just like, oh, people can Google it, right? He should have hammered him directly for that, because I think he was too scared of
the Republicans winning.
Yeah, I think he was too afraid of being blamed for it, right? He didn't want them to turn around and say, oh, you weakened Joe Biden so much and then still lost, and now Donald Trump is president. But I also think a byproduct of that was that he didn't follow through on his swing. You know what I mean? I think that Bernie Sanders definitely made contact with the ball, but he didn't follow through on his swing, and so it kind of chipped away his opportunity.
But that was smart.
I think that you could call it smart in the sense that he was playing it safe. He was playing it safe, but he didn't give it the final push that he would have needed to himself become the nominee, because he was unwilling to slay the dragon.
Imagine if he had been ruthless against Joe Biden, had lost the primary, had said he's not going to endorse Biden, had criticized him relentlessly, and then Donald Trump went on to win in 2020. You realize that would have set back leftist politics for half a century, right? Like Bernie Sanders would have been the effigy that MSNBC liberals burn in their fireplaces every year. It would have been over for us. I know it sucks that we have to cuck ourselves out in electoral politics and play nice and play the game and everything, but those are the rules. They're skewed against us, but those are the rules. We can't not follow the rules because they exist for a reason. Namely, that if we don't follow them, things turn out worse for us than if we do. That's why I stress doing work in other venues, because we are very much on the back foot here. We do have a chance to do something meaningful within the electoral system, even if Joe Biden is running uncontested in the primaries, and that is not go fascist. And I consider that an incredibly worthwhile goal. I mean, far more so than... As I said, the difference between Bernie and Biden is infinitesimally small compared to the difference between Biden and Trump. I think that is something worth engaging in, being proud of. And we'll look for opportunities to change things for the better. More progressives than ever are in Congress, and more Democrats than ever like progressive policy positions. We clearly are doing something.
Right. Well, I also just wanted to push back a tiny bit and maybe defend Dr. West a bit, because Dr. West actually did vote for, or he endorsed Bernie Sanders in 2016 and 2020. Zach and I actually saw Dr. West speak at a Bernie Sanders rally right before the Iowa caucus in 2020. And he then endorsed Joe Biden after Bernie Sanders lost the nomination. So Dr. West is someone that I think understands the fact that the Democrats do represent a lesser of two evils. That's why he voted for Joe Biden and encouraged people to do so. So I don't think it's really fair to treat him like he just is this crank who doesn't understand the difference. I think he does understand the difference, and I think he saw what the Democrats did to Bernie Sanders, a campaign that he was part of, and like I said, was basically being a surrogate for at the time. I think he saw that and came to the conclusion that, well, the Democratic Party is not a viable way for progressives to make progress because of what
But
they
Bernie
did.
He
Right,
shifted the
but he didn't get
discourse massively to the left.
And yeah, and I think Cornel West can potentially, hopefully, do the same thing, because maybe if this was 2016, he would have run as a Democrat, but he saw what they're doing to Marianne Williamson. He sees the fact that they're not letting there be debates. He sees the fact that they're not sanctioning any sort of an actual primary. So I think his thinking is, well, if that's the case, then this is the only way to get my talking points into the mainstream. This is the only way to get these priorities on the table at all.
Have more luck doing it running as a Democrat. As the third, first of all, he's not going to get 5%. But even if he did, he would get a smattering of a few million from the federal financing. And then what? He's not on the debate stage that people are going to be watching. Like, think about it. The Libertarian Party has more money put into it than he would get with federal funding, because the Libertarian Party is associated with a lot of wealthy think tanks. How many people watch the 2020 Libertarian Party primaries and subsequent address in the general? It's not like corporate media is under any obligation to host an official debate three-way between him, Trump, and Cornel and Joe Biden, right? Like, he's just going to be on his own stage alone with one person.
I mean, Ross Perot got on the debate stage as an independent candidate in the 90s.
This isn't a Ross Perot situation.
I'm just saying it is possible for a third party or independent candidate to get on the debate stage.
If the corporate media wants them to, sure, but the Libertarian Party candidate hasn't before, even though they've received more money than the Green Party stands to gain, just because the Libertarian Party has a lot of wealthy people who donate to it, the Mises Caucus, whatever. So I just it seems like the outcome here is that the best case scenario is we're sacrificing potential electoral viability for Biden over Trump in order to get a fraction of the public discourse power that the Libertarian candidates get.
I feel you, man. I just think that the duopoly is one of the aspects of our country that needs to be fixed the most. I think that it directly enables and leads to fascism over and over again, predictably, like clockwork. And I think that at some point we have to stand up and demand more options. And if that means fighting to get a third voice, a leftist voice on the debate stage, I think that's a noble endeavor, even if it's not viable in this particular election season. I agree. Cornel West probably not going to win this election, but I still think we have to start somewhere. I think we have to start somewhere, and Cornel West is a pretty good place to start.
You have to wait until
opinion.
We're not under such threat, even if that means the rest of your life. Maybe you die waiting. Maybe your
But you just said that every
grandchildren.
Republican candidate is just as bad, if not worse, than Trump. So even if Trump wasn't the nominee, then when is not what you said?
Maybe 4, 8 years. Well, right now, sure, but give it time. Maybe the Republican Party shifts outward. Maybe they lose a ton of ground because their Nazi shit starts to weigh negatively on the American people. The time scales that we're dealing with here mean that maybe we just are unsatisfied with our electoral reach for decades at a time. But I mean, so what? That doesn't mean we can't make progress. So no, I mean it. So what? That doesn't mean we can't do stuff. That doesn't mean we can't.
It means that 50% of the time a fascist is going to become president.
Wait, no. That's not. If we overwhelmingly support the Democrats over the Republicans, we can push back the Republican Party. It doesn't have to be a 50-50.
I see where you're coming from, but I just think that people like you, they often seemingly have so much more energy to direct against third-party voters than they have to direct towards efforts like ranked choice voting, which would eliminate the spoiler effect in the first place. I seriously, when I listen to people like you that hold this philosophy, I seriously think you spend more time advocating against third-party voters than you spend advocating for ranked choice voting, which would get rid of the whole spoiler effect in the first place and neutralize this entire problem.
I'm a supporter of ranked choice voting, but right now it's not really on the docket. I mean, my primary concern is making sure that Joe Biden wins. That's not really material to that outcome.
I feel like we can keep going back and forth, man, and I definitely understand where you're coming from. But all I would say
he needs to
is
win.
That
He can't not win.
I would say that, yes, Donald Trump needs to lose. But I would love to see more energy from people that feel like you do towards getting us to ranked choice voting than demonizing
It's
third-party
completely
voters.
immaterial to the modern. The shift to ranked choice voting, which would be a shift for our federal electoral system, would be this nationwide discourse that
Do you
is
think
going
that's
to
really
take.
more unachievable than Medicare for all or any of the other progressive priorities that we fight for?
I don't talk about Medicare for all right now. What do you?
So
Is
you
there a
don't think we
Medicare
should
for all
talk-
bill in the House?
We don't think we should talk about human rights atrocities like the death of 60,000 people a year due to lack of health insurance just because
Sure.
it's not viable. We can't talk about it.
You should talk about it, and I do talk about the need for there to be ranked choice voting, but I'm not going to act as though right now there's some kind of wedge or platform in which that can actually happen. I want to gradually shift people's perspectives on these issues so that if there is an opportunity to act
Incrementalism?
on it, they then have the will to do so.
So it's just incrementalism. How is that even progressive?
Yeah, it's an electoral system. Incrementalism is the only thing possible within the system. Are you suggesting
that's-
revolutionary violence?
What? No, we're not suggesting revolutionary
I've
violence.
got like
I
a
think
ton
this
of
is where-
guns in my back room, so if it's kicking off now, I mean,
that's the thing. It's like I agree with you actually abstractly, Vosh, that maybe one of the only things that will ever lead to the kind of change that you and I and Gavin would envision, if we were to start a country from scratch, right? And, envision it as a socialist utopia, we would never get there without a revolution of power structure. Right. So in the same vein, Gavin and I are also interested in harm reduction. I think what it comes down to is that we're more willing to roll the dice. But
roll the dice on fascism, man.
I hear where you're coming back on it, which is why we've made the caveats lots of times that, if you are in a swing state like Pennsylvania, you're going to have, a decision on your hands to make. I'm pretty entrenched in the idea. Like I voted for Hillary Clinton and I voted for Joe Biden, and I feel like I got played twice. But Vosh, what would your final thoughts be, or whatever, for not for me and Gavin, but for the people listening, you want to sway?
I just think from a historical perspective, if one were to look at this in retrospect, the idea of we had two choices, one of them a continuation of neoliberal policies with incremental improvements at times, and the other being fascism in the end of our democracy. And I rolled the dice on a slight chance of possibly getting a slightly louder voice to the potential of a third-party candidate advocating for a system in which they would have a future chance of winning. It's such an esoteric and long shot take to weigh against something so important and meaningful right now. And the last thing I want to say is I don't want anyone to get the impression that anything that I'm saying is doomer, As far as I'm concerned, I have like a melon baller, and it balls melons, and somebody's coming up to me and they're like, okay, well, can you do heart surgery with it? I think we should do heart surgery. I'm like, it fucking balls melons. And they were like, you don't think that can be used to do heart surgery? What are you, doomer? What do you think we can't do? Well, that's not what it's for. Electoralism is for suffering and for keeping the worst candidates out. It's so we can suffer and hate life and this country, which is what a socialist should be doing all the time. If more radical action has to be taken, it won't be at the ballot box.
Yeah, well, to quote our friend Dafini, who was on our show yesterday, I think she said that basically what you just said about electoralism, right? There's not much you can get done with it in any way, at least as far as a presidential election is concerned. But what it does provide a great opportunity for is a mass education of the American people. That's what Bernie Sanders proved. And I think that someone like Cornel West, who is undeniably an incredibly gifted communicator, capable of speaking to and reaching swaths of this country that are not on the left, that are not progressives, see his conversations with Joe Rogan, see his conversations with Tucker Carlson as an example of his ability to reach those people and to communicate. I think that someone like that can at very least lift the boats of activism. They can bring more attention towards the issues that do matter, and frankly the human rights atrocities that both parties oversee, including the Democrats. And in my opinion, and this might be another slight area of disagreement seemingly between our analysis, but in my opinion, whether or not there's a bill for Medicare for all on the table or not, you don't stop talking about those tens of thousands of dead Americans that literally die every year, are murdered by our government, state-sponsored violence due to a lack of health care. I don't think you stop talking about that. I don't think you stop talking about the atrocities being, committed in places like Palestine, which both parties oversee. I don't think you stop talking about the ecocide and the drilling permits that Joe Biden has just approved, more so even than Donald Trump did. And if we have an opportunity to talk about those things that a presidential election provides us, if we have an opportunity to bring those things up and to, try to hold Biden accountable in the smallest possible way we can, then I think it's worth it. And honestly, sorry.
Damn, Gavin got pulled off at the stump. He was.
Yeah, sorry guys, my Mac keeps unplugging. But yeah, I mean, I guess that's what I would say, man. I certainly see where you're coming at it from. And I think it's an interesting conversation. I truly do.
Oh, it is an interesting conversation. Just speaking of tens of thousands of dead Americans, just remember that there are tens of thousands of dead Germans who were killed in 1919 when the socialists of that country failed to understand their historical time and place and ground themselves to death against the SPD. We're very bad at knowing when it's our time and place to make change, and it's a dangerous gamble because when we're wrong, we all die first. That's how the poem begins, right? First they came for the communists, then the trade unionists. Yeah. So, just saying, be careful.
Sure.
Thanks for coming on, Vosh. It was great chatting with you. I'm sure we'll do it again sometime. It was a pleasure.
I hope you both have a wonderful day. And it was. Thank you.
Yeah, for sure, man. Take care.
Yeah, thanks, Vosh. And thanks, everyone that tuned in. It was a great conversation, really important conversation. And yeah, genuine, sincere thank you, Vosh, for engaging and having the discussion.
Of course. Y'all have a wonderful day. Got another debate to do.
Sweet.
Peace.
Good luck, man. We'll see you next time. Yeah.
Well, we had a conversation, that's for sure. Oh. Just to be clear, just because I don't want anything that I say to get misconstrued, the corporate duopoly in America, the whole we have to choose between Republican and Democrat is it's a very difficult thing to uproot because the system that we live within is so like structurally geared towards those outcomes that it's almost like a feature of the landscape. It's like the Rockies. It's as much a part of America as the swamps in Florida and the desert in California. It's so grounded, and I think it needs to change. But it's so structurally rooted that change is not going to like swing over in an election. It's going to be a process, but it's a process that's going to take a lot of time and forethought and concentration. And that can only happen in an environment where we're not constantly being threatened by fascists. I think that people are most open to growth and change when they're not under threat. I think the best historical analogy you could sort of pull there is that it's usually empires that are not at risk that grow to greatness, Like if you want to look at the Islamic Golden Age or Rome or ancient Greece or Egypt, the times where you see this outpouring of economic, social, cultural, artistic development is usually after the fighting stops or calms down for a bit. Same with Japan, Like Japan had all these different kingdoms and shogunates fighting or whatever, but when things were unified under a central shogunate, the population boomed because people stopped fighting and people started producing a lot more art, and things got overall a lot more complicated. It's threat makes people focus first and foremost on preventing the threat from reaching us, And maybe we'll never make it so the Republicans are totally irrelevant or whatever, but we can at the very least not have the opposite party be Nazis, right? Like that's the current. It's like it's like a coin flip right now between neoliberalism and like DeSantis every day is like, here are all these Nazis in my campaign, and it's like, man, we can do better than that. I think they can be made weaker. I saw a lot of people in their chat who thought that I were like fear-mongering about the fascist thing. I don't know what I need to do to get it across to leftists what the stakes are, like it's not just trans people, like they're the excuse, but Do you still think the guests were egotistical and selfish? I mean, I disagree with them. I do like talking to the Vanguard boys, to be clear. I obviously disagree with them a lot, but in a sea of grifters and obviously insincere people, talking to two people who clearly believe what they say, even if I disagree with what they say, is refreshing and makes me feel like a human being rather than somebody shadowboxing with a crudely drawn caricature of an idea. I like that, at least. No, I don't think Cornel West is a Republican plant. I just think that the Republicans recognize the fact that his candidacy is a threat to votes that could go to Joe Biden, so they're promoting him heavily under the guise of populist, fairness. How do we get to a place where we no longer have to fear fascists? Win over a lot of people. Make really strong arguments about how Republicans are bad and their ideas are bad, the outcomes of their ideas are bad. Move people over. No Fed posting. All right. Oh, man. Right into another one. Okay. Yeah, I saw Tootie Siggy. Earwax? Why'd you type earwax? Oh, man. I got so fucking triggered the other night. I was laying... You know when you're, like... I guess I have to clean my ears, but... You know when you're, like, laying on your side... And then, like, one tiny, infinitesimally small microgram of earwax in your ear, like, dislodges from the side of the ear and hits your eardrum, and it sounds and feels like somebody just struck a gong inside your brain? No? It's only happened to me a couple of times. It's not like a regular thing. I think this is the first time it's happened in ages. But I hate that feeling. Never happened to me. It might be when I was younger, when I was first learning to swim, I got recurring ear infections where like water would get in my ear and it would have that like the sloshing feeling, and that would like it's like life ruining, man. Fuck that. Jesus Christ. Yeah, swimmer's ear, that was it. I had that for a while. And I think since then I've always been really, really paranoid about like anything in my ear. So I don't even like cleaning out my ears. Like well, you shouldn't have to clean out your ears like that much at all. Sometimes if the weather changes or with allergies or whatever, you might have earwax buildup and it's pretty easy to deal with. But like that shouldn't happen that often. And don't use a Q-tip inside of your ear. Q-tips are worthless, except for like cleaning paintings. Yeah, you're supposed to put like peroxide in your ear or something and then like drip it or whatever. I don't know. I don't like ears. Some people like me naturally build up a shit ton of wax. Yeah, there's like there's variance in that. Yeah. Yes. Sorry, I'm being rude to our next guest. That's my Steam, not my Discord. Absolutely not, Hunger Master. Hello?
Hello?
Hello, hello?
Hey, Vosh.
Howdy, can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine. How are you?
Doing great. Well, I'm coming off the heel of 2 hours of arguing about electoralism, actually, so, you know, I'll try to keep it civil. How are you doing? What's on your mind?
Condolences. What's on my mind? Well, we spoke twice before, and I think we spoke about a contentious issue that we're on opposite sides of. I thought it would be nice to start on a point of agreement and maybe explore our other views a little bit, because we're both, I think, left libertarians, and I'm curious because I think I don't really understand your libertarianism.
You just emailed me a second ago. I'm just checking now. You just emailed me with a line that began like, "This is why I'm a social conservative." How are you a left libertarian?
Well, I'm a social conservative, but when it comes to economics, I think that we should redistribute wealth. I actually think it's essential to have, you know, people stay with their kids, raise their kids without having to necessarily stick them in public school, put their parents in nursing homes. just so they can work for corporate America.
Well, I mean, I think families should stick together. I certainly agree with that. I don't think that's necessarily a socially conservative position.
I think it is. I think that families have become we have the breakdown not just of the family, but of community. There's a book called Bowling Alone by Robert Putnam. I don't know if you've heard of it. It came out about 23 years ago, I'm going to say. And it talked about how, people used to go to churches, people used to have communal, all kinds of things. And even the family, what you think of this as the family is the nuclear family. But that itself was a result of families used to be larger, marriages used to be involving parents, the entire village, tribe. So it was very different.
Well, I think there are a lot of like urbanist leftists who agree that we need to rebuild social spaces to encourage people to interact more with their immediate community, and how the nuclear family is bad and that multi-generational households can be good. I think if that's social conservatism, then there's probably a lot of like actual overlap in desirability there.
Oh, absolutely. I do have a bunch of hot takes, though, that I think you would disagree with, or at least initially, because a lot of the times I think we tinker around the edges of social problems. We have record levels of depression, unhappiness, since the sexual revolution, since people got good contraception and a lot of social norms changed, but it hasn't made people happier. And so I do think that wealth redistribution is important, because I'll give you one example. It used to be that men used to work in corporate America long hours.
Wait, hold on. You're how close is your mouth to your mic? Because the the voice quality will be fine, but then it'll vary a bit.
Oh, sorry. I might jump on my laptop if it doesn't work.
Well, it sounds fine right now. It's just sometimes it gets muffled.
Okay, let me know if it happens again.
Gotcha.
So I want to get into maybe gender issues as well as children and even the elderly, because it's all ages that suffer from sort of this end result, I suppose, of this experiment, this liberal experiment. You could do whatever you want, rights, everyone has rights, but what about responsibilities? There's not much talk of that anymore. So, for example, your parents took care of you growing up, but today rent is expensive. And both sexes have to work long hours, 10 hours a day sometimes, in order to just pay for good housing and take care of a family. Used to be one guy could do that on one paycheck because the norms were different. So if everyone floods the labor pool, that depresses wages. That's one of the reasons. And then corporate America loves it because they got more people working for them. But as a result, you don't take care of your parents. The ones that took care of you, people stick them in nursing homes often, in order so that they can work. And this is just one example. Corporate America has sold this idea that climbing the corporate ladder is actualizing yourself. And this is now the new meaning of life for many people.
Can we possibly not find a way to deal with corporate America that doesn't involve stripping economic rights from women? I'm sure there has to be a way to address these problems without forcing women back into the home. I mean, if you want there to be single income families and to be able to afford to live off of a single income, which I think is just fine, I don't think that's necessarily a socially conservative goal, because all you're talking about is raising wages, right? Like, it doesn't have to be a gender thing.
Right. I think you'll find me very different than many conservatives, because I agree with raising wages. I think, first of all, I'm opposed to force. As a libertarian, I don't want force. I don't want violence. Nobody should be forcing women to do anything. But also, they shouldn't be brainwashing people into thinking that working for corporate America or corporations is going to make you happier. It isn't. And
sure.
Okay. And they sell this to both men and women. The American dream was, you buy a mortgage for 30, you think, oh, you own your house, but you're actually renting the money from the bank. And then you have to work 30 years to pay that back double. So it used to be just the man who was doing that. So my point is this. I would like both sexes to opt out of the rat race, to work 4-day work weeks, and later maybe a 2-day work week with AI, and have a UBI. I think the UBI is a lot better than labor unions, for example.
Well, But so if the goal is for people to work less and to be paid more, I guess I just don't understand where this is socially conservative. I mean, no Republican is advocating for this, and tons of progressives are. It's like fully in alignment with left values.
Yeah, that's why I call myself a left libertarian, but socially. See, social conservatism is about questioning the liberalization that's going on. People aren't happier. And a lot of times what this country does, other countries do this too, but United States especially, they medicate you downstream of the problem. So there are problems upstream constantly. It affects the kids too in school. For example, ADHD, okay? And the one that, you know, everybody seems to focus on now is gender dysphoria and many other things. It's upstream. A lot of the problems can be fixed if you actually look at society. But what people do is they medicate them. They give the ADHD kids amphetamines, Adderall, Ritalin, and they say, okay, take these, and this will deal with your problem. It won't, because the problem is structural. It's systemic. We have to think systemically.
I have ADHD, and it does fix the problem, actually.
Yeah, but does it fix the underlying societal problem?
Well, my ADHD isn't caused by a societal problem. My ADHD is just a product of an imbalance in my brain chemistry, but taking Adderall fixes the issue.
You see, that's what they like to say in every case. Depression. They used to say, oh, it's a chemical imbalance in your brain. Until 2022, studies showed that, in fact, it is not necessarily the case. Meta-studies have shown that the SSRI, the inhibitors for the SRI, is actually oftentimes like a placebo. It doesn't actually, it's not the thing that is the cause of depression. And similarly with ADHD, what if I gave you a much more in-your-face answer, and maybe once you see it, you won't be able to unsee it? Would you like that?
Sure, go right ahead. I mean, I don't deny that there can be social causes to to people's mental conditions or whatever, but that doesn't mean that mental conditions aren't real, like extigent those things, you know? Maybe, for instance, there are some social environmental causes to autism. That's probably the case. It's almost certainly the case. But if a person has autism, that's that. They should be treated as a person with autism. And it doesn't mean that there aren't people who wouldn't have had autism anyway.
Yeah, 1 second. By the way, if I'm not coming through well, let me know. I'll switch networks.
Well, you just stopped speaking for like...
You're right. They are real.
Hello?
Okay, wait. How's this? Is it better? Am I coming through?
I can hear you right now, yes.
Okay, perfect. I switched to 5G.
Oh.
I was on a Wi-Fi.
Well, you gotta be careful with that, speaking of autism.
So, I don't mean autistic in the sense that people somehow started to, young kids these days, call, oh, you're autistic. Doesn't mean actually autistic. I mean, yes, these actual things are downstream of real societal and chemical problem. We as a society are the most irresponsible society in history. We pollute the planet with plastic. Every year we dump more of it into the rivers. The microplastics go into our bodies. We have fossil fuels. We have factory farms. I mean, it goes on and on. Day zero of water. So this is what I care about. And I'm saying we may call ourselves, conservatives, liberals, whatever, but we are essentially living on an ecological credit card that our kids will have to pay. So we don't give a shit about future generations, really. And we're just trying to make ends meet because of capitalism. So to go back to ADHD, here's what happens. We stick our kids in public school, and public school is dominated by teachers who have to, watch their ass, cover their ass. So, and the administrators too. They don't love the kids the way that their parents do, but their parents are not there. So kids are either raised by the street or they're raised by the school administrator, and the school administrator sees the kid. What do they want to do? They need the kids to sit down and be quiet for 8 hours a day. And so boys struggle with this the most. And what they call ADHD, see, ADHD is the new hysteria. They used to do this to women for hundreds of years. They used to say, oh, women are just uppity because they have a uterus. Hysteria is actually from the Greek hystera, which is uterus. So they had this catch-all disease, like they now have in the DSM-4 and the DSM-5. They say, well, if you have these symptoms, it's just a disease and you can medicate it. No, it's society placing their kids in essentially a prison for 8 hours a day and then picking them up to keep them out of trouble while they go and work, both the man and the woman. That's the issue.
Okay, so there's a lot here, and I'm not entirely sure where it connects to social conservatism, but I will say confidently that I think public education is a good thing, and it's basically the only way we've been able to enjoy post-industrial revolution level civil society. I don't know what alternative there could possibly be to public education as a way of mass educating everyone. ADHD certainly existed beforehand. Maybe people are getting it more often these days. I certainly agree that our school system, is desperately in need of updating. But yeah, I just I don't know how this necessarily ties into like a socially conservative agenda. What do you want to change about the world? Specifically, I mean.
Oh, so much. Well, I'll tell you about the solutions, but you just mentioned industrial revolution. You're essentially the model, right? To train kids to be corporate drones or sit down for 10 hours and so on. This is exactly the industrial model, the factories, and that's what they had in England. So what you're having today, you can't think of a better way. This is modeling it on essentially 19th century industrial revolution in England. We can go way past that. So in that way, I'm a progressive, right? I want a UBI. I want online courses. I want an AI tutor for everybody. I mean, it's easy now. I mean, this year, Salman Khan gave a talk about the 2 sigma problem. Now, the 2 sigma problem is the 2 sigma phenomenon or whatever. It basically says that if each student has an individual tutor that attends to their specific questions and needs, the bell curve disappears. They actually all do well, like pretty much all. So if you have AI and you have technology, and we had this conversation before, like I'm a tech bro, whatever. Yes, I am a tech bro, proudly. And I think that technology can help rescue us from, before we had capitalism and socialism and ways to organize humans, but now we can actually use technology to improve all these things.
Isn't it contradictory that we open this by talking about the dehumanization of social spaces and the fact that people are interacting less? And now you're suggesting we replace one of the most consistent, like, social environments that people are raised in, school, by being taught by an AI model with no feelings or personality?
Yeah, that's a very interesting point. See, we've already failed in a lot of our things. And I would love to go to other issues as well, but just to stay on this one. We failed in the way that we organize society. I mean, I remember there's a Cadillac commercial, 2014. It's like, why do we work so hard? Why don't we take August off? It's because we're hardworking achievers. That's why. And they're trying to praise, the fact that Americans love to say, I have no free time.
Wait, but
imagine people saying, I'm so poor. I love it. I have
but you're
no
not
money.
Addressing what I said, though.
Right, technology.
Well, why would anyone want to be taught by an AI?
Well, technology is the great empowering force that has been throughout the 20th century. So everything you do today, you use voice over IP. You use computers, personal computers. You use printers and so on, electricity. All of these things democratized access. The things that were previously gate-kept by institutions. If you wanted to print something, you had to go to a newspaper, a radio station, then the web came out. Then I remember I was a kid, it was like $1 a minute to call long distance. Now it's free because of voice over IP. So the technology takes the cost to zero. Why wouldn't we take advantage of that? Obviously.
Okay, but again, so what are you suggesting specifically? That every child be required to be given a Chat GPT lesson for 4 hours a day?
I don't believe in requirements. I think people want to help their kids. The first thing I would do is give everyone a UBI, and I would give the UBI in local currencies. And then I would tax back the UBI through a progressive tax system. So they would tax things like factory farms, plastic pollution, fossil fuels at the point of emission, all these things that we want less of. That's how we remove money from circulation, but we put it into circulation, not through the banking system, which is how we do it today. Our money comes from banks and underwriters. And the underwriters have to guess if the business will pay it back in 5 years. The UBI goes into circulation based on people's needs. If you want to get Gillette razors, you go ahead and do that. If you want to get an online course for your kid, you do that. But the main thing is you don't work 10 hours a day. You each work much less, and you spend time with your kids, which is what the kids actually need.
But the reason that we have compulsory education is because leaving it up to the parent is actually a really bad idea. Because there are shitty parents. And if you don't get an education as a child, you're kind of fucked. In order to keep up with modern society, you need a pretty robust education that spans a good portion of your life. And if your parents just don't give that to you because they're ideologically opposed, indifferent, lazy, hateful, whatever, you're just fucked. Like, you would have a society full of 18-year-old illiterates whose parents just for some reason or another did not think it worthwhile to educate their children via AI, which I still haven't really gotten an answer to how that would work.
Look at the Salman Khan
and it would be
lecture.
a net detriment.
Individualized instruction. Well, look, okay, there's a couple directions I can take this, but the one that's more interesting to me is, you say you're a libertarian, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you do believe that people should have the freedom to choose how to spend their time, or how, what to spend their money on and stuff like that?
Within limits. I mean, we both believe in taxation, as you've described. That would be taking their money. They wouldn't need to give me permission to do that if I ran the government.
I don't necessarily believe in taxation the way it's done today. I would abolish the individual income tax completely.
You just said a progressive tax.
Yeah, on corporations, on maybe extremely wealthy people that put together trusts or other non-human entities. Sure, I don't have any sympathy for non-human entities, but I wouldn't tax individuals just for working. I mean, that's ridiculous.
I mean, I don't think it's ridiculous. The state is the one printing the currency, so it makes sense that it would tax the currency.
I don't want the state to print the currency. I'm in favor of currencies being issued by smaller entities, like a neighborhood or a city.
Why would anyone accept a currency that was printed in an adjacent neighborhood?
Why would anyone accept a currency
that was printed in an adjacent neighborhood? Why would you break it down into so many different currencies? The point of a currency is that it's meant to be a divisible exchange unit of worth.
A great question. Well, you happen to be speaking to someone who's built a company called Intercoin, which deals with this exact problem. Why would anyone use the internet, and why would they use an adjacent network or some network around the world? Because they're all interoperating.
But we're talking about currency. The point of currency is that it can be backed up by the perceived value of state power, or of if it's fiat currency, of a given amount of gold or whatever else. I mean, it has to be backed by something. But if it's just a neighborhood currency, why would that be used? I mean, we saw
this idea
we
that
saw examples of this with like the Holy Roman Empire, right? Where like every little kingdom and fiefdom would issue its own currency. But
you don't have to go that far.
It was a mess.
In this country, they had free banking era where every bank would issue its own banknotes. So this existed in the 19th century until the government, you say backing, you know what the government does? It uses violence. It sends in the men with guns. And unlike those other libertarians you talked to.
Okay, wait, you know what those banks in the 19th century did to assure the strength of their currency, right?
A lot of those banks failed, actually.
Okay, yeah, I know, because that system is terrible. But do you know what they did to secure the value of their currency?
They didn't give out crazy loans to people who couldn't pay them back.
They also relied on violence.
Look, the entire system relies on violence. The capitalist system relies on violence no less than the communist, so-called, or socialist systems. They just enforce it differently. So they would evict people from their houses for non-payment. If a person refused to leave, the same men with guns say, well, the bank says it belongs to this absentee landlord, so you're out. Look, I mean, we in this country passed laws to protect them.
I feel like we're like 17 layers deep on a question, because the question was about AI teaching children, and then it was the effects of children not receiving an education because their parents didn't give them one. And then you asked me if I'm a libertarian. And now we're talking about...
you're a libertarian who believes that the state should use violence in order to back up the currency.
As you said, all systems use violence.
Yeah, but you're trying to use a concentration of power. Let me be clear, because I want to understand the basics. This time I want to understand your viewpoint. My viewpoint is that I am suspicious of any concentration of power in federal governments, in large corporations. I don't believe that Twitter, one guy should control the whole thing, and so on. So for me, I'm consistent. I want to decentralize power. I want to give
decentralized violence.
I guess, but lesser violence, right? The violence that sends people to war, the violence that commits a genocide would not be as possible if there was no center. It could just say, well, this is what we're going to do. We're going to kill all the Jews.
Well, that's usually what happens is you have a bunch of smaller feudal lords, and then one of them gets strong and takes power, and then they do become the centralized violence. In the absence of a mediator like the state, you're describing a bunch of petty warlords, one of whom will eventually be stronger than the others.
I would reduce the state to one specific function, and that function is exactly preventing the violence from happening in the first place. For example, I would have a world police rather than armies. So yes, you're right that when it comes to violence, that one thing you do need to it would be nice to have a monopoly on violence. Yes, but that monopoly has to be carefully kept in check with checks and balances. So the world police would not be the United States. It would be more like the UN, peacekeeping force or something. And for very, very importantly, if it's deployed to a region, no one in that group could have a horse in the race. It would have to be from countries that have nothing to do with the regional conflict. Then we would avoid a ton of wars.
Yeah, so you're describing a world government, which I'm in favor of.
Well, again, I am not describing an all-encompassing world government as you seem to do with the world currency and that can cut you off, that you can't buy anything anywhere in the world, with a social credit system that will punish you gradually.
I'm not in favor of a social credit system.
Okay, so then I ask you practically, how are you going to prevent a world government that has all the guns and all the power and controls the currency like we'll have with the CBDCs and the national IDs? How will you prevent in your world? You say government is the only way. So we're going to be living in, it's going to be their world. We just live in it, and they could cut us off at any point.
Well, the point is that it's a democratic society that's highly federalized with systems that allow for individual participation at a local level, kind of like what we have in the United States. So it's not really their world, right? Like, America isn't Joe Biden's America. Joe Biden represents a conglomerate of interests, largely an oligarchical one, but that's why I advocate for socialism, because I believe that under a proletarian state, you could have an elected leader who would represent proletarian interests.
Yeah, and every single time people have these rosy things, name me one country. You're just like the laissez-faire libertarians. Name me one country where this has worked. Name me one country that has stably had a nice, benevolent democracy that has never corrupted and never took power.
Stably had, for how long? There are multiple democracies.
You're saying it should be forever or something, because as soon as your democracy is taken over, hey, weren't you opposed to the Trump January 6th
well, I'm sorry, are you asking me to construct a form of government that is perfect and will never fail no matter what?
I'm not, well, I don't have to do that because I want to strip the government of most of its functions, right? Except for the one where it prevents one group from massacring another group.
Except you would just create a system of warlords. But yeah, no, most democracies in the world today, at least like, Western democracies, have been more or less stable for a time. I don't think there's any system of government or any system of non-government that can ever be considered perfectly stable, like forever. I don't think that's a real thing.
Thank you. Well, listen, I think that's a good note on which to move to sort of change topic a little bit, because we were going to talk about Ukraine and Russia. And I just want to kind of delve into that a little bit. As a libertarian, I find that this, again, there's a new thing in town that wasn't around for most of history. And that new thing is the borders that the United Nations has, since the United Nations exists, the borders will never change. And like the procedure for changing a border and allowing, say, Kosovo or Hong Kong.
I'm sorry, could you hold for just one moment? I just have to do something really quickly.
Sure, yeah, of course.
Okay, one moment. I'm sorry, one of my cats took such a smelly shit that I thought something was wrong. But it wasn't. It was just pigeon being disgusting.
How many cats do you have?
I have 3 cats.
Wow. All right. And why is your icon Mr. Freeze? I was curious about that.
Mr. Freeze?
I thought that was Mr. Freeze. on your icon everywhere.
Oh no, it's a TV head. It's a reference to an anime called Fooly Cooly, which I'm fond of.
Oh, okay. See, I learned something. I thought it was Mr. Freeze. So maybe you throw the cold water on conservatives. Anyway, what I want to say, what was I saying? Oh, yeah. You said that you can't have something forever, something stable forever. And I agree. A lot of the countries' borders that were set up, especially in the Middle East with the Sykes-Picot Agreement, for example, they're tinderboxes. Demographics change. And even without them changing, you have one part of the country thinks one thing, like maybe they're Shiites or Kurds. Another one is Sunnis. And so there's constant sectarian strife. And I'm saying that a lot of what happened in Ukraine, you could see the elections, you could see by polls and so on. On all these issues, that was a tinderbox as well. And what you do with these tinderboxes is you allow democracy to function. So if you believe in democracy and everything you just said, which is non-violently solving differences, right, like we're supposed to do in this country, we shouldn't allow January 6th to succeed. And similarly, we shouldn't foment revolutions and regime change in other countries because that F's them up. And that's what the United States and Russia and China sometimes do. And I essentially condemn them all for doing that and how much they do that.
So what is the question?
I guess, do you recognize the role of the United States and more broadly, sort of NATO members in the war, in making the war in Ukraine almost inevitable?
No, I do not recognize it. I think that Russia, given the Putin regime, was basically guaranteed to invade Ukraine at some point.
And why do you think that?
Because Putin's basically said so. The arguments that he's made about the invasion of Ukraine, its justifications, are rooted back in, like, restoring the Russian Empire. Putin is a fascist. Fascists like to do land grabs. It's pretty in line with, you know, what he'd be engaged in.
While I'm sympathetic to like having that kind of one-dimensional narrative,
I don't think it's one-dimensional. I think it's a pretty straightforward thing to say based on the statements that he's made directly. Like I think that this is one of those cases of informed simplicity where it looks like it might be complicated if you just kind of vaguely know about what's going on, but if you know a lot about it, it's actually really obvious and straightforward.
I do know a lot about it.
Putin has been a warmonger and a fascist for basically the whole time he's been in power. He's been warmongering and doing fascism the entire time. And now he's doing the same thing he's always been doing, just in Ukraine's direction, which he's been indicating he wants to do for a long time. So
you could say that Modi in India is a fascist. You could say that the government, right, but they haven't went and annexed other countries, and you don't expect them to. So just being a fascist or whatever you're saying is not just enough.
I don't know. Wait.
Accept the award to be inevitable.
Being a fascist doesn't mean you're guaranteed to annex land, but also India has fought over land. The Kashmiri region, parts of Pakistan, Bangladesh, India has been engaged in constant land disputes with its neighbors.
Well, any country. Look at. I was just in Azerbaijan, Baku, right, and I got to hear their side.
I did not make the argument that every fascist will annex land, only that it is something fascists like to do.
Well, hold on. You just said that it was pretty much inevitable because Putin is a fascist, and that's what fascists do, they annex land.
I said it was pretty much inevitable for a number of reasons associated with Putin, and I listed them out. Not just him being a fascist.
Right, what were the other ones?
Him being a warmonger, him doing land grabs, him arguing that he wants to restore the Russian Empire, and that he hearkens to that era as a sign of Russian political and national power, his agitation at post-Soviet Warsaw Pact independence nations, conflicts that he's had with the Chechens, conflicts that he's had with the Baltic states. He said so, like he said this stuff. You know, I don't think it's that ambiguous with him. Georgia, yeah, the state of Georgia.
Georgia? Oh, yes. I thought you meant the U.S. state. Look. I have a few questions for you. Can you quote anything that Putin actually said that would imply that he wants to restore the Russian Empire or the Soviet Union?
Off the top of my head, I cannot directly quote him, but you're free to research the issue on your own time.
I did research the issue. The thing is, the same man who said, he took the Winston Churchill quote and said, He who doesn't miss the Soviet Union has no heart, but he who wants to restore it has no brain. Same guy said that. He does not want to restore the Soviet Union as far as anything he's ever said.
Then why does he keep attacking and invading and expressing soft and hard power over post-Soviet nations?
No, that is the right question. And I don't mean to channel the iRobot, but that is, Detective, the right question. See, the thing is, that is what imperialist countries do, including our own. See, George W. Bush would fit all these criteria, yes? Fascist, invading, occupying, correct?
No.
George W.?
George W. Bush didn't try to annex any land in the Middle East.
Since when is annexing the green the red line? Like, so
it's a huge
invading,
difference. Fascists tend to be obsessed with the idea of expanding the nation and consolidating the ethnicity. So annexation is a big part of the fascist narrative because of blood and soil. That's literally like a part of their belief system.
So this is where I think we have a disagreement.
No,
and
we don't have a disagreement. You're just incorrect. Warmongering.
You don't know what I'm going to say.
It doesn't matter what you're going to say. Warmongering is a practice engaged in by every form of government throughout all of human history.
You don't know what I'm going to say. What I'm going to say
wait. Warmongering is something all governments do. Annexation is a different kind of behavior, especially in the modern world.
Only at annexation. Fine. Let's look only at annexation. And I am trying to tell you, here's where we disagree.
Sorry, 1 second, really quick. I have a quote from chat, from Putin. Since time immemorial, the people living in the southwest of what has historically been Russian land have called themselves Russians and Orthodox Christians. So I will start with the fact that modern Ukraine was entirely created by Russia, or to be more precise, by Bolshevik communist Russia. This process started practically right after the 1917 revolution, and Lenin and his associates did it in a way that was extremely harsh on Russia by severing what is historically Russian land. So he's constantly arguing that Ukraine is basically
nothing about that says, and by the way, we are going to go and annex them back.
Yeah, that's because that's not how the world works. No leader says, oh yeah, so because of this, we will annex them. Obviously.
Okay, so let me try to steel man your argument.
Also, he did annex it. He annexed Crimea.
So you're, okay, hold on a second. So you're, okay, I'll steel man that too. So you're saying Putin...
The annexation of Crimea?
...is a fascist, right, annexation of Crimea. So Putin is a... Crimea, by the way, okay, you just threw that one in there. Crimea did not want to live under Ukraine since 1991. If you look at their actual referendum in 1991, and anyone wants to look it up...
That's really tough, but voting 49% to stay with the country that you're in doesn't mean the neighboring country gets to invade and take over.
They actually voted 94% to be an independent of Ukraine republic.
Yes, and then there was a subsequent vote on whether or not...
Nobody cares what Crimea thinks.
So, okay, so like one vote one time means that an adjacent nation gets to annex them in 2014.
No one gets to annex anybody. In my world, all of this is garbage. This is the government's, this is exactly the problem I'm talking about. You try to whitewash the Russian government, I know it sounds funny, by saying it's Putin's war, it's one man Putin. And I am here to tell you, it's the entire Russian government. You could take Yeltsin, Boris Yeltsin, and he opposed the expansion of NATO. You could take Medvedev.
Wait, why are we talking about NATO?
It wasn't Putin who was president when Russia invaded Georgia. It was Medvedev. Every single president of Russia, every single one, would oppose the expansion of NATO.
I don't care whether they would oppose it. What does this have to do with what we were talking about?
Right, but this is what you have to understand. It's governments. It's the whole shebang. It's the United States government. Now, let me show you.
The United States government controls Putin?
No, see, you're not letting me finish my sentence.
Because you run through like 60 incorrect statements, and then you like go off on a different subject.
Here's the correct statement. The U.S. government, since the inception of the United States, has annexed, genocide.
Wait, hold on. I'm uninterested in this conversation. We were talking about Ukraine.
No, but this is where you're navel gazing. You are talking about one guy.
Navel gazing. You keep talking about anything but the subject. We never got answers on AI or on what would happen if parents don't educate their children, or like there are so many subjects that have been left behind to wander to a new one.
Give me 10 seconds and I will answer your questions directly. How about that? But you have to ask me a question and then listen to my answer, if that's okay.
But you were asking me questions. I wasn't asking you questions.
So can I ask you a question then?
Sure.
Okay. So this is the premise to my question. The United States consists of three parts: the original colonies in the east, the Louisiana Purchase in the middle, and what is California all the way down to Texas with all the Spanish city names. That was Mexico. The United States simply took the land that is bigger than all of Mexico is right now from Mexico 100 years ago and annexed it, just like it did with Hawaii, in the Kingdom of Hawaii and annexed. You're saying that is Putin. I'm saying it's imperialism. This is what big countries...
At no point did I make the argument that only Putin is capable of annexing territory.
Okay. So you have to, again, think systemically, just like with the first discussion. With
I do. I have never indicated that I don't think this is a systemic issue with Russia.
So I guess if there's a theme to all of this, is that you fix the problem upstream and you think systemically, okay? And
how do you suggest fixing the problem with Russia being fascist?
Every imperialist country is fascist by your definition.
No, that is not my definition. Not even remotely.
What is your definition then of fascist?
The fact that you arrived at that interpretation of my statement indicates to me that nothing I say at this point will affect the next words out of your mouth. So
see, this is the thing. First you define a term and then we could both decide whether your term applies to a thing or not. If you don't define it, then it's up to you. I guess by fiat.
At no point did I say what you think I said, though.
Okay, so say it again. Sorry. Maybe I
don't know what we're talking about, though.
Define what you mean by fascist. You call half of America fascist. What do you mean by fascist?
A palingenetic ultranationalist state that is obsessed with ethnic conquest, national supremacy, that is highly authoritarian, militarily regimented, obsessed with patriarchy. There are a lot of characteristics associated with fascism, but those are the ones that I take.
Okay,
being imperialistic
is China and United States as well.
Being imperialistic is a component of it, but that does not in and of itself mean that a country is
everything
fascist.
You said applies to the United States today and China.
A palingenetic ultranational? No, it doesn't. China is fascist. America is not palingenetic.
Okay, so 1 out of 2 you already agree. You give me China, correct?
Yeah, China's fascist.
Pan-Chinese, locking up the Uyghurs in labor camps and re-educating them. That doesn't sound fascist to you?
I have just said twice now that China is fascist.
Okay, so the United States is, as you say, there's so many conservatives here, not the type that I am, that say that there's Christian nationalism, they're nationalists. Trump called himself a nationalist openly. I did a video on socialism versus nationalism, Bernie versus Trump. Yes, this country chooses nationalists, all the white nationalists emboldened by Trump. The nationalists are the people that are against the, quote, international Jews, also against globalists, and all of those things are flavors of America First nationalism. But it's not just America First. The America First guys are actually nicer because they don't go invading other countries 1,000 miles away. It's the neoliberal.
It's just like how the Nazis, before they took power, said that they were primarily interested in unifying the Aryan people and did not have aims outside of that. The reason they pursued Lebensraum and annexed the Sudetenland in Austria is because they were trying to unify their German folk. But they had no interest in moving outside of that, right?
Again, yes, they did.
Okay,
so my point is that
maybe fascists are militaristic and imperialistic, and they are secretly.
The United States is the most militaristic, imperialistic. It took over the entire world. It has 800 bases.
Taken over the entire world.
The rest of the world has 30 bases combined. We have 800.
Do you know why we have military bases in most of those nations?
Yes, because we already took over everything around.
It's because they're allies, and they like having the most powerful military in the world there to shore up their defenses.
I don't know how you can be a libertarian and then carry water for the military-industrial complex.
No, that's not carrying water for the military-industrial complex. That is literally why we're there. They invite us. They like having us there.
Yeah, they hate us for our freedoms. I've heard it all.
Wait, that's the opposite of what I'm saying. Okay, can you understand why a country that is allied with the United States, let's say, I don't know, France, or Poland, let's say Poland.
Yeah, let's go invade Vietnam with France.
Poland and the U.S. are allies. People in Poland really like America, as I understand from polling. They just really like this country. Can you understand why Poland might like having U.S. military bases in their country?
Of course, they also despise, well, not all. You know, I never want to paint everyone with one brush, but by and large, Polish are probably the most anti-Russians because they don't enjoy. Uh, Ukraine used to belong to Poland. A lot of the Galicia region was Polish, and then Russians actually kicked their butt, and like they don't like Russians also. So that's a big factor as well, and I can understand them.
Okay, so they might want to have U.S. military bases there because if there are U.S. military bases there, that would mean that they are assured protection from us. Because if they're invaded and our men get attacked in their country, that's an attack on U.S. soil. So
I understand you.
It's mutually beneficial. That's not imperialism. That's just allied nations.
Okay, do you know how you try to deprogram conservatives from things that they say and truly believe by giving them data and facts and trying to get them to think for themselves, correct? So I'm going to try to deprogram you from the statist utterances that you have.
What,
leader of the world,
what part of
all
what I just said is inaccurate?
It's not that it's inaccurate. It is that
Well,
it's selectively choosing the only part. It's cherry picking the narrative in order to carry water for the military industrial.
No, it's an acknowledgement that these subjects are more complicated than America is a big bad imperial power, which to be fair, we are. But most of our engagement with our military abroad has to do with us maintaining relationships with our allies overseas. I don't think it's fair to call that imperialist. If that's the case, then defensive treaties between allied neighboring nations are imperialist, and that seems like a misuse
calls
of the
everything
term.
they ever do defensive. The IDF is called the Israel Defense Force. Everyone always says defensive.
So again, wait, you're going on to another topic now, all right? Our bases in Poland are defensive.
Not necessarily,
Yes.
because the bases. Okay, you don't know the history, but I've sent you a link.
I know the history.
Okay, I've sent you a link. If you want, you can open it up to your listeners. Those links in there are from mainstream, New York Times, CNN, actual NATO website, and I show you by mainstream sources that all of this is propaganda. NATO is not a defensive alliance.
Wait,
only.
we're not talking about NATO. I was talking about military bases in Poland, U.S. military bases.
So so remember the link I've sent you where not Putin, not Medvedev, but Yeltsin objected to Poland being added to NATO, and then NATO, Clinton putting the missile defense shield, again, defensive, in Romania. But this is the thing. The defensive, every analyst will tell you, can easily be flipped to offensive. These same installations can become, they said it's against Iran, actually. They're defending against Iran. But like, you could say anything. That's the point.
Yes.
It's useful idiocy to just simply parrot what they say.
Okay, well, in that case, the fact that Russia has ICBMs means that they have positioned military stations that are quote-unquote defensive, but could actually be offensive.
Correct. Russia is also an imperialist
okay,
power.
so everyone is offensive against everyone, because everyone has military capabilities that extend across the planet then.
Why do you think the Budapest Memorandum happened and why Ukraine gave up its nukes? Because Clinton and the United States were worried. I sent you that LA Times article. It says they were aimed at the United States. They were worried that Ukraine's too much friends with Russia is going to be aiming ICBMs mostly at the US. So they're like, let's get rid of all these other satellite countries.
They wanted to cut down on nuclear proliferation and keep it primarily to countries they thought they could deal with.
And then in 2010, NATO undertook, by their words on their own website, the largest disarmament project in the world, ridding Ukraine of defensive weaponry that it had, and then offering itself as a solution.
I guess they should have kept it, or they should have joined NATO. That would have been nice.
Yeah, no shit. They should have kept their own defensive weapons, obviously.
Or joined NATO.
Yeah, but this is the thing, you see. Under the guise, this happened throughout history. An empire would go to the disaffected members of the other empire on the periphery and be like, we're going to be your friends.
Ukraine isn't a part of Russia's empire.
Say that again?
Ukraine isn't a part of Russia's empire.
No, former empire. So just take Russia out of this for a second. A similar situation, the Ottoman Empire. When the Ottoman Empire fell apart, they had by then genocided Armenians, they had genocided Greeks, pretty much all the Christians. I think there was also Assyrians that they genocided. Again, we're talking about in the hundreds of thousands. Of course, they're going to dispute that. They're going to say it was a civil war, whatever. The point is there was instability between Muslims and Christians. So today, the Turks are hated by many of the Christians, the Armenians, the Greeks, and also the Kurds. because the Kurds want their own state. So when an empire falls apart, it's normal for these groups that previously lived under it to feel a sense of nationalism and want to build their own country. This is normal. And then if you approach these groups and say, hey, let's make an alliance against Turkey and let's surround Turkey and contain Turkey because they genocided people in the past. So that's a self-fulfilling prophecy. You're literally back to an animal.
What is the issue with this?
The issue is that this is what empires do. They justify it by nice words like, we are here to help.
So wait, stop. No, specifically, explain to me what the moral wrong is with us offering support and assistance to Ukraine.
The moral wrong is the same as what we're doing now in Taiwan. It's the same as what we're doing around the world.
Just focus on the Ukraine. What is wrong with what we did there?
On one area out of the entire globe that we're taking.
Yes, I do need you to focus on one area in particular. What is wrong with what we did?
Later I'll ask why that area, but sure. What's wrong with it is it's like if I painted a red stripe on a person and sent him out into the bullfight arena and said, don't worry, man, I got your back. But you go ahead, here are the weapons, you go. And we're going to... What's wrong is what
so by having Ukraine join NATO, we would have made them a bigger target?
To see what's wrong, all you have to do is look at all the past instances. We've done this with Afghanistan. We've given them the Stinger missile.
Stop. Ukraine.
Why? Okay. In science, in any area of life, you have to look for patterns in order to understand
we don't.
Anything.
There are no patterns. Ukraine.
There are no patterns.
Explain to me how. Explain to me how we have made Ukraine more vulnerable by offering it a position in NATO, should it get its shit together, and giving it weapons.
That is exactly... NATO didn't want to be in Ukraine. Okay, fine. I'll answer you directly. During Yushchenko, during George W. Bush's time, Ukraine did not want to be in NATO. All the polls showed this. Pew, Gallup, everybody. By and large, Ukraine did not want NATO. That didn't stop Bush, George W. Bush, the warmonger, from deciding for some reason to work with the Ukrainian president, Yushchenko, to get Ukraine into NATO anyway.
Okay, then so you... Wait, hold on. Wait. So wait, hold on. Wait. Stop. We're going to do this bit by... Wait, no, stop. No, stop talking.
I would have been over already.
We're going to do this bit by bit. So Ukraine does not rule by referendum. Even if the population is unpopular with something, or even if the population thinks something is unpopular or undesirable, that does not mean that leaders of Ukraine cannot talk with our leaders.
I'm trying to deprogram you.
Stop. So you implied there was something sinister about George Bush. No, stop. You implied there was something sinister about George Bush talking with Ukraine's leaders about admitting them into NATO, even though the thing wasn't popular at the time. There is nothing weird about that. Leaders talk all the time about future... No, stop! About future potential agreements or the potential of defensive alliances. And also, nations don't usually base their interest in defensive alliances on national referendum. We don't do that in the U.S. I don't know why we would do that anywhere else.
It was a poll, and people's exact reason was antagonizing Russia, and they were right. This exact scenario is what they didn't want.
It doesn't matter. You implied that George Bush was being sinister in some fashion by talking to Ukraine's leadership, despite a poll result.
George W. Bush. Okay, what are we doing over there? Can I ask you that question? It's off limits to ask. What is the United States doing in Ukraine in 2004, 5, 6, 7? What are we doing there?
We want to promote alliances with as many nations as possible.
George Washington warned about this.
Stop.
But I'll tell you something. Why are we doing these alliances? Out of the goodness of our hearts?
No, because it's beneficial to us.
What's beneficial to us is flipping the neighbors of our geopolitical foes against them, weakening them.
Yeah, no shit.
Creating a quagmire for them.
Uh-huh.
That is what we do. That's what we've done. They've done it to us in Vietnam. We did it to them in Afghanistan. This is what these great powers do.
It serves our interest to have allies.
These are not allies. They're dying.
Ukraine. Wait, no, stop. Ukraine is our ally, definitionally. It serves our interest to have allies. You're like, have you considered there might be a reason why we want to have allies? Isn't it to America's benefit to have allies? Yes.
Of course, it's a benefit if you're a war hawk and you think that.
No, wait, no, stop. You did it again. It's not Warhawk to want to be allies with the country. That's the opposite of Warhawk, actually.
But I do want to deprogram you at least in one area. But I need to speak for 30 seconds or 20 seconds.
You've spoken for 30-second intervals and more multiple times, but it usually leads to you moving to different topics. I'm trying to keep you on a topic.
You said that you support democracy and holding your government to account. Did you not say that?
Yeah, certainly.
Government. Okay. If the people of Ukraine, by and large, in majority, do not want Ukraine to join NATO, all the polls show this, 2009. If they elect Yanukovych, who puts an end to the NATO integration, and then we go and essentially foment a revolution to remove the sitting president.
Nope, you're doing it again. The Euromaidan was a representation of legitimate Ukrainian discontent with Yanukovych's decision to withdraw from EU participation, which the overwhelming majority of Ukrainians wanted, and move towards Russia because Yanukovych was a found Russian puppet and a deeply corrupt man. It's interesting how your opposition to state corruption ends the moment you're in favor of the unpopular government behavior.
You're just being very inconsistent because on the one hand, you're saying that the government can do what it wants independent.
No, I'm not. No, stop. Again, no, stop. You're saying something very dumb, okay? Leaders in a government are allowed to talk with our leaders about future military alliances. It does not matter what a poll said. That is not in any way a negation of democratic principles. That's fine. No.
Demilitarization.
No, stop.
Why don't you care?
No, well, I don't, because the stuff you're saying is stupid and irrelevant. I'm helping you, okay? Trust me, I'm trying to get you on track. I'm deprogramming you from imbecility. Okay, listen.
You're going to have to listen to what I'm saying afterwards.
What you are talking about right now is irrelevant.
According to you.
Yes,
go ahead.
Correct. No, that's all I have to say. So find another thing to talk about.
Can I download some information?
Is it another thing to talk about, or is it the same thing as before?
No, this is the thing. That we're on the thing, okay? First of all, for someone who opposes January 6th, it's not good to overthrow.
We did this before. We did this before. January 6th was about overriding a democratic election and imposing a fascist on the government. Euromaidan was because the insanely corrupt leader Yanukovych had started putting forward anti-protest laws that would have made him a dictator. Euromaidan was pro-democracy. January 6th was anti-democracy. There is no hypocrisy here. You will not get me on it.
That's exactly the type of biased talking points.
No,
people say
no, that is not a biased talking point. They're just two different things.
Okay, they're literally repeated. I've heard phrases. How many times have you heard phrases like "they hate us for our freedoms"?
I have no idea why you keep bringing that up. I've never said anyone hates us for our freedoms.
All these phrases are pushed as propaganda to the people in order to support the necessary thing. In this case, it's unjustified and unprovoked. For example, there's a bunch of them. It's repeated on government websites. It's repeated verbatim in all the.
What is?
Unjustified and unprovoked is always.
What statement is repeated?
The word Russia's invasion of Ukraine. So like the word unjustified and unprovoked. Someone came up with that, right? It's just like after 9/11 when they pulled, the crusade against evil.
What are you talking about?
They had axis of evil as a thing, There's a lot of things that they just put in your brain and you just repeat it.
Oh, wait, stop. Okay, wait, hold on. I'm going to cut you off again. Nothing that you're saying means anything, and I'm not listening. Try again.
Okay. The government, see, I'm a libertarian, so I'm sorry, I speak libertarianese, okay?
Yeah, I know. You do in ways that you don't understand, but yes, continue.
Okay, but I hope you understand this. Your government comes up with phrases, okay, and then they test them and see how they...
I'm getting bored again. I want objective answers on what is morally right, or I want descriptive and prescriptive claims. I'm not No, stop. Stop, because you said... Wait, hold on. You just said, here's the fact. But what you're about to do is wild conjecture.
No, you don't know what I'm about to do.
I do, actually.
My conjecture. No, you literally did not.
I do, actually. I know. I'm inside your mind, and I know that you were about to do wild conjecture and narrativization.
I don't know how. You obviously hear yourself. So you're unironically saying these things. I'm in your mind. I'm always right. I'm the guy who's right, and all these other leftists are wrong. Come on, man. You got.
I do often say these things. That is true. You have me down to a T here. Look, note we're like 57 subjects off of the thing that we were originally talking about here. I don't even know what like perspective
You're not letting me
you
ask
you asked me if I thought like there was a reason to believe that Russia would have invaded Ukraine anyway, no matter what, and I gave you a bunch of them, including explicit statements from Putin where he talked about how he considered it a part of Russia's historical territory.
And
So
I've
like
shown you that
right
you can't
off the
come up
bat,
with
no,
quote to back
right
up.
off the bat, I cited examples of why I believe this war was inevitable. And how did you engage with that? You didn't. You didn't engage with it. You just moved on to another topic, like you always
You
do.
just cut off everything I'm saying. That's not the same thing. I do engage. I try to engage in many different ways. One of them is trying to deprogram you. You support
Okay, you
the
should
state.
stop with that particular method.
You support the state. You support the U.S.
What do I support the U.S. doing?
Around the world. The 800
No,
bases.
wait, hold on. What specifically do I support the U.S. doing?
Well, this is what you've said, your words. It's nothing wrong with approaching the neighbors of our geopolitical rivals, China and Russia, and simply offering to have a military alliance against that geopolitical rival.
It's not. Wait, hold on. NATO isn't a geopolitical alliance against Russia. There's nothing in NATO that says it's an against Russia thing. It's just a shared military alliance.
So in the 90s, when the USSR fell apart, why was NATO around? This is the Bernie Sanders question. Why? What was NATO? Who were NATO defending against exactly? Aliens? Panama?
No, Russia.
Okay.
So that doesn't mean that it's a military alliance against Russia.
Russia,
No,
what do you
stop.
mean it's
No, there's a
defending against
difference.
Russia?
There's a critical difference here. NATO isn't an organization constructed to fight Russia. Russia was just the geopolitical threat. There were talks of adding Russia into NATO. That's how, considerate they were of the idea that NATO might expand beyond just being a not Russian military alliance.
Do you know your history? Do you know? Okay,
I know.
So
wait, hold on. Wait. To be clear, and to answer in future instances, I know everything. Now, with this
Okay, so
case,
why are you
with
accusing
this
me of
case
factually wrong and
specifically,
say wrong?
it is not NATO's fault if Russia keeps being militarily aggressive to their neighbors. That's just not anyone's fault but Russia's.
Okay,
Maybe Russia
so-
should stop being militarily aggressive.
Yeah, it's like saying, that cornered animal should definitely.
They're not a
stop
cornered
lacking
animal.
out.
They're not
It was
cornered.
afraid.
They're
Why
not
is
being.
it so
They're not
aggressive?
being threatened. They're not cornered. They're not being threatened.
Says you. This is
Yes,
this is
and
the
I'm
crux of
correct,
it.
as we established.
You're the one who says, I am correct. Trust me.
Yes.
We're not going to kill you like we've done with Native Americans and
Well,
Mexicans
is there
and everyone
anything
else.
that Russia has that might make it impossible to invade them? Can you think of anything Russia has that
We're not going
guarantees?
to invade them. We're going to destroy them from within. Come on.
Excuse what? How?
Hello. How did we get other countries regime
No,
change?
just answer. Stop. Just how?
We already got the USSR.
How?
We've already done
How?
it. Okay.
No, I asked how. Just answer how.
We meddled in their elections, just like we did in '96 and the USSR when it fell apart.
Excuse me? What are we going to do?
The USSR fell apart, correct?
Yes.
Did we invade USSR to do that?
No.
Okay. How did that happen then? Explain.
The USSR was being managed horribly. They bankrupted themselves in Afghanistan. Their economy was on the fritz. They had alienated their allies in China and many other parts of the world. The members of the Warsaw Pact. Wait, no, I'm not done. I'm not done. The Warsaw Pact had grown increasingly distrustful of them because the Warsaw Pact saw the much higher standard of living in Western
answer
Europe.
my question.
Wait, no, stop. I'm not done. Also,
what
Russia
mechanism-
kept invading their allies. The suppression of the Hungarian independence movement probably did a lot to ostracize them from their potential allies. Okay, there we go. So those are reasons why the Soviet Union.
None of those things answered my question.
No,
The
you
answer
asked
to
how
my-
did it collapse, and I answered.
Yeah, no, the answer is it collapsed by three guys who got together in a forest, just like with Woodrow Wilson with that island, Jekyll Island, and they got the
Did they
Fed,
cast a
right?
spell?
They basically said, well, in the Constitution, we could secede, right? Yeah, we could secede. Okay, so we could basically
Who said this?
the presidents of Ukraine, Belarus, and Russia. who
Oh,
was
I thought
Yeltsin.
you said that these were systemic issues and you shouldn't ascribe them to individual leaders.
Correct. These are systemic
Oh,
things.
so don't say three guys then. Say that the leadership of these nations wanted to secede. I wonder why they wanted to secede
Fair
from
enough.
Russia.
But you have to choose one. If I'm going to play by, look, the fact is, this is how it actually happened legally. Okay. The United States had a similar thing, except they fought a war where millions were killed in order to, quote, preserve the Union. See, we don't let anybody secede. We only take and annex. We never let anyone secede.
You do know that the South started the war against the North, right?
Do I know that the South? Yeah, because Lincoln got elected. Yeah.
You're not just a victim blamer for Ukraine. You're a victim blamer for the Union. They
No, it's just a
fired.
fact.
They fired on Fort Sumter.
I'm saying their declaration of independence, I think it was South Carolina that had their reason was that Lincoln wasn't even on the ballot and he got elected as the president of the union. So they're like,
Are you
screw this.
suggesting that they wait, hold on. Are you suggesting that they rigged the election for Lincoln?
I don't know. I think he won just because he was an abolitionist, and I think it was.
So wait, he won? Wait, are you seriously doing like Jan 6 election denialism for Lincoln, thus justifying Southern secession? What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm saying their stated fact. Just
what fact are you? What fact are you stating?
Ron Paul got booed for stating why Osama bin Laden attacked the United States because
they attacked the United States because they were a slave society.
I'm not justifying Osama bin Laden. I'm not justifying.
Wait, no. What are you talking about? Are you so?
I'm talking
hold on.
about the written document.
Did Lincoln barely win the election or not?
I wasn't there, and honestly, I don't know. I didn't research.
What do you mean? Then why did you say, well, he wasn't even on the ballot? Are you suggesting?
He wasn't on the ballot in most of the southern states. I guess you have to understand that people who live in a state, like imagine this is Lukashenko, who you were going to say.
No, stop. You're doing it again. I want to know. So what do you think the odds are that Lincoln had the election rigged for him in the 1800s?
What do I think? I don't speak on things I have very little information on.
You did speak on it, though. You mentioned out of pocket with no fucking incentive to.
Secession was South Carolina saying Lincoln got elected. That's the reason why we're seceding.
Okay, so they seceded because they didn't like the results of a democratic election. Well,
correct.
Democratic for the time. Women weren't voting, but yeah.
That's what Eastern Ukraine, by the way, did when Yushchenko got elected in 2004. The reason that Yushchenko got
I'm sorry, what happened?
Okay, so there was an election where that guy Yanukovych, okay, the guy who didn't want to
the extremely corrupt guy who was found to have attempted to rig the election.
Corrupt, but the other guys that we support, you don't talk about.
Wait, you mean this was the election where he was found to be extremely corrupt and he tried to cheat, right?
Dude, is Trump not extremely? We are extremely corrupt. Everyone's extremely corrupt.
It's just insane how much of a simp you are for authoritarians. Like when it comes to something as basic and banal as like no, shut up. When it comes to something as basic and banal as like U.S. military base with allies, it's like this is a sinister imperialist plot to control the narrative. George Bush talking with Ukraine was just trying to destroy Russia. And then when it's something like an authoritarian leader being found to be corrupt or the South seceding, and you're like, well, hold on now, Sonny there, Jimbo boy. I actually think the South had some right mighty concerns about the Union and its, well, concerns and priorities. It's you don't have any principles, is what I'm saying, basically. Also, I'm always right. I'm saying that too.
All evil. They are all sending men to die, but they will never go to die because they'll just go to these conferences and drink their wine.
What are you talking about now? What new thing is this?
I'm dividing the regular people from these government people who are sending them to war because they failed.
Like Yanukovych.
War. Yes, like Yanukovych, like Putin. Okay, yes, I criticize them too. Do you want me to give you a list of criticisms of Russia? Russia funded rebels in 2014 in the Donbass region. Had they not done that, we would not have this war. There's a lot of things I could say about Russia. Russia razed Chechnya's capital to the ground. Look, the UN doesn't get involved with these things because they're internal matters. I care. I care about people. I don't care about flags or countries. This is what is the difference between a real libertarian who cares about liberty and people more than these ideas that these borders will never change. And, this is Kosovo's a one-off and it's never going to happen again. Like, these are stupid
systems. So the people of Ukraine, so let's talk about people. The people of Ukraine overwhelmingly support Zelensky, overwhelmingly want to join the EU, overwhelmingly want NATO, and overwhelmingly want U.S. armed support. Why shouldn't we?
This year, that's true. Yes. What's your point?
Well,
why is it that, why? Okay, so there you go. So you only care about the people's opinion when it agrees with your own, right?
No, I care about now, the time period that I exist in now, and not that time period.
So at least, look, stop saying false things like Russia invaded Ukraine in 2014, like you said last.
They did. You just admitted to it too. You literally just said that. You just said.
I didn't say it had boots on the ground.
They did end up having boots on the ground. They were literally found with Russian military equipment and personnel photographed in the Donbass.
What we do. NATO gives military equipment.
So hold on. You just did it again. They had troops on the ground, as in they were Russian soldiers.
Okay, let's actually state facts and not just like wild conjecture. Where were these troops?
In the Donbass.
You mean they were in Crimea?
No, I mean in the Donbass.
The green. Okay, you're talking about the polite people, the green people.
What?
They were called, the green people, the green aliens, whatever.
I don't know what you're talking about. There were Russian soldiers in the Donbass. This isn't a secret. This has been known for years.
If you're talking, okay, are you talking about like Strelkov, Motorola, like these guys?
I don't understand what you're. If you Google Russian soldiers in Donbass, but then like select for articles from before 2022.
Yeah, I always select for articles from that time. You just do before : and then you put the year. It's actually very good on Google. I encourage everyone to do this because back then we spoke honestly about what's going on in Ukraine. And today we don't.
Yeah, Chad is saying that the little green men is a term that was used for soldiers in the Donbass at the time, which I did not know.
Okay, well, I'm sorry to say, the green men were actually in Crimea, and that was the referendum that was held there, and they were being blamed for having armed people in Crimea.
Oh.
Now, here's the thing. Yeah.
So, but they were also in the Donbass.
Okay, hold up a second. So let me take one at a time. First Crimea, and then I'll get to
wait, stop, wait. Nobody's talking about Crimea. Why would you one at a time?
We talked about Crimea before when you said Russia annexed it.
Yeah, we were talking about there being troops in the Donbass.
Okay, do you want to go with that first and then go to Crimea? Because
nobody's talking about Crimea.
Yes, we were. I'm sorry. No, you don't get to do this.
No, I'm not doing it. You brought it up. You brought it up, and then you're like, well, hold on. Well, like, do you want to talk about each? I don't want to talk about Crimea. I don't want to talk about any of this. It's a settled issue. The universe, God has already decided in my favor. Everything aligns with my perspective here. There's no
you're the
argument
guy who says that people should have their government in check, but then also says the government has the right to.
Yet the people of Ukraine want us to give them weapons. So should we give Ukraine weapons? The people of Ukraine want it.
Do you think that people should have given Gaza weapons? Does it make them safer?
What the?
No,
stop answering questions by not answering them. You say you no, stop. You want the people to be represented, right? So here's the question then. If Ukrainians overwhelmingly want EU participation, NATO participation, and US military support,
as far as I'm concerned,
then they should have it. Oh, great. Great. Then there we go.
But that's not the point. You're making a different point.
It is the point. Then no, that's the point. That's the point. We made it. We made the point.
Okay, you're just like dancing around and just okay. The point is that governments create these problems originally, and they have secret meetings.
Yeah, Russia.
Like the one. Here's a list of secret
by doing
meetings.
The invasion.
Can you? Okay, I'm gonna let you talk. Say everything you want, and then let me respond. That's all I ask.
Yeah, Russia caused the problem by doing the invasion.
Okay, what year was the invasion?
2014. Then they upped it in 2022.
So what was the United States doing in Ukraine in 2013, fomenting the revolution?
Did we send our military there? No? Okay. Oh, did he just drop out? He probably would have answered yes to that. Can you move the convo to another topic? Do you think any topic would last for more than 8 seconds? Hello?
Yeah, sorry. I don't know what happened there.
It's been known to happen with 5G. You know how it goes. Right. So, okay, what was the U.S. Did the U.S. send soldiers in 2013?
What was the U.S. doing there in 2013 with John McCain?
Were we invading them?
We were fomenting. We were telling them that their futures in Ukraine, they should basically. The revolution was happening, and we were.
What revolution in 2013?
2013, the crowds were there against Yanukovych.
Crowds? Those are protests.
Yes, that's what happens. When Trump goes out, you agree that that's bad. We shouldn't destroy the democratic system, right?
Yes. Wait, hold on. Wait, stop. You're doing it again. So I think protests are fine, but if the protest is for something bad, I think the protest is bad. So
wait a second. Bad is doing a lot of work there. Bad.
Yeah, it's almost like it's an ethical judgment.
Dude, okay, so you're basically saying, I'm just trying to steel man your argument. If people are doing protesting something bad, then like
okay, so here, wait, let me try this a bit simpler for you. If a thing is good, it's good.
That totally clears it up.
Right.
Thanks.
So January 6th was bad because the thing they were doing was bad, not because protests are bad. Protests can be good or bad. It depends on what they're doing.
What if the protests result in a revolution that takes the sitting president and the government out of power, and then there's a counter-revolution.
It didn't take the government out of power.
Well, in this case, but other cases, yes, it does.
What other? Wait, no. Then what? I don't know why other case. It would depend on it. If a revolution took a like Nazi leader out of power, then of course I would think that's good. Well, how are you saying you're a libertarian? Then you're like, bro, you can't rise up against the state. What the fuck are you talking about?
I would very much like to take the state and get the technology to replace many of its functions like we've been doing.
This has nothing to do with what we were talking about. So you think you should never rise up against authoritarians? You think we should just sort of like, deal with it, be cuck boys? Cuck?
Look, the history of rising up against authoritarians, even authoritarians, leads to worse outcomes.
So you're, okay, so you're a anti-statist. I see. So you're a libertarian, but don't you protest the government? Like, that's actually your position?
I'm opposed to violence, and I'm opposed to solving problems with violence. I think voting is an adequate mechanism by getting in a democratic. Ukraine was democratic. All they had to do was have a freaking election. Okay?
Except, well, hold on now. Except Yanukovych was passing what were called the black laws, the anti-protest laws, so severe that it would have allowed him to arrest his opposition.
Except he already said that he would actually take them out, and that was his
he said? I'm sorry. Hey, I'm going to have my political party pass these 8 hyper-authoritarian anti-protest laws that would give me total control over the country. But don't worry, I'm only doing them for emergency powers.
You do realize that Zelensky canceled like the elections in 2024 for that same reason, and the Constitution of Ukraine
Really, I wonder, is anything happening in Ukraine right now that makes it really difficult to run a functioning democracy?
So when he does
wait, hold on, that wasn't rhetorical. Is there anything? Wait, I'm curious. I want to know because you're so knowledgeable.
Nuance for me, but
what's happening? Well, what's happening in Ukraine? That's crazy. Canceled elections? Well, hold on. Wait. Canceling elections is seriously bad. Countries don't normally do that unless they're like in active war, like being invaded or something. So what happened in Ukraine that
what happened in Ukraine was that every peace agreement that could have happened was
wait. What does this have to? Wait. You were talking about canceling elections. What? I'm sorry. What happened in Ukraine to lead to that? That's crazy.
I'm telling you what happened.
So what happened in Ukraine that led to the cancellation of the elections? Did Zelensky say what it was? Did he mention that? Or was it just he was ambiguous? Did he just say because?
Are you going to say you're so simplistic? Oh, there's a
no. Wait, then just answer. Wait, what did he say? What did he say? You can't say it. You notice the I like how the first words out of your mouth were United States because you're a hack. You can't answer because you know you're lying.
This is the one you know, but I could say France.
So wait, answer the question. Wait, hold on. Wait, really quickly, okay? Because I don't want you to feel as though you can do this forever and get away with it. All right?
I'm trying to do
no, hold on. Wait. There's one correct answer. What happened in Ukraine to lead to the elections being canceled? Call ends if you get it wrong.
There is a war.
Oh, look at that. If it means you get to keep blathering to my audience, it seems you're capable of a succinct and correct answer. Maybe try those more in the future, and
you'll what?
Get a couple answers out of you.
You'll let me speak, actually? I would love that.
Oh, whoa, let's not go overboard here.
Okay. Look, dude, you're a libertarian, but everything you say is this government is totally within its rights to do this, and that government can totally go ahead and cancel elections and whatever. And protests are okay.
And yet I'm not okay with Yanukovych becoming an authoritarian leader by pushing forward a bunch of anti-protest laws that would have given him total power.
I am consistent. I am saying when Yushchenko was doing unpopular things, you're saying, well, that's okay because I think that's good. And when Yanukovych is blocking an agreement with the EU, which is stupid, by the way, and again, abuse, I agree with you there. I can agree with you, by the way, but you don't agree with me. You can only criticize one country, and that's your problem. I criticize both. I'm not saying Russia's good. Russia's evil, okay? But we're evil too. I'm not saying we, I'm saying the government of the United States is a machine that cannot be stopped, okay? And Russia's government also. My position is even-handed. You are a jingoist for the U.S., I guess. I don't know. Like, you never talk about its crimes or whatever. I don't know.
That's true. I've never talked about it in the history of my channel.
I can't say that. I don't listen to you that much.
It comes up from time to time.
So look, I've interviewed Chomsky. I've interviewed David Harvey just recently and a few other people. They all agree with what I'm saying. A lot of the Pope agrees with what I'm saying. Most of India, China, the global South.
The Pope is in
billions of
favor
people.
of Russia invading Ukraine?
The Pope said that it was NATO's fault that Russia invaded.
Do you take his advice on all issues, like vis-a-vis raping children? Do you think that he's a good like political and moral guide to all issues?
No, but when Tulsi Gabbard and Noam Chomsky and the Pope and hundreds of other leaders agree, and everyone agrees except the NATO countries.
Well, not Ukrainians. Sorry, I just listen to the people. You're listening to leaders like the Pope, and I think that's rather oligarchical of you. I'm listening to the good, honest proletariat over in Ukraine.
So let me ask you, what about the good, honest proletariat outside of the NATO bubble? Do you listen to them at all?
Ukraine isn't in NATO.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying when you poll people in India, for example, the majority blame NATO before they blame Russia. The majority,
the UN vote, the UN vote, which condemned the, which was on the resolution to condemn Russia for the invasion of Ukraine, had a vast majority of countries side to condemn.
Yeah, I know this is your gimmick, but I'll tell you there was a more recent UN vote to condemn even more overwhelmingly the United States embargo on Cuba, and we don't give a shit.
If a guy in India...
You can't prove that. You can't use that to prove. Look,
if a guy in India said that he thought that
not a guy.
Muslims were subhuman... Wait, shut up. If a guy in India was like, I think Muslims are subhuman, do you think he'd be right to say that?
No, but the population, you need to deal with what the public
the population of India doesn't have strong positive opinions on Muslims.
The public.
The public in India doesn't have. So do you think Islamophobia is good?
I just said the public always. The 3 words I said. So the public always has people like yourself.
That's not 3 words.
Who can be easily
So wait, answer. Wait. You're not answering. Wait, don't make me do the thing again.
Which thing? There's so many things.
Yeah, there are so many things, but they come back to repeating patterns, which we can identify and hopefully prevent in the future.
You don't criticize the
So hold on, I want an answer. Would an Indian person be correct if they were Islamophobic?
If by Islamophobic literally means afraid of Muslims, I mean, Muslims did kill them about 60 years ago.
Oh my God, dude!
They also killed Muslims.
Wow, your brain is actual soup. You don't have like an overriding ideology besides contrarianism.
Your question. You don't just don't
wait, hold on. So you think that bigotry against Muslims is okay because they're bigoted against Muslims? What's the
word okay is this first world thing.
Jesus Christ. Oh man. Wait, okay. We can I guess we can like stop pretending to take this even remotely seriously.
Is it okay? So if to be bigoted?
So you literally just justified bigotry. Like the people in Kashmir are heavily oppressed.
Is it okay to be bigoted against the against the Young Turks for genociding Armenians? Well, if you ask the Young Turks, no, it's not okay.
What the fuck are you talking about?
They say it was a civil war, but
I don't know. I don't do anything with the Young Turks these days except for make fun of them. Why did you switch to another topic again? Why do you always hold on? Wait, really quickly. Listen, okay. As somebody who's been complimented a couple of times on his amazing brain, all right, I want to give you a little bit of advice, all right?
Richard Hart.
No. Wait, no, stop. You're doing it again. You're talking to yourself. This is fine. This is fine now because you're young, but one day you're going to be old and you're not going to be able to get across the medication needs you have to the geriatrics next to you in the retirement home. I'm trying to help you now, okay? If you're having a conversation, no, I'm helping. If you're having a conversation, if you're having a conversation with somebody, okay, and you're having a conversation about a specific topic, stick to that topic, and if they ask you a question, don't answer it by bringing up another topic. I'm deprogramming you.
You're the guy who admitted that you used to have ADD or you still have ADD. Why are you telling me that
First of all, I said ADHD. Second of all, I still have it. And third of all, isn't it a little bit embarrassing that you're the one acting attention deficit? Is this like a projection thing? Because you could benefit from Adderall more than me.
I just found it ironic. Because you're
ironic that I can keep on a subject and you can't. This is what I mean, man. And by the way, no, I'm going to be ableist, okay? I actually do think you have brain. No, it's fine. No, you can learn from this. I think you have brain problems. You sent me multiple emails prior to this conversation where you structured out all the things you wanted to talk about, but you can't talk about any of them because the moment. No. This is one way. This is one way. You can't talk about any of them because the nanosecond you get asked a question you don't have an answer for, which is most. You pivot to another topic. You haven't thought about these positions besides your
I have
contrarian
thought
tendencies.
about them,
No,
and
you
my
haven't. No,
answers
no,
are
no. You haven't
directly
thought. No,
answering
no,
your
no. You
question.
haven't. Because thinking about a position means thinking
Take the
about
last
challenges to
question.
it. You don't think about challenges to
Boss.
your position. You think about you thinking about your positions. You think about
Boss,
how
I
smart you are.
understand. You love to say about how smart you are and how you're always
You don't
right.
think.
Boss.
You
Literally listen
assume.
to your last question to me.
It's like
Is
Elon
it
Musk
okay
behavior, which
to
is
put
why
your
you like
question-
AI. Let's
This
go
is-
all the way
this is what-
back. No.
No,
I'm dragging
we
it.
won't go all the way back.
We're
Question.
flashing back. Okay,
You
we're
asked-
flashing
No,
all
no,
the
no,
way
we're not
back. I
flashing
want to
back.
know. I want to know right now.
Go ahead. What?
How would
See, you're
AI
doing that.
teach
You're always doing it.
children?
AI was like an
How
hour ago.
would
I'll get to
AI teach children? How would AI
think
teach
you're
children?
dodging- I think you're realizing right now that the last question you asked me was.
You notice
is it
how you're
okay
not
to be
answering it
bigoted
again?
against
You're doing
Muslims?
it again. You don't have an answer to that question, so you pivot
I
away
do
from it
have an
because you're
answer.
uncomfortable. Then answer. Answer it. Just answer it. Just answer it.
Okay, give me 10 seconds of speech and I will.
How? Okay, but to be clear, the question is, how would you like AI to teach children? That is the question. Now answer that question and
You asked
no
me,
other.
and then can I answer, is it okay to be bigoted against Muslims? in
No,
India?
we're
was the
past that
question.
topic. That topic is
Why?
done.
Why are we past that topic when you?
Because I said so. Because it's not a democracy.
You just said you just had this whole tirade about me not answering that question.
This
and now
Discord
I'm
call
telling
is a
you-
tiny state, and I don't like how you're challenging state power. You're allowed to vote. Wait 3 years, okay? You can vote on what topic you want to discuss next. Until then, I'm the one who rules this call, and you are going to answer the
Do we
question.
get to go back to the question that
In
you
3
blame me for not
years.
answering?
In 3 years.
By the way, I have answered it in the deepest.
How would
possible
AI
way.
right now?
A million
How
people got
would
killed, yes,
AI
to be
teach
bigoted
children?
against people.
How would AI teach children?
On both sides. So how? Okay, how did I slipped that in there? The answer to your other question. Okay, so how would the AI teach children? My short answer is go listen to Salman Khan's 1 hour beautiful lecture.
This is not
about
an answer.
the 2 sigma. The 2 sigma. Okay, I have. Do you know what the 2 sigma phenomenon is?
No, and I don't.
There's a
yet.
book. But that's the answer to your question.
Then
AI
summarize it.
Okay. The AI is a personal tutor for everybody. It remembers what the kid actually has a problem with. And the teacher is one to many. So the teacher cannot possibly have a one-to-one conversation with their whole class.
Who
okay?
determines the curriculum?
A lot of people through a process, a systemic process.
Through a process. Well,
Just like-
consider my fears put to bed.
Oh yeah, like the like the public school curriculum right now isn't put together by a committee. Sure.
It is put together by a committee.
So then why can't they put together an AI trained on
So
those
who
same
puts
books?
together the AI committee?
The AI can just be, first of all, trained on the textbooks, and actually it will engage. And
Which
you can engage with a PDF and with any textbooks, my friend. That's
Wait.
what the AI
Textbooks contradict each other.
The same textbooks that the teacher currently teaches from, the AI can be trained on.
Which edition, which model, which district?
Depends on the city, the district, and depends on the local.
So you want the AI to be taught differently based on the pedagogy of the
I'm
area it
saying
was
the
already
current
in?
system selects current textbook materials now. Those same freaking materials can be used to train an AI, okay, for tutoring.
So you would just have the curriculum be determined by the smattering of textbooks, regardless of their quality or accuracy, fed into the AI?
I think you're just trying to argue for argument's sake at this point.
Well, you
The
might
AI
think
is
that
a
because
tool.
you're not physically capable of comprehending the problem with this idea.
Okay, Mr. Ableist. Here's the thing. I'm trying to tell you that the AI can currently do something that Socrates was complaining about. He said, books dumb people down because the book always says the same thing if you inquire of the book.
But you're training the
Well,
AI
now it
on the
doesn't.
content of the books.
Yes. Have
So
you ever
it's going
used-
to be saying the same thing. How would the AI create new knowledge if all it's doing is regurgitating information? Why not just
It's
have
not
the
only
kids read the book?
First of all, unfortunately, today's kids don't read as much as they did 20 years ago, which goes back to my conservative tirade.
Then
But
fix
the thing
that.
is,
You think kids are going to
people
sit
aren't-
down for 4 hours of being lectured by Chat GPT? Like
No, lecture
kids
is
that don't want to
stupid.
read are going to like denigrate themselves by taking lessons from a fucking AI, from a fucking abomination.
I could tell you that your ADHD was most likely overdiagnosed because that's
Because I'm running circles around you with complete attention and focus.
Yeah,
hyper
you're so smart.
attention deficit, more
That's
like
why.
hyper attention focused.
Exactly, bro. No, you're so smart. Maybe you're on Ritalin right
Thanks.
now.
So answer
But
the
what I'm-
question, right? Make me smarter. Answer the question. So, why would any kid listen to this if they can't read a book? I mean,
To this, So people don't even have to. Adults and kids get addicted to their thing. There's people that did. I forgot. Crap. I forgot. There was a company that made companions for people. Maybe one of your listeners can bring it up.
Oh, you mean the
that company-
highly unethical program that exploited lonely
Correct.
people's need for intimacy? Oh, okay.
Correct.
And we'll give this to our
Techno-
6-year-olds.
So no. Again, I am not in favor of I'm saying the current systems are even worse. And I'm saying we have an obligation to build good systems that empower people. Diagnosing you with
How are
ADHD,
you empowering
giving you
people?
amphetamines is you think that's good. You think that they helped you and they did, but again, it could have been missed and over-diagnosed. You don't know.
Why do you pretend to act as though you know more about my psychiatric
I don't.
status
It's
than
a
I do?
statistical thing. It's over-diagnosed.
Yeah, but it speaks to your general lack of knowledge, where you have vague ideas that you gesture at, but when you think of
These
any
are not
particulars,
vague.
the most you're left
I've
with
spent
is, well,
years.
maybe your condition isn't real?
Actually, it's very real. It is the outcome of today's society. Both your parents likely
How do you know?
were. I don't know. I said likely.
Likely the outcome.
Statistic.
Okay, I mean, frankly, I think that you have several forms of brain damage, and it probably had something to do with you reading a self-help book written by an AI guru. So
Well,
I mean,
I'm in all
we
of
can
your debate
diagnose each
techniques.
other. The only difference between your diagnosis and mine is that I'm correct. So again,
No, I'm
like,
trying
why
to be
would a
empathetic
kid?
to all these kids.
Why would a kid
Yeah.
sit there and listen and take lessons from an abomination?
By the way, after this, I want to fresh air. I want to agree with you. There's things we agree on.
Well, this
and I want to
can't
bring
last
them.
much longer. I'm an hour over time. I said we'd go up to
Okay.
2 hours, and if I recall, you have a flight. So I don't know how much time, or I guess
I've got
emotional
about 10
capacity
minutes.
we have for a
Let's
brief.
go 10, 15 minutes.
Okay, then
Let's
tell
go.
me,
Yeah.
please, why any kid would listen.
Kids love technology. They play with it. You don't have to force them to do so.
To
What
learn
you have
history
to do-
lessons?
What you have to do is make the technology responsible and educational. Just like the TikTok videos in China versus the United States. You can give children candy and make them obese with diabetes, which happens in this country. And the government
Stop
actually
getting distracted. You're doing it again. I genuinely think you have worse ADHD than I do, and that's not a
I'm
joke or
trying
a
to make
dig.
points to your listeners that are systemic and important. And you're just interested in winning.
You're being dragged by 16 dogs you have on leashes that have been bolted to your
If
wrist.
you
You have
give
no control
children
over which
candy-
topics you talk about.
If you give children candy, try to follow this. They get diabetes early.
Why are we
diabetes.
talking about this? Answer the
Because
fucking
Try to
question.
use metaphors. It's a metaphor.
Answer
for
the question or I
education,
end the
bro.
call.
I'm trying to be nice.
Answer the question or I end the call.
I am answering the question.
All right. Why would kids listen?
Kids don't have to be told to listen. They like playing with technology. That's not the question. The question should be:
We have Duolingo already. Why wouldn't every kid just spend 4 hours a day learning other languages with
Duolingo's
Duolingo?
boring to kids. It's not the right.
So and
type
your
of-
AI will magically not be boring.
It's not my AI. It's happening. You can't stop.
No,
it.
kids are not spending 4 hours looking up history lessons on ChatGPT right
Okay,
now.
you know
They
what?
could do that
How
right
about
now if
this?
they wanted.
You win. I'm an idiot on this topic. Can I bring up something that we agree on? so
No,
we
I
can
like
actually
the
talk?
part where you admit you're wrong. Continue with that.
Okay. Self-immolation. You, sir, are a genius, and I happen to have brain damage, which prevents
You
me
can fix
from
this.
understanding.
Don't pity
Please,
party me.
educate me.
Don't no,
How
don't
can I-
no. I
please,
don't feel bad for
tell
you.
me.
Okay, these ideas
feel
are
bad.
bad. You
Tell
can
me how
fix
I'm
them.
supposed to
You can
think.
fix them. You can
Tell
have.
me how I'm supposed to think, sir. Listen. You're the genius. I need to get some genius points. Please tell me what I'm supposed to say. What am I supposed to say?
Okay. When talking about the Ukraine war, don't randomly jump to Southern secession in the United States and then follow it up with, well,
Not random.
Lincoln probably cheated.
I did not say he cheated. You put words in my mouth.
You were like, well, they say that his name didn't even show up in the ballots.
That was their fault. They didn't put him on the ballot.
Then of what fucking relevance is it?
He still won, though.
Yeah,
He
so
had the
what
most
relevance is that at all to claims of
Because
illegitimate
that's
governance?
exactly what happened in Ukraine 2004. You don't care. I sent you the links. I sent you the articles. You'll never put it in front of your listeners. You have the links right there. You could put
But
it
no,
up
I
on your
don't.
screen.
In front of me is riveting Binding
Wait,
of
are you
Isaac
serious?
gameplay.
I'm sorry. Maybe I'm mistaken. I've repeatedly asked you by email. Here are the links. Can you please, during our discussion?
Yeah, I didn't say
pick
I
them up?
would. You just asked all that because you have ADHD that's undiagnosed. You sent me like 7 emails with different links. I don't.
Can
I
I tell
wouldn't
your
agree to
listeners
those
one
terms
link?
if you were the fucking Pope. But you
Can
sent them all to me, and I respect the passion. By the way, I think that's genuinely
Thank you.
enviable. But
I do want to help people.
You're the
honestly.
dogs, the
We, the
chain.
people,
Get
are the
Adderall.
most-
Wait, what country are you in?
I'm in LA right now.
You're in LA. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Well, American psychiatric access isn't great, but it's not the worst in the world. Seriously, you should try Adderall, okay? There's Adderall, there's Vyvanse, there's Ritalin. Those are the main ones. They're
You're part of the problem, man.
No. This is part of the solution.
Do you understand that in Finland there is very low prevalence of ADHD because kids actually get to climb trees and have like 4-hour school days instead of 8 hours?
When was the last time you climbed a tree? That's what
Actually,
I thought.
it was
Maybe it's time to get on Adderall then.
No, I'm still young at heart. Dude, I want to talk to you about something else which will trigger you also, and then we can end on that. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Or before that. Okay, sorry, I don't want to shock you. I'll just say this. One link. I'll reveal my last name. I'll dox myself. Why not?
Well, I wouldn't reveal your name.
Okay, well then, no. I think it's important for people to go and read the one page with all the links to CNN, NATO website, and New York Times, like mainstream news, because they're not getting the full context of this war from your and the mainstream
provide
media.
the link, please.
Should I? I don't know how bad how badly am I going to get attacked?
Well, wait,
just
I'm
trying
not.
to-
If it
Yeah.
has your name on it, I'm not going to show it on screen. Because
Well, I've emailed you the link. The link has all those other links. Only mainstream, New York Times, Wall Street Journal, The Guardian. Like, I've given you all the links. If you ever
Okay,
want
I'm
to show
searching.
your
I'm
audience.
searching for emails from you, though. You must understand that this does not narrow it down very much.
Oh,
Okay.
please, sorry.
Interviewing 2 economists, well-known. No, not that one. Transparency in government. This is what I built.
No, interviewing economists. I think that's the one.
That's the one.
It's
Okay,
going
all
to
of these
say
are
there's a-
chains of multiple emails. Hold on.
Mhm.
Is this Vimeo? Is it a video link?
It's not a Vimeo link. That's me
Okay, then it's
interviewing
not that
David
one.
Harvey. Right.
Here's an 11 and a 22 thread. Okay, hold on. Follow-up discussion. Men pay thousands to flee. CNN reports now Human Rights Watch has published another scathing report. More cluster munitions to Ukraine. Based, by the way. Perpetuate the Yemen civil war. Why people in countries outside the NATO bubble have different perspectives on the war.
Yes.
Is that
There-
the one?
okay. Is there a link that's to my blog? You'll see it. It's yeah,
Okay.
probably.
Does the name of your blog begin with an M?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, yeah, all right. Missing context for the war in Ukraine.
This is what I wish our discussion was about. This list of links. If you just read that or put it up on the screen, but then you'll reveal my blog, I guess.
I can go over all of them, but like if you want, I can give my thoughts on them, unless it's something
Yes,
that...
please. That's what the call was supposed to be about.
Okay,
Yes.
there's just a...
Sorry.
Okay, fine, all right, fine, I will. Okay, but like you're gonna think like I'm defending American Empire for a lot of these. Okay.
No, it's fine. That's fine.
All
Go
right.
ahead, please. Yeah, just click on each link and maybe put those links on the screen. That's all I asked. Just those links on the
Shit,
screen.
you know what? Yeah, we can do that. Hold on 1 second, okay? Hold on one
Thank you.
second. Chat, everyone get ready, okay? It's fucking lightning round. Okay.
Thank you. This is exciting. All right. I'm excited.
Hold on. I just have to open up every link.
Yep, in a tab. Thank you. Right. I didn't realize I should be more explicit. That's my fault.
Oh, that's
Literally.
just fine. Okay, hold on. Okay, I have to run through these quick though because I've already like clicked 40 tabs or so, and a lot of them are Wikipedia articles, which means I'm not going to be able to really go through it because that's a lot. But we're gonna do as much as we can. Okay, all right, there we go. 50 billion links opened. Our brains moist. Let's begin. Okay.
I'm listening.
All right. Hold on. This was over here as well. And then, okay. 1994, USA convinces Ukraine to give up 176 intercontinental missiles and 1,240 Russian-operated nuclear warheads, quote, all aimed at the U.S. in exchange for a memorandum signed by U.S., U.K., and Russia. That was when Russia promised to respect the national and border sovereignty of Ukraine. 2004, Yanukovych is elected, but the Orange Revolution erupts as people in western Ukraine contest the election. Eastern Ukraine threatens to secede if results are overturned, but in the end, the Ukrainian Supreme Court announces Yushchenko as the winner by a hair. So Yanukovych, this was the one where Yanukovych was accused of corruption, correct?
He was accused of the election being rigged.
Right, yeah, which is probably not good. 2005 to 2008, throughout his rule, Yushchenko faces much turmoil, dismisses all his ministers, and dissolves parliament, also loses elections to Yanukovych, but hangs on via a coalition with Lyia Tymoshenko's party, right, yeah.
Yeah.
For some reason, Bush begins strongly, pushing Ukraine into NATO in 2008, and Yushchenko works with him to do it. There we go. Bush vows to press for Ukraine, Georgia, and NATO. Based and red-pilled. Okay. Only problem. Large majority of Ukrainians polled did not want to be in NATO, but this doesn't matter to Bush. He and Yushchenko continue to push Ukraine into NATO. So yeah, I don't really have an issue with this.
Okay, you see the Pew poll? See the Gallup poll?
Yes,
okay.
I see the views of NATO and Ukraine joining NATO.
Okay. Opposition to that. Okay, next.
Yes. This was still the case years later, with follow-up polls being done in successive years, including this one, which was done in 2014, though this is referencing people's opinions before the annexation of Crimea. Before crisis, Ukrainians more likely to see NATO as a threat. West and central Ukraine warmer toward NATO than east. So it's almost like the annexation of Ukraine and the annexation of Crimea and invasion of the Donbass convinced Ukrainians that NATO was a lot more necessary than they previously thought.
There's some truth to that, yes.
Okay. But yes, up to this time, prior to the annexation, they did not feel positively about it. 2008, Cheney angers Russia by urging Ukraine's leader to unite on NATO, with President Tymoshenko and Prime Minister Yushchenko opposing each other. Yanukovych declared that any attempts to force Ukraine into NATO are doomed to failure. The question has to be solved by the Ukrainian nation through a referendum. It is worth noting that at no point was Ukraine pushed into NATO. Talks for their integration took place, and there was discussion of it, but it's not as though you can be forced into NATO. You have to voluntarily sign in.
Right. But the person on the ground doesn't really have a say in this.
Well, that's the case with any representative democracy, right? No one person gets to decide.
I'm against that, of course, as a libertarian.
Okay, but that is all governments. You elect a leader, and the leader makes decisions.
I'm against that, but you are for that. You say we need to.
No. You can't select it. No. So this is the case for every Ukrainian law that has ever happened. Then, so your argument then is that them joining NATO would be as bad as every law they've ever done.
No, I'm asking about your position. Just for 1 second, is your position
if you exist in a representative,
we need the government. We need the state government. However, we need the people to prevent it from being an autocratic.
Even in a socialist government, you could not have everything done by referendum. That would be insane. There are millions of decisions.
The Soviets were at the time in the beginning. They were Soviets, and you know what it means? It means councils. Right?
The Soviets disbanded the worker councils the nanosecond the Bolsheviks won.
So that's bad. The Bolsheviks are evil.
No. The worker councils were also representative. Not every worker was at a worker council, you know. There were representative workers who would decide.
Anyway,
they were like
continue.
unions.
I'm sorry. I don't want to derail you. Continue.
This even like an anarchist society would have representatives. There's no way around that.
Kropotkin, Bakunin, those are the kinds of guys who would argue against this kind of stuff. Leo Tolstoy.
But no. There is, to my knowledge, there is nobody outside the most radical anarchist thinkers who would argue that you can have every decision in a society made with no representative engagement whatsoever.
Go listen to Russell Brand. I don't know. Go on, please.
Russell Brand's a fascist. Why would I listen to him?
You're so funny. Go on, please.
This is just another testament to chat. If ever you see me contrasted against those who disagree, know that this is what I'm dealing with. Yeah, okay. So
Russell Brand is I want to put that.
Yeah, he literally 2 days ago he was promoting Ron DeSantis and his presidency.
He's a fascist because he promotes Ron DeSantis?
Well, actually, yes, I do actually think. You think he's a fascist because he promotes fascist president? Yes, actually, I think that's.
You've never promoted anyone like Hillary or someone who may be a warmonger?
What? What are you? No, stop! You did it again. No. Nice try. You're not distracting me again. Okay, moving on.
Move on, please.
All right. 2011, NATO leads Ukraine in the, quote, world's largest demilitarization project to destroy its own defensive stocks and capabilities. This is a big NATO L. Well, the stuff they were destroying was like old Soviet shit. But like,
nice.
Yeah, we should have given Ukraine more nukes. All right. 2012. Yanukovych.
Wait, just pause for a second. NATO disarming Ukraine and ridding it of its defensive weapons as Yanukovych is trying to end the association with NATO. You don't see anything suspicious about that, and then presenting themselves as the protector. Nothing suspicious at all. This is just normal, right?
What do you wait? What do you wait? What do you
alliance?
Wait, what do you wait?
Alliance.
Shh. What are you talking about?
Remove the country's own defensive weapons and nukes, and then present yourself as the protector of that country.
Ukraine was looking to get rid of these stocks, and NATO offered to help because NATO has specialists.
The difference is you think Yushchenko is Ukraine. I am the
What
state.
are you talking about? Do you have polling
care
data?
about the people of
Wait, do you have
Ukraine.
polling data on the people in Ukraine's opinions on the disarmament of old weapon stocks that were
Do you believe
dangerous?
in direct
and
democracy?
So stop. No,
Yeah.
you're doing it again. This is what I mean.
Yes.
This is what I mean. Your brain is mush. These were
should
dangerous old munitions that weren't fit for use in combat. They were being destroyed because they were dangerous. You couldn't load these into a gun and just use them. They're rusted. They're unreliable. They
Somehow
asked for
every
help.
other
No, stop. They asked for help in order to destroy them because you can't
Who
just
is
like
they?
throw them in the
Answer that
trash.
one question. Who is they? Who specifically asked for help?
The leader of Ukraine.
That's the problem.
So
That's
stop.
the
So again,
problem.
no, stop. Again, you can't keep saying, yeah, isn't that fishy? Them having a government? Every country has a government. Every
Okay,
one
you've
of
been
them.
speaking for minutes. Can I just say something for 10 seconds?
No, every time you say something, it's stupider than the last thing you said.
Stop.
You're literally like, isn't it suspicious how
speak. Just give me
Ukraine
10 or
has a
10 seconds
system
out of
where
your
their leaders make
monologue.
decisions? Hey, how about this?
Stop.
Hey, you want to hear? Wait, you want a real brain puzzler? Okay, aren't
No,
the
I
people of Ukraine consenting to living under a governmental structure by voting for its leaders?
Yes, they are.
Oh,
And that's good.
then aren't you arguing against what Ukrainian people want
I
by
am trying
arguing
to
against what their
gradually-
state wants?
I'm not a revolutionary socialist. I want gradual changes.
You want
that make the
You
government-
don't want anything. You have no actual beliefs. You're incoherent.
I want a UBI.
You're like
I
a
want
dementia
phase-in
patient.
technology. Okay. So anyway, for 10 seconds.
It's
Crap,
been more
you
than
made me
10
forget.
seconds. Weren't we supposed to be running through these links?
Yeah, run through these links. I was just trying to get to one point.
No, you
and that
weren't.
is-
You weren't trying to get to one point. I
one
helped
point,
you.
1 point.
No,
10
you
seconds.
weren't. You're not. You're not trying to get to one point.
When the government of a country like Afghanistan or Syria
I'm
asks
getting
Russia
bored.
for help, that's not good. That's not good because the people suffer anyway. So I'm just saying.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. When a country asks for help, the people suffer. Gotcha. Okay. So
Afghanistan war, 1980s. Yes, 2 million dead.
thank you. Yes.
after the-
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So was the Afghanistan war was just Russia sending specialists to help destroy their munitions?
Afghanistan asked for the USSR's help.
Well, okay. Help in what form?
Military and to support the government, to prop it up against
To
the,
send in soldiers to protect them from revolutionaries. What does that have to do with NATO sending in specialists to help destroy dangerous, unusable firearms?
because whether it's
You
Russia
have
or the
no beliefs.
Because-
You don't
because-
have anything.
Okay, I can't answer you in 2 seconds. Sorry. Go ahead, please.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Hold on really quickly. I'm going to do something for your benefit. Is that okay?
I suppose so.
Okay, 1 second. I'm going to find...
You gonna mute me?
Hold on. I'm going to find
Yeah.
how long you said you'd be available to talk in the email.
My flight it's in 2.5 hours, and I've already checked in.
Hold
so
on.
Don't worry. Just run through these links, and then we're done.
No. Hold on.
Okay, while you're doing that hold on thing, I was just going to say, when a government asks others for help...
You said
it all-
right here in an email from 3 days ago, you can do any time until 4 p.m. PT because you're to board a flight at 6:30 p.m.
Did you not hear what I
It's
just
past
said?
4 p.m. You have to
It
go.
was actually, it's 6:40 p.m.
You're in
at my
LA,
flight.
bro. You have to go to LAX.
10 minutes.
Dude, you
no, I
can't
don't have to
you
go to
can't
LAX.
you can't leave an hour before the flight.
going
You
to
have to go
Burbank
through
Airport.
LAX.
I'm going to Burbank Airport. It's a small airport. Don't worry about it.
How far of a distance is that? In Burbank?
Burbank.
Yeah, depending on traffic, it's Monday. It's 4
I'm
p.m.
10 minutes
LA
away.
traffic.
I do
Dude,
have to.
dude, you gotta go. I'm like legit. You gotta go.
Just do me a favor. This whole entire conversation, all I wanted was for you to go through those links. Can we just finish
You
that?
were sure. Okay.
You're a good man.
Thanks.
See, I give compliments when they're actually when I
appreciate it.
believe them.
Okay. Yanukovych, who in 2010 is elected unquestioningly, I like the unquestioningly there, ends the unpopular NATO program in Ukraine. Ukraine's Yanukovych scraps NATO body. scrapped a state
I'm
body.
going to ask
set
one
up
question. Is it based? Is it based?
Yanukovych?
No, the article. Am I exaggerating? That's exactly what the articles say, right? I'm not embellishing. This is
Embellishing what? He scrapped the program.
Okay, go on.
Yeah, which is not based.
Okay.
It's blue-pilled even. 2013, USA sends its top people, John McCain, who was a prisoner of war in USSR, to topple Yanukovych and agitate. To topple Yanukovych? John McCain was like in Rambo in the swamps of Ukraine, like with a heavy machine gun or something.
Play the video. He's on video. Play it.
What video?
There's a video right under that link. Oh, I see. You're going to go back to my blog. There's a video on YouTube of John McCain and the protesters. Anyone can see it.
Yeah, sure. I'll play it. I'll play it right now. We've seen this video.
Okay, so then whatever. Go on.
People of Ukraine, this is your moment. Народи український, це ваш момент. This is about you, no one else. Це про вас. This is about the future you want for your country. This is about the future you deserve. Це про ваше майбутнє, про майбутнє вашої країни. Це про майбутнє, на яке ви заслуговуєте. A future in Europe. Майбутнє Європи. A future of peace. Майбутнє миру. With all of your neighbors. Майбутнє всіх ваших сусідів. The free world is with you. America is with you. I am with you. And the destiny you seek lies in Europe. І ваша доля, як ми вважаємо, знаходиться в об'єднаній Європі. Ukraine will make Europe better, and Europe will make Ukraine better.
Okay, that was fucking based. Crazy that Republicans used to be like that. Okay, so he's based there. That's good. Okay, moving on.
You get the point.
Yeah, I wouldn't really call that toppling Yanukovych.
What are we doing there in 2013?
No, I'm not arguing with you. It's fine. Everyone watched the video. Everyone in my chat thinks it's based. We're all red-pilled. We're all McCain stands now. We all want to resurrect him if possible.
Amazing. Yes.
Okay. 2014, Yanukovych ousted in Maidan revolution, based, followed by anti-Maidan protests and attempt to counter revolution. We know about that. We know about the Euromaidan revolutionary dignity. Okay. 2014, Human Rights Watch reports Ukraine government forces widespread use of cluster bombs killing civilians. Hey, I just noticed that your mostly chronological chart on what's happening in Ukraine weirdly skips something that happens in between Euromaidan and the use of cluster munitions. It, like, almost as though there was an annexation and a separatist invasion that happened, and weirdly there aren't articles.
Do you want to talk about, wait for it, Crimea, right? The thing that you said we won't.
No,
okay,
it's just like it was so detailed, and then it just jumps from Euromaidan to.
Next, there's literally an entire section but for Crimea. That's why.
Okay. Ukraine, widespread use of cluster munitions from October 20th, 2014. Use cluster munitions populated areas in Donetsk City. What site is this? Human Rights Watch. Ooh, I got my eye on those guys. I got my eyes on those guys. Let's see, may amount to war crimes. Okay, so my blanket position is that Ukraine gets to use as many cluster munitions as they want because it seems like it'd be fun. Hey, wait, hold on. Don't interrupt their personal freedom, the personal freedom of their pilots and artillery operators to use them, okay?
Yeah, libertarian supports the military killing
individuals. Yeah, well, hold on. You need to think in terms of structures, okay? So anyway, hold on. Moving forward. The Guardian finds many civilians in Bucha were killed not by war crimes,
Bucha, or whatever,
Bucha, but by shrapnel from crossfire and Soviet-era weapons used on both sides. So this article just says dozens of Bucha civilians were killed by metal darts from Russian artillery. Yeah, of course people.
Yeah, but both sides were using that artillery.
Yeah, of course people in Bucha. I like the war crime apologism here. Very libertarian.
It's not a war crime apologist.
So, no, because stop. I'll end the call immediately if you don't shut up for a second, okay? The only reason this is here is because Russia killed civilians and left them in mass graves, and you're like, well, a couple people were found to have been killed by like other weapons. It's just war crime apologism. It would be like you saying, here's an article saying some people at the death camps in Auschwitz were killed by like Allied caliber munitions. It's just a way of like hiding. No, yes.
And that's very important. My point is that most
I don't
of the
care what your point is.
Are due to boring reasons, and that's really bad.
Yes, most people in war die. Nobody argued otherwise. We're just saying that they also do war crimes. Okay, anyway.
Okay, go on. Of course, we're war crimes, by the way, and I condemn every single person. That
You
committed war
literally,
crimes.
your text that you wrote on your article, your blog
because you don't
says
focus on
many
the majority of
civilians
them.
in Bucha were killed not by war crimes, but by shrapnel. You're literally like a Holocaust
Correct.
denier. Like,
But that's
bro,
not- that's
dude,
not a Holocaust
people at Auschwitz were found. They were killed by like Zyklon B, bro.
fact that a
They
person's
died
killed
of
by
starvation
shrapnel
when
is
the
no better.
Allied
My
forces
point-
bombed train lines. Like you're doing the same
my
logic.
point is, a person who is killed by shrapnel is no better than a person who's shot point blank. It's still bad. Schindler's List, have people being shot
Wait,
point
wait,
blank.
wait. You're saying people killed accidentally by artillery fire is the same as Russia rounding up civilians and shooting them in the back of the head?
I'm saying,
bro,
that
you just said that. You
this is
literally
the
just said
Noam
incidental civilian casualties are the
This is literally
same.
the Noam Chomsky argument versus Sam Harris. Yes, I'm saying that you don't even consider these deaths to be significant because they're not sensational enough. It's not a war crime.
What?
Well, the thing is, it is
All
important.
right, you're just getting off on the attention. I ended the call. I'm sorry. I've tolerated like 60 things here that I think I could have fairly ended the call over, but him being like, yeah, this is why the war crime didn't happen, and then when I point out his framing, he's like, actually, this is because you don't care about their death. Nah. We're not talking to him again. I think it's like a particular breed of schizo where the only moral position they have is that they need the attention of others to validate the insane amount of time they spend on their worldview and nothing else, right? Like, there's this one guy who emails me who keeps talking about how he's discovered new mathematical formulae that will change the world and how he's going to become a god. And I haven't responded to him. He sent me like 50 emails. He's just a schizo. There's no point in engaging, really. But, like, the main thing that he wants is for other people to validate or at least engage with his shit. No, he actually does have a flight to catch. He mentioned it like, okay, this guy would talk to me for an infinite length of time. You know what I mean? Like, if he could. He's not making up the flight, you know? Fuck, I feel like I got really mean there, but like, holy shit, dude. Like, it's just crazy how I know that he's not lying. I think he thinks everything that he says, but it's crazy how he kept saying Nazi shit. Like, every time. Like, Islamophobia is okay by Indian people because they're justified. Like, every kind of apologism in Ukraine imaginable, randomly saying that, like, it's the South seceding and the tyrannical U.S. government wouldn't let them go or whatever. Like, and then Lincoln, like, might have cheated. There's, like, so much shit. Holy fuck. Also, he needs Adderall. Do you feel deprogrammed yet? I feel something, that's for sure. I'm having an emotional experience. Maybe that was the goal, after all. Holy fuck, man. Yeah, I noticed this a lot. There's some people, it's like a specific... I got DMs from him on Discord. At least present the rest of the links. They talk about Crimea. Is this the Bill O'Reilly School of Winning Arguments? Talk over someone and hang up. Just go over the links. That's all, even without me. Yeah, that's the thing. I think it's just attention, right? Like, it's just... They spend a lot of time thinking about their own shit, or at least they think about thinking about their own shit, but it's just like they want the engagement, and there's no way... Like, you can't ever convince them otherwise, because he pivoted like 5 million times. I feel like I'm more flustered than I would normally be, because I feel like in him... Like... Okay, remember when I said the Vanguard guys aren't that bad because they're people? Like, this is what I mean, man. A lot of the conversations I have, I feel like I don't even feel like I don't even know what's happening. Like, I'm not having a conversation. I'm having like an experience, and they're always bad. And I can't change people's minds, and it happens, and it happens, and it happens. It's like eye-opening, man. I don't know. It's like a reframing. You can't change crazy? Yeah, but you have to hope that you can, right? It's weird because it does not seem like he reacts to conflicting information. No, that's the thing. It's like it's like the math guy. The guy who emails me a lot. Have you ever met somebody like that? Somebody who clearly wasn't really well, and they had very grandiose ideas about how they had discovered something or they had some innovation that would change everything, and they talked about it and thought about it clearly with the mind of kind of a psycho, right? Like they were committed to it to an unimaginable degree, but also their ideas were so bad, like right off the bat, you know, like evidently bad, that you feel they should. And it's always kind of a little bit like sad, right? It always evokes in me an empathy, because I wish I could just like put my hands on their shoulders and go like, man, I'm not saying you're dumb, because you're not dumb. Like, dumb's not the issue here. But you need to wake up. But it doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. Yeah, they just kind of get pulled into their own reality, I guess. I think that Elon Musk to an extent is kind of like this. But yeah, I shouldn't like reward the engagement. I feel like I do struggle with that. What's a good way to be able to focus on that stuff? Dude, I'm sorry. I don't know. I have no idea. Like, I can be manic at times, and I have obviously a pretty high estimation of my intelligence. Like, I'm clearly an arrogant person. It's part of what makes me entertaining and infuriating to watch. I understand that. But it's who I am, and, you know, you live with it, and you try to deal with it. But I don't think that I've ever been manic in that way. I don't think that I've ever, because it's not just being wrong. It's like this very persistent manic kind of wrongness that exists outside of factual reality. I don't know. That's like a different thing. Like, other people I've seen other people do that. But, yeah, I don't know. In my experience, the only way to get to help them is to guilt trip them to getting help. I mean, I can't do anything with this guy in particular. It's just, yeah, I don't know. How do you even convince people like the dude you debated, Vosh? He seems a bit lost. Again, to be clear, the issue isn't that he's dumb. I don't think that it's like a processing problem. I think that it's like narcissism. Have you ever talked to a narcissist? And I mean a real one, by the way, a real narcissist, not like a movie narcissist or like a person who's really self-absorbed and arrogant or whatever. I mean a real, because real narcissism is like it's basically like the evil gene, like really, like it's really fucked. And narcissistic people are they tend to have really low self-esteem, and they have narratives they construct in their head to try to validate their self-worth. And the narratives are always, well, not always, I guess, but usually centered around the perceptions others have of them. And when they get caught up in these perceptions, you cannot tell them that they're wrong. If they're trying to present as somebody lofty and they do something that hurts you, sometimes even physically hurts you, like they bump into you or step on your foot or they drop something on you, even if it's totally an accident, and you say like, ow, fuck, like, can you apologize? They can't apologize. Not like they won't, but they can't. There's like an entire psychological superstructure under their mind. Like, you think it's like, oh, it's so simple, like they'd apologize. It's insane. There's so much beyond it would be like seeing like it would be like seeing like a little tuft of grass on the sidewalk, and you think you could reach down and pluck it, but it's not grass. It's like steel wire that's been painted green. It's connected to like a torsion system that runs into a factory underground that replicates fucking nanobots that repair it if there's any tensile loss in the strength. It's like it looks like it should be easy, and it's not. And they can't say I'm sorry. They cannot do it. They're not capable of it without some kind of help. But narcissists tend not to get help because blah blah. That's the kind of thing I feel like I'm dealing with. Thankfully, I don't know anyone who's like that. I mean, I've dealt with people, but I don't deal with people like family members or whatever who are like that. But like, holy shit, man. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's like not being able to take responsibility. But that guy wasn't a narcissist, right? That was a different thing. That was a different thing. I don't know. I don't know. I'm doing like armchair psychology. I don't know anything. I'm not an expert on this, but it bothers me. Don't narcissists tend to be really depressed and lonely? I think so. Yeah, often. It's not good for them either. No, it doesn't literally mean evil, Gene. I'm being facetious there, but yeah. Have you been playing ads? Man, I'm having a moment right now. Give me a sec, Tempest. Literally Walter White. No, Walter White wasn't a narcissist. He was written as a megalomaniac. His insane psycho like moments weren't an inability to find self-fault or a need to bait the attention and approval of others, because he didn't do it that much. He didn't try to bait the approval of others that much. He was mostly self-sufficient in that regard. Not entirely, but mostly. He was an egotist, but his megalomaniacal tendencies had more about these bursts he would have where he would like God complex shit, basically, right? I mean, he's a character, not a real person, so what if you just think you're objectively right? Well, I mean, I'm a moral anti-realist, okay? That's a complicated question. If you think you're right on something, there's nothing wrong with being confident about that. That's fine, you can be. As long as you're right, right? I guess maybe, Mike from May. How would you diagnose Trump? I think Trump's a narcissist. Close out of Isaac. I got nothing done on Isaac, man. Dude, Tainted Lazarus is so fucking hard. Like, seriously, Tainted Lazarus is so difficult, man. I've gotten, like, every other sheet filled out, but, like, Jesus. Musk saying they want to genocide white people in South Africa. Wow. Dude, that's crazy. The racist apartheid billionaire from South Africa then running out and saying the same thing that every other racist fucking South Afrikaner or Afrikaner says. Yeah. Okay, hold on. I gotta go. We're an hour and a half over. I'm gonna read super chats, but that's it. I'll read the rest tomorrow. I'm gonna read these quickly. Stuff like it takes it out of me. It takes fucking despair. I'm gonna hit the add button. Oh, the things are desyncing. Okay, the chat drop shadow that I have going on right now is a temporary fix. I'm trying to find a good plugin that I can use to fix it, like, without relying on that. So that's just a temporary thing. Every once in a while, there will be like a refresh or an update that makes it chug a little bit. Oh, you're right, Vosh, lol. No, I'm just trapped in the psychological void that is recognizing the other. Knoxamillion to $5. They want suggestions for a cat name that they're getting Wednesday. Good luck. Appalachian Anarchist with the $2 suggests the name Thomas Sankara. Not a bad one. Daniel S. the 5. No, I've not been to Germany. Alice Payne, that one account, and Rick Astley. Thank you for the $2 all. I really appreciate it. Maybe one day I will go to Malta. That one account and Knoxmillion. Thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. In some HOAs, non-white people aren't allowed to buy there. Yeah, no. Some HOA, like, documents go back a long time. Fuck HOAs. Rick Astley with the $2. Fosh, have you noticed more pro-Russian YouTubers? Yes, and that's because the American conservative group is heavily aligned with Russia now. Like, that's the thing they're latching onto in terms of, like, relevancy and reaching out. Mari Raimar, thank you for the $10 and then the $25 both. I really, really appreciate that. Talk about Kyle and Crystal losing their shit over AOC not endorsing Marianne Williamson. Oh my god. I probably will, but not right now. Not right now. Thank you for the very kind donos. I really appreciate those. Thank you. Alice Payne and Fella Guy, thank you for the $5 both. I agree, Alice Payne. I think you have to come from a very privileged position to be willing to gamble on Republicans winning with the third-party stuff. Tapioca, thank you for the $10. I promise next stream I will look into issue 1 on Ohio. Only in Ohio. Get! Sorry. Chuck Whiskey, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. Madeline Gibson, thank you for the $10. I hate how they talk politics, especially Florida's. They have the same opinion as the Dems in 2022, not giving money to Florida governor race because DeSantis was unbeatable. No, I agree. They're doing the doomer thing where, like, we should continue to invest in these areas, even if they don't pay off immediately. It will eventually, or at least it has a potential to. Benjamin Gilbert Liff with the characteristic but still extremely appreciated $100 and then $10 donations both. I really, really appreciate that. It's not about what you say, it's about what they hear. That's true. Bernie doesn't care about being blamed. He cared about not weakening Biden for his own personal benefit. Yeah, no, Bernie... Dude, we're never going to get another Bernie, man. He was too good for us. We didn't deserve him. Like, unironically, though. He was so... Well, he is so smart. He's so fucking based, dude. Alice Payne with the $2. Why do you keep talking to this crank? I don't think I'm going to do it again. I can't... I feel like I'm enabling something bad. Kieran Dave with the $20. Thank you very much. Bosch, I argued with that M guy years ago about deplatforming Nazis in tech. The same guy? And he was just like this. He also implied the South was justified in our argument. This was surreal and amazing. Thank you so much. Oh, I'm glad you got some catharsis out of this. Maybe that argument in your memory had, like, burned away at you for a while. Like, that guy was weird. Was that weird? And then you listen to this and you're like, ah. You know? I guess he's prolific. I mean, he apparently talked to Chomsky. I don't think he was lying when he said that, so maybe he is prolific. I don't know. He's definitely active in engaging with others. That is certainly the case. Queen Slut, thank you for the $10. Oh God, he's back. Here, take a tenner to make up for it. A tenner can't do it. Nothing can. Thank you, though. CNC97 with 1,000 yen, I think? Here's something for the headache you must have gained after that debate. Thank you. Benjamin, again, with the $10. I left 15 minutes into that second debate a few minutes after the ADHD talk. I came back 15 minutes before the end of the debate was still on. ADHD talk, but dumber, and I thought the Vanguard debate hurt. Oh, dude, in retrospect, wasn't the Vanguard debate so simple and good? In retrospect, wasn't the Vanguard debate, like, the most sane, intelligent, like, well thought out, engaged fucking conversation that's ever been had in this channel? That's it. God. I hope that guy changes one day, because I don't even know if he's like a crypto Nazi, man. The South apologia shit, the Russia apologia shit, the war crime apologia shit, the Islamophobia apologia shit. I don't know, right? But like, I hope he gets better, you know. Surorusu with the 100 DKK. Sorry if I fucked that up. In 2004, Ukraine reformed its constitution to abolish authoritarianism, but when Yanukovych came to power in 2010, he engineered corrupt constitutional court judges to repeal it. That was the coup, not Maidan. Yeah, to be clear, Yanukovych should have been ousted. It's morally right to oust him. Fuck all of this, like, the people's will. Nah, fuck that. He was an authoritarian. He was a corrupt authoritarian stooge of the Russians. Admittedly so, basically, who tried to, like, literally destroy the democracy. Like, he tried to do what the Republicans fantasize about doing if they win again. Man, see that disconnect right there? It'll fix in a sec. But yeah, I'll fix that soon. I just need to get the right plugin. I'll work on it. Hey, fix. Come on. Fine. There. Turn it off for a sec. Ratty with the incredibly kind 1,290 Czech currency that I don't remember the name of. It can't pronounce. Thank you very much. Please make it stop. It did stop. It stopped. It's over now. We're safe now. Thank you. Thank you very much for the incredibly kind donation. I really appreciate that. Maximum Minimum, thank you for the $2. First time donor. What's up? Rothrick with the 10 euros. Thank you for hanging up in the crazy, very moral of you. Other streamers would have continued exploiting him for engagement. That's actually like an ethical line that I've had before, right? Because people in chat have like kind of varied on whether or not they think it's cool for me to argue with like kind of crazy people. And I've always felt weird about it because it's easy to find that, I think. And I don't like the idea of, but I didn't think of him as that because in our previous discussions, man, I don't know. I don't feel great about it. Zach asked the $5. You should have heard Sam Cedar murder a tanky in a show today. Was fantastic. Well, maybe I will sometime. It's probably recorded, you know. Chuck Whiskey, thanks to the $2 donations. Should progressives run as Republicans? Yeah, fuck it. If you are like a local in a local jurisdiction and you want to run for like a county commissioner, fucking it's some local thing, and you're like, you know what, I'm a progressive, I'll run as a Republican because why not? You can go up there and you can be like, I want to make America great again with higher taxes, yeehaw. Like, I don't know, just be a wacky guy, be a goofy goober, okay? That's what I'm saying. Be goofy. Don't lie about your positions. Just, you know. Yeah, I don't like the lying about your positions. I don't want you to do a heel turn. Just do what feels right. Nice meme. All right, folks. I will read the site donations next stream, which is tomorrow, and talk about the React Andy and a bunch of other stuff. I'm going to send you guys over to Shark. I'm going to send you over to Shark. Take care. I'm sorry about the weird stream, but to be fair, it did go on for 5.5 hours, which is longer than it normally does. So I you know, in that respect, I feel I've not done you dirty, even if I missed on a couple of topics. Shark! We love our sharks, don't we, folks? They're very cute, big, cuddly animals. Just don't let them bite you. Don't let them bite you. I'm going to send you over. Say hi to Shark for me. I love you. I'll see you guys tomorrow. And, oh, some good news, by the way. My cough has gotten a lot better since it was at its worst a couple weeks ago. But for a while now, it's lingered in a way that is at its worst at night. And lately, it's been getting good at night, too. Meaning that I should be good to start doing night streams again. Like, start up Metal Gear Solid? Huh? That's why I haven't been doing them, by the way. It's because I do those at night, and I cough more at night. So you know, right. Could be fun. Oh, and Boss Chipmunk with the $10. What do you think about CBDC and FedNow? I'm really sorry, but I'm afraid I don't recognize either of those names, so I can't really say. So I guess my feelings on them are ambivalent, which is better than the feelings I have about most people and things. I'm going to send you guys over. Take care, folks.